Chapter 2165. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? I'll provide you with some interesting novels to read. Duan Malong was furious that Fong Chen was able to return to the outer sex safely, but he did not dare to show it. Love go little say, Chu. After all, colluding with outsiders to deal with their own disciples was a taboo in the Limitless Sword sect. This brat has survived. He'll definitely be more careful in the future. It won't be easy to deal with him, Duan Yunlong said. Duan Malong's expression was calm. Don't act rashly for now. Don't worry. My black-white mansion will definitely not provoke this brat in the outer sect, Duan Yunlong said. Star River Prefecture. Star and Moon saw that Fong Chen's expression did not look too good. Brother Chen, what happened? Star and Moon asked anxiously. Nothing much. I met with an assassination attempt on my way back. Fong Chen briefly told his wife about Huang Yu's attempt to deal with him. She was very worried when she heard about it. Don't worry. I'm fine now, Fong Chen said. Who is it? Who wants to deal with you? Star and Moon asked. Fong Chen shook his head. He did not know who could make a Unity Realm expert deal with him. Blue Moon Prefecture? Fong Chen's first thought was of the Blue Moon Prefecture. He and the Blue Moon Prefecture had an irreconcilable grudge. Furthermore, the most outstanding disciple of the Blue Moon Prefecture, Lan Jian, had died in his hands. Thinking about it, the Blue Moon Prefecture must hate him to the core. However, he did not have any direct evidence. Black-White Mansion? Another name appeared in Fong Chen's mind. It was Duan He. The grudge between him and the Black-White Mansion was basically centered on Duan He. If there was anyone from the Black-White Mansion who was the most suspicious, it would undoubtedly be Duan He's brother, Duan Yunlong. After thinking for a while, Fong Chen shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Love go little say, Chu. Since he had already returned to the Limitless Sword sect, he did not have to worry about Huang Yu's pursuit. Sooner or later I'll find out, Fong Chen said to himself. Star and Moon looked at him tenderly. Fong Chen was stunned for a moment, then immediately pulled his wife into his arms. In Fong Chen's mind, he observed the 8-armed soaring dragon countless times. This divine art was very special. After comprehending it, he gained a lot. The 8-armed soaring dragon is actually related to the traceless swordsmanship, Fong Chen said to himself. Then, he continued to observe the 8-armed soaring dragon. It would be difficult to master the third move of the traceless sword art in such a short period of time. He could only find an opportunity from the 8-armed soaring dragon. Just as Fong Chen was comprehending the 8-armed dragon leap, Fairy Shiyun arrived. Brother Fong. Fairy Shiyun blushed when she saw Fong Chen. Everything that happened in the Limitless Sword Pagoda that day was still vivid in her mind. It was a very serious matter for a woman to have her body seen by another man. Fong Chen pretended as if nothing had happened and asked, Fairy Shiyun, why are you looking for me? Brother Fong, just call me Shiyun. Fairy Shiyun restrained her emotions and smiled faintly. I came to look for Brother Fong before, but Brother Fong was out, so I've been waiting for you. Oh! Fong Chen was even more curious. Why was Fairy Shiyun looking for him? Could it be that she wanted to marry him? He had just seen her body by accident. Besides, he had a wife. A love go little say, Chu and 2 beauties. As if she had guessed Fong Chen's thoughts, Fairy Shiyun pursed her lips and said, Brother Fong, don't think too much. I'm here to invite you to cultivate on the 9th floor of the Limitless Sword Pagoda. The 9th floor? Speaking of the 9th floor of the Limitless Sword Pagoda, Fong Chen's eyes naturally lit up. According to legends, the 9th floor contained sword chi that even Unity Realm experts could not resist. So far, many people wanted to enter the 9th floor to cultivate, but they could only last for 15 minutes at most. Fong Chen was not surprised that Fairy Shiyun came to look for him to join forces with him to enter the 9th floor. Fong Chen's gaze swept across Fairy Shiyun. He immediately discovered that the latter's aura had become so powerful in such a short period of time. So Fairy Shiyun has made a breakthrough, Fang Chen said with a smile. Fairy Shiyun nodded gently and said, "It's all thanks to Brother Fang." Fang Chen did not waste any more words and nodded gently before saying, "There's no time like the present. Let's do it today." Fang Chen's strength had increased greatly in the inheritance ground of the 8-armed demonic god. He also wanted to see what was so strange about the 9th floor. As they spoke, the two arrived in front of the Limitless Sword Pagoda. Fairy Shiyun. Suddenly, a voice sounded in Fang Chen's ears. "I presume Fairy also wants to enter the Limitless Sword Pagoda to cultivate, right?" A figure walked over from afar. Seeing this person, Fairy Shiyun's expression changed a little. It was a little gloomy, as if she did not like this person. Seeing Fairy Shiyun remain silent, this person's expression was a little ugly, but he quickly regained his composure. His gaze swept across Fang Chen, and only then did he realize that the two came side by side and seemed to be very close. "What's your relationship with Fairy Shiyun?" this person asked coldly. "Does it have anything to do with you?" Fang Chen said. "Let's go." Fairy Shiyun pulled Fang Chen's shoulder and entered the Limitless Sword sect. Seeing the backs of the two, Xiao Qin's eyes flashed with a trace of fierceness. Star River Prefecture Fang Chen? The current Fang Chen had already entered the top 100 of the Limitless Sky Monument. Furthermore, he had killed the benchmark of the Blue Moon Prefecture, Lan Jian. The strength of his strength was also quite shocking. However, in Xiao Qin's eyes, Fang Chen had always been the image of a nouveau riche. He was just a petty person who was intoxicated by success. This was a temporary strength. After a long time, his true colors would be revealed. Xiao Qin was the 80th disciple of the Limitless Sky Monument. He was also a genius of the Shaohe Prefecture and had a respected status. He had always admired Fairy Shiyun and took the initiative to pursue the latter, but he was ruthlessly rejected. However, Xiao Qin had never given up. At the same time, he was also secretly beating the disciples who were close to Fairy Shiyun. At this moment, seeing that Fang Chen and Fairy Shiyun were very close, his heart was immediately filled with anger. "You're playing with fire," Xiao Qin muttered to himself. Then, he also plunged into the Limitless Sword Pagoda. On the 8th floor of the Limitless Sword Pagoda, the sword qi was 10 times denser than on the 7th floor. Fortunately, Fang Chen's strength had increased a lot this time. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to stay on the 8th floor. Feeling the violent sword qi wreaking havoc on his body, Fang Chen secretly absorbed the sword qi. He turned his head and glanced at Fairy Shiyun. He was quite surprised. When he was in the limitless space, Fairy Shiyun was only a disciple ranked in the bottom 500. Although she was amazing, it was still within the acceptable range. However, ever since she returned from the limitless space, it was as if she had changed into a different person. This time, she had directly entered the top 100 of the Limitless Sky Monument. She was truly talented and beautiful. Fairy Shiyun was wearing thin clothes. Despite the violent sword qi wreaking havoc on her delicate body, her face did not change at all. Fang Chen could not help but sigh in his heart. This Fairy Shiyun definitely had a secret. He did not believe that a disciple ranked in the top 500 of the Limitless Sky Monument could break through to this extent. The violent sword qi on the 8th floor has already shut out a large number of martial artists. Among the top 100 disciples, only a very small number of them are able to enter, Fairy Shiyun said softly. If the 8th floor is already so oppressive, what about the 9th floor? Fang Chen asked. In the history of our Limitless Sword sect's outer sect, there was once an amazing genius who still holds the record on the 9th floor. He stayed on the 9th floor for a full 15 minutes. Fairy Shiyun said. Fang Chen was shocked. The 9th floor was much more terrifying than he had imagined. Then at this stage, who in our outer sect can enter the 9th floor? Fang Chen asked curiously. Fairy Xian shook her head and said, "Those who dare to enter the 9th floor are only the top 10 guys. However, the one who lasted the longest is Senior Brother Wenkong. His potential is heaven-defying. He is a peerless genius in the sword Dao that appears once in 100 million years." How long did he last? He was naturally very interested in Wenkong. When he first came to the Limitless Sword Sect, he had seen Wenkong fight with others. Senior Brother Wenkong almost broke the record. He was only 1 minute short of the record. Fairy Xian said. But even so, it is very hard for others to reach Senior Brother Wenkong's level. I've heard that Senior Brother Wenkong is currently breaking through to the Unity Realm. The moment he succeeds, he will sweep across all cosmos gods. He is determined to enter the inner sect. Chapter 2166. Genius 1 second. Remember love/go/little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. When are we going to enter the 9th floor? Fang Chen asked. Fairy Xian had obviously come prepared. She should know the situation on the 9th floor better than he did. Therefore, Fang Chen asked Fairy Xian to see what her plan was. We have just entered the 8th floor and haven't fully adapted yet. We can't take the risk now. Let's cultivate on the 8th floor for a while and gradually adapt before going to the 9th floor, Fairy Xian said. Okay. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen sat cross-legged at the place where the sword qi was the densest. Fairy Xian glanced at Fang Chen and a strange look flashed across her eyes. She seemed to want to say something but stopped on second thought. When Xiao Qin arrived at the 8th floor, he suddenly saw Fairy Xian and Fang Chen sitting together and cultivating. The anger in his heart suddenly soared. Damn it, are you going against me? Xiao Qin's eyes were scarlet and his face was hideous. He couldn't bear it anymore, but he needed an excuse to deal with Fang Chen. Suddenly, an evil aura emerged in his mind and he immediately walked straight towards Fang Chen. Dong! When he was close to Fang Chen, Xiao Qin stomped his foot, causing dust to fly and a violent power to gradually dissipate. Crack! Fang Chen's defense was greatly impacted. Huh! Fang Chen, who was cultivating, opened his eyes and saw Xiao Qin nearby. What are you looking at? Xiao Qin glared at Fang Chen and said angrily. Xiao Qin, that's enough. At this moment, Fairy Xian reprimanded coldly. Xiao Qin was even angrier after being reprimanded by Fairy Xian. A love go little say, W Chu Xian, you're actually talking to me like this because of a piece of trash? Xiao Qin pointed at Fang Chen. Shut up. Fang Chen is much more outstanding than you, Fairy Xian scolded coldly. She was the one who invited Fang Chen, yet Xiao Qin had repeatedly caused trouble for him. This made Fairy Xian feel somewhat apologetic. Fairy Xian. Xiao Qin's tone seemed to have changed. Are you speaking for him? The fault lies with you. Just because I'm close to Brother Fang, you deliberately targeted Brother Fang? How could a disciple of the Xiao He Mansion be so broad-minded? I truly feel sorry for you, Fairy Xian said. Xiao Qin was even angrier after hearing Fairy Xian's words. He glared at Fairy Xian. The cold expression on her face made him feel despair in his heart. Then, he abruptly turned his head to look at Fang Chen. Brat, it's all because of you that Fairy Xian treated me like this. You have to pay the price, Xiao Qin said in a deep voice. Fang Chen shrugged helplessly. Was he being unjustly implicated? You can pursue others, but you can't restrict their freedom. It's Fairy Xian's business who she wants to be with. What right do you have to interfere? Fang Chen said. Besides, Fairy Xian didn't agree to your pursuit. The relationship between the two of you is just an ordinary relationship between fellow disciples of the outer sect. Don't you think you've gone too far by saying that? Although he was helpless, Fang Chen still didn't like Xiao Qin's attitude. Was this the kind of disciple who could bully the weak at will just because he was strong and famous? You, Xiao Qin glared at Fang Chen. If Fairy Xian wasn't here, he would have already attacked. Xiao Qin, leave. Don't let me see you again, Fairy Xian said. Shao Qin took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. He was restraining himself from attacking in front of Fairy Xian. Otherwise, Fairy Xian wouldn't bother with him in the future. Brat, consider yourself lucky. Shao Qin muttered in his heart and immediately turned around to leave. I'm sorry for the trouble I've caused you. Fairy Xian bowed deeply to Fang Chen and apologized sincerely. Fairy, you don't have to do this. Fang Chen waved his hand. Shao He Mansion. Damn guy, how dare you go against me? You're courting death. Damn you. Shao Qin kicked a stone stool next to him and roared angrily. The servant next to him trembled in fear. At this moment a figure appeared. Shao Qin, who made you angry? Iron Giant asked. Fang Chen of the Star River Prefecture, Shao Qin said. Huh? How did you get into a conflict with Fang Chen of the Star River Prefecture? Iron Giant asked in surprise. Ever since he returned to the Wuji Sword Sect and had that incident with Fang Chen, Iron Giant's attitude towards Fang Chen had changed significantly. From disdain at the beginning to admiration at the end. Everyone knows that I'm pursuing Fairy Xian, but he openly disobeyed me and got so close to Fairy Xian, Shao Qin said. Hearing this, Iron Giant curled his lips and said, Shao Qin, it's not that I want to criticize you. This matter is your fault. I've fought with Fang Chen before and feel that his character is not bad. He won't take advantage of others like you said. Besides, you can't force others to pursue Fairy Xian, Iron Giant lectured Shao Qin. Being lectured by Iron Giant, Shao Qin had nothing to say. By the way, where is Fang Chen now? After Iron Giant finished lecturing Shao Qin, his eyes lit up and he asked. On the 8th floor of the Wuji Sword Pagoda, Shao Qin said impatiently. Ha ha, I wonder if this kid's physical strength has improved during this period of time. Iron Giant was itching to spar with Fang Chen. However, before he left, he reminded Shao Qin to be careful. Shao Qin, it's not that I don't want to remind you. It's best not to provoke Fang Chen, otherwise you won't be able to bear the consequences. After saying that, Iron Giant left Shao He's mansion. Even you are helping that kid. Shao Qin kicked another stone stool away, the anger in his heart growing. He vaguely regarded Fang Chen as his enemy. On the 8th floor of the Wuji Sword Pagoda, Fang Chen and Fairy Xian were cultivating when Iron Giant suddenly came. His body was huge and particularly eye-catching. As soon as he entered the 8th floor, he was discovered by Fang Chen and Fairy Xian. Why is he here? Fang Chen was a little surprised. Fang Chen, I haven't seen you for so long, has your strength improved? Iron Giant said straightforwardly. Hearing this, Fang Chen was a little helpless. It seemed that Iron Giant was here for him. Before he could speak, Iron Giant continued. Last time you blocked 3 of my punches. After going back, I have been studying it. Finally, not long ago, my strength rose to another level. I heard that you were back, so I came to find you to spar. While speaking, Iron Giant's aura fluctuated, and all the power in his body gathered on his 2 huge fists, eager to fight Fang Chen. Seeing this, Fang Chen was helpless. Can we not spar? Fang Chen asked. No, you are the only guy who made me interested in sparring. When Kong and the others are always cultivating, and I can't find them at all. Iron Giant refused directly and grinned. Seeing the Metal Giant's shameless smile, Fang Chen wished he could punch the Metal Giant's front teeth out. But he knew that he couldn't do it. Step back a little, be careful not to accidentally hurt you, Iron Giant said to Fairy Xian. The latter quickly left the vicinity of the two, her beautiful eyes staring at Fang Chen. Iron Giant's body was too big, and he needed to look down on Fang Chen. How about it? Do you want to attack first, or should I? Iron Giant asked. You set the rules, I don't care, as long as you spar with me. Fang Chen rolled his eyes and then laughed. Since you let me set the rules, then you have to listen to my rules. Okay, go ahead. My rules are, you can't fight back or defend and let me attack. Fong Chen said. You little brat, you dare to make fun of me? Iron Giant pretended to be angry. What? You don't dare? Fong Chen provoked. A mighty Iron Giant is afraid of the attack of a weak divine inscription realm cultivator? Moreover, I'm only using my physical strength. If you are afraid, then leave. Fong Chen waved his hand and said. Iron Giant pondered for a moment and then said, That doesn't feel good. How about this? You attack me 3 times and I will stand still and block. Then, I will attack you 3 times. How about that? Your physical strength is number 1 in the outer sect. If that's the case, I'm being unfair. When I attack you, you can't dodge. When you attack me, I can dodge. What do you think? Fong Chen bargained. No problem. But I have to say something in advance. If you lose this time, don't bother me in the future, okay? Fong Chen asked. Iron Giant grinned, his face full of confidence. Chapter 2167. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? I will provide you with wonderful novels to read. The Iron Giant agreed to Fong Chen's request. He was too confident in his physical strength. Love go little sag w chu among the outer sect disciples, there was no one who could surpass his physical strength, so he agreed without hesitation. Buzz. The Iron Giant stomped his feet and suddenly stood on the ground, causing the entire ground to tremble. His physical defense had been raised to the highest level. He looked down at Fong Chen and said, Okay, you can attack now. After the Iron Giant finished speaking, he placed his hands on his back and stood still. When Fong Chen saw this, a sly smile appeared in his eyes. Immediately, he activated the myriad sword body and gathered a violent force on his fist. Boom! The punch landed on the Iron Giant's body and caused his skin to sink in. However, the Iron Giant's defense was extremely strong. He blocked Fong Chen's attack and quickly dissolved the force of his fist. You're improving fast, kid. After blocking Fong Chen's first punch, the Iron Giant grinned. Continue. Fong Chen did not say anything and looked at the Iron Giant calmly. Based on his understanding of the myriad sword body, the power of a second-level realm should be similar to that of the Iron Giant. It should not be enough to defeat the Iron Giant. Go! Fong Chen thought in his mind and suddenly threw a punch. // This punch contained the operating rules of the myriad sword body. Its power skyrocketed and it hit the Iron Giant's body hard. However, it was still dissolved by the Iron Giant. However, this time, the Iron Giant's expression changed. The Iron Giant was a little surprised. He did not expect Fong Chen's strength to be a threat to him. Not bad. Love go little say w chu. He gave Fong Chen a thumbs up, proving that his judgment was right. When the latter resisted his 3 punches, he thought that this kid had a bright future. Now, it seemed that he was right. The 3rd punch was also the last punch. As long as he could withstand it, he would basically win. The Iron Giant's blue eyes regained its calmness and revealed a smile. Come, one last punch, the Iron Giant said with a smile. In front of him, Fong Chen was operating the rules of the myriad sword body in his mind. The violent power was being mobilized by him. It seems that if I want to defeat him with pure strength, I have to use that move. Fong Chen thought to himself. He opened his palm and was accumulating power. In the entire 8th floor, the violent sword chi drilled into Fong Chen's palm. His aura rose in a straight line. Not far away, Fairy Xian's beautiful eyes flashed as she stared seriously at Fong Chen. A complicated expression appeared on her face. The more outstanding Fong Chen was, the more difficult it was for her. His growth speed is simply too fast. Fairy Xian said to herself, No, we must act as soon as possible. Otherwise, the plan will fail. Thinking of this, Fairy Xian's eyes flashed with a complicated look. Immediately after, she took a deep breath and calmed down. The quiet 8th floor was directly turned upside down by Fong Chen at this moment. The violent sword Dao Aura wreaked havoc on the entire ground. When the energy accumulated to the peak, Fang Chen quickly merged the 10,000 sword domain with the energy in his palm with a thought. Buzz. This was a secret of the myriad sword body. Fang Chen would not use it unless it was a last resort. However, if it was not practical, it would definitely not be able to defeat the Iron Giant. Myriad Demon Fist. Suddenly, Fang Chen shouted in a low voice. His fist was wrapped in a terrifying sword Dao Aura. Above the sword Dao Aura, there was a layer of domain power. The combination of the two raised the attack power to the extreme. The entire 8th floor was shaking. Boom! Fang Chen took a step forward. His terrifying fist carried a power that caused people to tremble as it rapidly smashed towards the metal giant. BR block. Seeing this, the Iron Giant's expression changed. The defense around his body increased again and resisted Fang Chen's fist. Dong! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. When Fang Chen's fist came into contact with the Iron Giant's body, the latter's heart was in turmoil. How is this possible? However, before he could recover from the shock, the Iron Giant felt that his body seemed to be forced back by a terrifying force. Deng deng deng! His aura was in chaos. Amidst the violent power, the Iron Giant's body retreated a few steps. After stabilizing his body, he stared at Fang Chen with a dumbfounded expression, unable to get over it for a long time. I actually lost? The Iron Giant shook his head hard and stared at Fang Chen with wide eyes. How was it? Fang Chen's voice pulled the Iron Giant back from his thoughts. He instantly sobered up and looked at Fang Chen awkwardly. Although you forced me to retreat, it doesn't mean that I lost. If I defeated you, it would be a draw at most. The Iron Giant comforted himself. He was the strongest person in the outer sect. How could he lose to a guy in the divine inscription realm? I'm going to attack. The Iron Giant roared and suddenly punched out. The fist carried the power to split the heavens and earth. It was extremely terrifying. Crash! Seeing this, Fang Chen was stunned. He immediately displayed the space-time collapse technique. His body turned into nothingness and blended into the space-time. At the same time, wherever his body passed, the space-time collapse technique directly blocked the Iron Giant's fist from tracking him. Rumble! The Iron Giant's first punch was cleverly blocked by Fang Chen. You rascal! The Iron Giant was a little angry, but he had no choice. This was a decision that he had agreed to beforehand. Second punch. The Iron Giant shook his head and stopped thinking about these annoying things. His second punch blasted out at lightning speed. Fang Chen could clearly feel the energy fluctuation from this punch. Soon, he guessed the Iron Giant's intention. He wanted to use the energy fluctuation to block his escape. Level 2 of the space-time collapse technique. Fang Chen said softly. Seeing that the Iron Giant's second punch was about to hit him, his figure disappeared without a trace. Dong! The Iron Giant's second punch missed. At this moment, his eyes were filled with shock. This escape technique is so powerful? Even the Iron Giant couldn't help but sigh. Fang Chen's escape technique was really amazing. Damn it! The metal giant cursed inwardly. Soon after, a crazy idea appeared in his mind. Kid, although your escape technique is strong, I want to see how you can block my third punch. Seeing the Iron Giant's sinister smile, Fang Chen felt that something was wrong. Rumble! All of a sudden, the violent sword chi on the 8th floor began to vibrate. Then, the Iron Giant stomped his foot, and the entire void of the 8th floor collapsed. You want to stop me from escaping? Seeing this, Fang Chen was slightly startled. He immediately shook his head. His space-time collapse technique was an extremely powerful escape technique. If the Iron Giant was a Unity Realm expert, he would definitely not be able to escape. Unfortunately, he was only a Divine Inscription Realm expert. Therefore, when the Iron Giant borrowed the power of the entire 8th floor to stop Fang Chen from escaping, The latter executed the third level of the spacetime collapse technique and still easily escaped. Dong. The Iron Giant's third punch missed. He was dejected and directly withdrew his aura. I lost. The Iron Giant's personality was straightforward. He dared to take responsibility for his actions. A loss was a loss. He wanted to find his shortcomings here and not find excuses. If it was a direct confrontation, I might not be able to block your attack. Fang Chen cupped his fists and said, "Speaking of which, I also used a trick." The Iron Giant nodded and said, "I will keep my words. From now on, I will not bother you anymore. However, there's something I want to ask you." "Say it. What is the escape technique you used?" The Iron Giant asked curiously. Although he wasn't proficient in the Tao of Void, he could feel that Fang Chen's escape technique was too exquisite. "Spacetime collapse technique," Fang Chen said. He didn't hide it. Even if he said it, the Iron Giant wouldn't understand. "Many thanks." After saying that, the Iron Giant's figure flashed and left the everlasting sword pagoda. Fang Chen let out a sigh of relief. He finally sent this big guy away. Chapter 2168. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? I will provide you with wonderful novels to read. In fact, Fairy Xiu knew Fang Chen very well. Love go little say. Chu, this person was at the late stage of the divine inscription realm and could definitely fight against a unity realm expert. This was a true peerless genius who could fight across realms. Sooner or later, he would be able to enter the inner sect. Thinking of this, Fairy Xiun looked at Fang Chen with a complicated look in her beautiful eyes. "Fairy Xiun, you must be joking," Fang Chen said. "I've adapted to the 8th floor during this period of time, and I just fought with the Iron Giant. I feel that it's about time." Fairy Xiun nodded. She pursed her lips into a smile and said, "Then let's begin." In history, those who could enter the 9th floor were basically all geniuses from the outer sect. Those who dared to enter the 9th floor were also some powerful disciples. Fang Chen and Fairy Xiun adjusted their state, then took a deep breath, looked at each other, and came to the entrance of the 9th floor. "Go in," Fairy Xiun shouted, and the two of them entered the 9th floor one after the other. Rumble. As soon as they entered the 9th floor, the two felt that the aura here was very oppressive. Crack. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. Fairy Xiun felt that she couldn't breathe and was about to suffocate. "Brother Fang!" Fairy Xiun cried out with difficulty, but before she could say another word, she was blasted away by the terrifying power of the 9th floor. Dong! A deafening sound resounded through the 9th floor. Fairy Xiun disappeared from Fang Chen's sight, and the latter's myriad sword body was completely activated and the myriad sword domain surrounded his body. So strong. Fang Chen was shocked. The entire 9th floor was like a boundless starry sky with no end in sight. It was full of shocking sword Tao aura. If it weren't for the myriad sword body, Fang Chen would have been blasted away like Fairy Xiun. "I can't hold on." In just a breath's time, Fang Chen felt that he could not hold on any longer. His face was pale, and his body kept retreating. It looked like he was about to be blasted out of the 9th floor. However, right at this moment, an abnormal phenomenon appeared in the sky. 1. The violent power in the 9th level formed a terrifying vortex in midair. This vortex exuded a destructive power, as if doomsday had arrived. "What's that?" Fang Chen's heart trembled. He widened his eyes and looked at the vortex in disbelief. He could clearly feel that the power of the maelstrom was too strong. Even a Unity Realm expert would die if he entered. BRF? Just as Fang Chen was shocked by the vortex, he suddenly realized that his body was actually changing. What happened? Fang Chen could feel that the domain of 10,000 swords had shattered, turning into tiny auras that shot into the vortex. Could it be that this phenomenon was caused by the myriad sword body? Fang Chen's mind exploded. For a moment, he felt that his mind was blank. Following that, his body floated up and came before the vortex uncontrollably. Kacha! The terrifying power in the vortex swept past, and his clothes were torn into pieces. Countless wounds appeared on his body. No, Fang Chen roared and tried his best to resist, but there was nothing he could do. Voila! His body sank into the vortex. In the next moment, the vortex changed. It spun rapidly, and in the process, it turned into a blood-red eye. It closed slightly and hung in midair. The entire 9th floor fell into a dead silence. There was no more violent sword chi in the air. It was as if the world had become much quieter. On the peak of the limitless sword mountain, on a stone pillar, Fang Shi sat cross-legged, cultivating in seclusion. There was a strong seal around her to prevent her from being disturbed. And in the clouds beside her, Jian Wuji was lying down, playing with a wine pot in his hand. Gulp gulp. After drinking a mouthful of strong wine, his gaze pierced through the void and landed on the 9th floor of the limitless sword pagoda. When he saw the closed blood-red eye, a meaningful smile appeared on his face. This guy always surprises me, Jian Wuji muttered to himself. He can actually use the myriad sword body to trigger the blood-red eye in the 9th floor. What a surprising guy. After saying that, Jian Wuji drank another mouthful of wine. Coming out from the blood-red eye, the myriad sword body should have reached the 3rd level, right? The myriad sword body at the 3rd level could be said to be able to sweep through the divine inscriptions realm. Even if it was a competition of physical strength with the unity realm, it would not be inferior. If you can cultivate the 3rd move of the traceless sword technique, I will make an exception and let you enter the inner sect. Jian Wuji said. On the 8th floor of the limitless sword pagoda, Fairy Shiyun was in a sorry state. She hurriedly stood up and recovered her strength. Then, she looked at the entrance of the 9th floor with worry. Where is Brother Fang? Fairy Shiyun said anxiously. The energy in the 9th floor was too violent. She was worried that Fang Chen would be in danger. Brother Fang's physical strength is so strong. He shouldn't be in danger, right? She waited anxiously. Every second felt like torture. After waiting for a few minutes, Fairy Shiyun walked back and forth. She even wanted to rush into the 9th floor to take a look. What's going on? With my understanding of Brother Fang, he shouldn't be able to hold on for more than a few minutes, right? Fairy Shiyun was very anxious. Time passed by with each passing minute and second. When 15 minutes had passed, Fairy Shiyun's beautiful face was filled with shock. Could it be that Brother Fang is still holding on? If he was still holding on, then he was about the same as the current number 1 in the outer sect, Wen Kong. If he could hold on for another minute, he would be able to tie the record. However, deep down, Fairy Shiyun still didn't believe that Fang Chen would be able to persevere. There was another possibility. Fang Chen had died on the 9th floor. Soon, 15 minutes had passed. Fairy Shiyun's face was even more anxious. I hope you're still alive. Buzz. At the same time, a strange phenomenon appeared in the sky above the limitless sword pagoda. It shook the entire outer sect. What's going on? A phenomenon from the sky. Could it be that someone has broken through? No, the phenomenon is above the limitless sword pagoda. Could it be that someone has entered the 9th floor? Impossible. Even if someone entered the 9th floor, there shouldn't be such a huge commotion. Many of the outer sect disciples were discussing among themselves. They were shocked and puzzled at the same time. But soon, a disciple shouted, "Look, the color of the top of the limitless sword pagoda has changed." This voice immediately pulled everyone's attention to the top of the limitless sword pagoda. At this moment, the top of the limitless sword pagoda had turned from gold to scarlet. All of a sudden, the hearts of countless disciples trembled. The same thought appeared in their minds. Someone had broken the historical record. Thinking back, when senior brother Wen Kong almost broke the record, there was also a phenomenon, but it was not as strong as this. Moreover, at that time, the color of the limitless sword pagoda had only changed slightly. Someone must have broken the historical record by turning from gold to scarlet. I remember that the historical record should be 15 minutes, right? Could it be that senior brother Wen Kong's strength has skyrocketed and he can hold on for more than 15 minutes? Not only were the outer sect disciples shocked, but even the sword master and the elders were shocked. In the sky above the sword-shaped palace, the sword master's dark eyes were locked on the limitless sword pagoda. After a long time, his face revealed an excited smile. After so many years, someone has finally broken the record? The sword master was very excited and his heart was wild with joy. It's not Wen Kong? The sword master scanned with his divine sense and found that Wen Kong was also in the outer sect. Who is it? The sword master was very curious. Other than Wen Kong, who else had such an ability? In a certain square, Wen Kong and the others appeared one after another. They were the top 10 existences in the Limitless Sky Monument. Usually they were elusive, but they were also attracted by the phenomenon. Wen Kong, do you know who broke the record? Someone asked. I thought it was you, but it wasn't. I really don't know which pervert broke the record. Another person said. Wen Kong lightly shook his head. His dark eyes fell on the top of the limitless sword pagoda. Chapter 2169. Genius 1 second. Remember love /go /little? I will provide you with interesting novels to read. Wen Kong did not dare to imagine what kind of person could break the record of the 9th level of the limitless sword pagoda. One had to know that he was lucky and had a certain level of strength, but he could only hold on for a little over 10 minutes. Even so, when he saw that he was about to break the record, his heart was filled with ecstasy. Unfortunately, because of his stubbornness, he had almost ended up in a miserable state. Since then, no matter how hard he tried, he could not break the record of 15 minutes. All these years, Wen Kong had been working hard all the time. The 9th level of the limitless sword pagoda was very mysterious. If one wanted to hold on there, it was not only about strength, but also the understanding of the sword Tao. Wen Kong's eyes were burning. He had always thought that the limit of the divine inscriptions realm was 15 minutes. But now, he had a goal to strive for. Everyone in the outer sect was looking at the limitless sword pagoda. The scarlet light was very dazzling and did not dissipate for a long time. The strange phenomenon in the sky was also dazzling. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed, and the strange phenomenon still did not dissipate. And that scarlet limitless sword pagoda proved that the powerful person was still holding on. The outer sect disciples did not dare to imagine. They felt that the world was too crazy. In the history of the limitless sword sect, the highest record for an outer sect disciple was only 15 minutes. For countless years, Wen Kong, who was just one step away from the record, had already made the upper echelons happy. And now, another peerless monster had appeared and forcibly raised the record to half a month. And it was not just that. It was still continuing. The scarlet light was still so gorgeous, without a trace of fading. This proved that the record was still being maintained, and it would not stop in a short period of time. In the sky above the sword-shaped palace, the sword master's face could not help but smile. In recent years, the outer sect's development had been the most prosperous. Love go little say W. True geniuses came out in large numbers. Not long ago, there was a body of 10,000 swords, and now there was an even more powerful disciple. Body of 10,000 swords, right? Why didn't I think of him? Sword Master suddenly patted his head and thought of Fong Qin, who possessed the myriad sword body. Before this, he had directly ignored Fong Qin. It was only when he thought of the myriad sword body that he thought of Fong Qin. Could it be that the one breaking the record on the 9th floor is Fong Qin? The sword master's heart was in turmoil. His divine sense instantly swept through the entire outer sect and found no trace of Fong Qin. Immediately, his eyes were filled with passion. He was certain that the person who was breaking the record was Fang Chen. Could it be because of the myriad sword body? The Sword Lord was becoming more and more satisfied with Fang Chen. No matter what the reason was, the fact that he was able to break the record of the 9th floor of the Limitless Sword Pagoda was a form of recognition of his strength. Good fellow. Sword Master didn't know what words to use to describe Fang Chen. 8th floor of the Limitless Sword Pagoda. Fairy Shiyun had already waited for half a month, but there was still no movement. Her face was filled with disappointment. She was in the Limitless Sword Pagoda, so she naturally didn't know what was happening outside. She thought that Fang Chen had fallen on the 9th floor. The mission has just begun and you've already fallen. Fairy Shiyun smiled bitterly and shook her head helplessly. However, what she didn't know was that Fang Chen didn't die at all. Instead, it had caused a huge commotion. In mid-air of the 9th floor, the blood-red eye was still closed. At this moment, the unconscious Fang Chen was floating around in a sea of blood. He did not feel anything at all. The body of all swords was undergoing a metamorphosis as it continued to absorb the power of the blood sea. Time passed by slowly. All the disciples of the outer sect were still watching the Limitless Sword Pagoda. 3 months, a whole 3 months. Even the Sword Master couldn't believe that Fang Chen could persist in the Limitless Sword Pagoda for 3 months. Buzz. On a certain day after 3 months, the powerful vision in the sky made a deafening sound. Soon, it gradually disappeared under the watchful eyes of the crowd, and the Scarlet Limitless Sword Pagoda gradually returned to its original state. Look, the vision is disappearing. That expert should be coming out. Many disciples were waiting in a frenzy. When Kong and the others were also staring intently at the exit of the Limitless Sword Pagoda. Crash! Fang Chen suddenly came to his senses. He looked around and discovered that he was in a sea of blood. He felt somewhat flustered. But soon, shock replaced panic. This was because he had discovered that his myriad sword body had silently reached level 3. Fang Chen opened his mouth wide in disbelief. He had painstakingly cultivated the myriad sword body to the 2nd level, but after being unconscious for a while, he broke through? What's going on? Fang Chen collected his thoughts and carefully observed the sea of blood. Suddenly, he found that the sea of blood was permeated with a strong sword Dao aura. Buzz. Just as he was about to explore, the blood-red eye suddenly opened and the sea of blood rushed out. Fang Chen's body was also swept away by the sea of blood. Bang! After his body came out of the blood-red eye, he fell to the ground. It hurts. Getting up and patting the mud on his clothes, Fang Chen's gaze fell on the blood-red eye that was about to dissipate. What is this eye? Fang Chen muttered to himself, his heart full of shock. When the blood-red eye disappeared, the violent power in the 9th floor attacked again. It was as terrifying as the end of the world. The blood-red eye absorbed the power of the entire 9th floor and transformed? Fang Chen muttered to himself, my myriad sword body was immersed in the sea of blood and advanced to the 3rd level. Although there were many doubts in his heart, he would not think so much at the moment. Fang Chen was ecstatic. The terrifying sword Dao aura swept across his body. He was shocked to find that the violent sword Dao aura actually ignored his body and directly swept past him. It seems that there is no repulsion, Fang Chen said in shock. Could it be because of my 3rd level myriad sword body? For a moment, Fang Chen found it hard to imagine. The highest record on the 9th floor of the Everlasting Sword Pagoda was 15 minutes. For countless years, no one had been able to break the record. Even when Kong could not do it. However, he could actually enter and exit the 9th floor at will. If the outer sect elders knew about it, wouldn't they be shocked to the extreme? Fang Chen's face was full of joy. No matter what, this trip to the 9th floor was indeed a great harvest. His myriad sword body had reached the 3rd level, and his physical strength was invincible in the divine inscriptions realm. He could even challenge the unity realm. Let's go out first. With so many things happening at once, Fang Chen did not know what to do. He simply stopped thinking and left the 9th floor. At this moment, on the 8th floor, Fairy Xiyun's beautiful face was filled with sadness. It had been 3 months. Fang Chen was definitely dead. He must have fallen. Sigh, Fairy Xiyun sighed. Her body staggered and was ready to leave. However, at this moment, a black shadow walked out from the 9th floor. Fairy Xiyun. A voice exploded in Fairy Xiyun's ears. She thought she had heard wrongly and shook her head. Fairy, don't you recognize me? Fang Chen continued to ask. At this time, Fairy Xiyun was sure that the person in front of her was Fang Chen. As if she had seen a devil, she stared at Fang Chen with wide eyes. You have been persevering on the 9th floor for the past 3 months? Fang Chen chuckled. That day, I went to the 9th floor with Fairy Xiyun. After that, I directly fainted and did not know anything. When I woke up, I hurriedly came out. Hearing this, Fairy Xiyun nodded gently. She could finally accept it. No wonder you can persist for so long. Fairy Xiyun said softly. The 9th floor is too dangerous. Let's not go for the time being. We will come again after cultivating for a while. Fairy Xiyun said. The two walked side by side out of the Everlasting Sword Pagoda. 1. When the two walked out of the Everlasting Sword Pagoda, they immediately felt countless fiery gazes. At the same time, they also felt powerful auras intertwining with each other. What happened in the outer sect? Fairy Xiyun's face changed slightly and whispered. I don't know either. It seems like they are all watching us. Fang Chen said. Could it be that they are attracted by your beauty? Look, they are out. Chapter 2170. Genius 1 second. Remember love/go/little? I will provide you with wonderful novels to read. The Sword Master immediately arrived in front of the Infinite Sword Pagoda. He stared at Fang Chen with sparkling eyes, as if he was sizing up a peerless locust tree treasure. He loved it so much that he couldn't bear to part with it. Fairy Xiyun, who was at the side, was also a little stunned when she saw this. Greetings, Sword Master. Fairy Xiyun cupped her fist. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the sky, figures appeared one after another. At a glance, they were basically the high-level elders of the outer sect, who were usually elusive. A terrifying aura spread out, and ordinary disciples couldn't get close at all. When Kong and the others also walked to the front of the Limitless Sword Pagoda. They wanted to see who it was that broke the record of the 9th level of the Limitless Sword Pagoda and lasted for 3 whole months. Who is it? When Kong's gaze swept across the two of them and finally fixed on Fang Chen. His intuition told him that this guy was not simple. After seeing this guy the last time, when Kong felt that he was not ordinary. Sure enough, he immediately heard that this kid had mastered the traceless sword technique. Sword Master, what are you doing? Such a big lineup made Fang Chen a little stunned, and he asked in a low voice. Hearing this, the Sword Master stared at Fang Chen with wide eyes and said, You really don't know what happened? Fang Chen shook his head. Did these people find out that he had broken the record? That shouldn't be the case. Just as Fang Chen was puzzled, the Sword Master spoke. Kid, you broke the record of the 9th floor of the Infinite Sword Pagoda and triggered a vision of heaven and earth, causing the Infinite Sword Pagoda to change. This matter has already spread throughout the outer sect. Everyone is paying attention to this place. Hearing the Sword Master's words, Fang Chen curled his lips. He didn't expect that he would cause such a big commotion. Fairy Xiyun, who was at the side, widened her eyes. Love go little say, W. Chu-Shi had always thought that Fang Chen's coma on the 9th floor did not count as breaking the record. However, the Sword Master's words made her heart beat faster. After persisting for 3 months on the 9th floor, he had already obtained the Sword Master's approval. Her beautiful eyes were filled with complex emotions. She looked at Fang Chen and remained silent for a long time. It's actually Fang Chen. I remember that he is a disciple of the Star River Palace, right? Impressive. Not only did he master the traceless sword art, but he also broke the record of the 9th level. It won't be long before Fang Chen surpasses senior brother Wen Kong and becomes the strongest outer sect disciple. For a moment, the surrounding disciples were discussing animatedly. Even the top 100 disciples of the Wuji Sky Tablet looked at Fang Chen with complicated expressions. To be able to break the record on the 9th floor, Fang Chen's strength must have reached an unimaginable level. "How is it? How's your harvest?" Sword Master asked with a smile. It's all right," Fang Chen said. Seeing this, Sword Master chuckled. He knew Fang Chen quite well. If he did not have any great harvest, he would not have said this. "Good, very good. You have broken the record of the Wuji Sword Pagoda. You are destined to leave your name in history." Sword Master said, "Go challenge the Wuji Sky Tablet. With your strength, it shouldn't be a problem for you to be in the top 10. Whoosh! The outer sect was in an uproar. The Sword Master's evaluation of Fang Chen was too high. At the same time, the crowd was curious as to what level Fang Chen's strength had reached. "All right." Fang Chen nodded. Then, under everyone's gaze, he walked to the Wuji Sky Tablet. All the disciples in the outer sect were watching his every move. Fang Chen's gaze fell on the names of the top 10 disciples on the Wuji Sky Tablet. After scanning them, he finally chose an opponent. "I challenge Luijian," Fang Chen said. Everyone's gaze instantly fell on Luijian, who was standing beside Wen Kong. Luijian was the 10th disciple on the Wuji Sky Tablet. After hearing Fang Chen's challenge, he frowned. "Damn guy. Does he really think that breaking the record can shake my position?" Luijian cursed in his heart. "Humph. Everyone in the outer sect is watching. They praised you as a peerless genius that appears once in a billion years. If I defeat you in front of everyone, does it mean that my potential is greater than yours?" Fang Chen stood in front of the Wuji Sky Tablet and waited quietly. He did not have any special thoughts about choosing Luijian. He just did not want to be too high profile. Otherwise, with his strength, he could definitely challenge the disciples who were ranked higher. Under everyone's gaze, Luijian walked to the opposite side of Fang Chen. "Are you sure you want to challenge me?" Luijian asked coldly. Fang Chen nodded. Luijian sneered and continued, "I hope you can continue to perform well." After saying that, Luijian took out his long sword. A terrifying sword Dao aura instantly filled the air. In the next moment, Luijian roared and slashed the long sword in his hand towards the void. Suddenly, a golden sword aura filled the air. Buzz! The golden aura formed a dazzling trajectory in the sky. It carried a shocking force and blasted towards Fang Chen. Too weak. Fang Chen did not want to waste any time and immediately displayed the traceless sword principle. "It's over." Seeing Fang Chen display the second move of the traceless sword principle, the sword master said softly. In his opinion, there were only a few outer sect disciples who could withstand the second move of the traceless sword principle. At least Luijian would not be able to withstand it. Sure enough, the moment the traceless sword principle was displayed, it cleanly broke Luijian's attack. "Damn it!" Luijian cursed in his heart. His figure flickered as he risked being stabbed by the star-hidden sword. The long sword in his hand was like a swimming dragon as it stabbed towards Fang Chen's body. Bang! A crisp sound rang out from Fang Chen's body. Everyone's gazes immediately turned to look at him. Their hearts trembled. To their astonishment, they discovered that Luijian's longsword had actually been forcibly blocked. How freakish is his physical defense? How could he block Luijian's attack with just his physical defense? It's unbelievable. Many disciples had already entered a frenzied state. They were shouting Fang Chen's name loudly. Wen Kong and the rest squinted their eyes and fell into deep thought. In the blink of an eye, the battle had ended. Luijian held his long sword with a disappointed look on his face. After a long while, he took a deep breath and slowly raised his head. He looked at Fang Chen with a complicated look in his eyes. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end, he did not say anything. Lu Yijian turned and left, leaving a lonely figure in the crowd's mind. Winner takes all. No matter how outstanding Lu Yijian's performance was, no one would remember him at this moment. There was only one name in their minds, and that was Fang Chen. Not only did he break the record of the 9th floor of the Wuji Sword Pagoda, but he also defeated Lu Yijian and entered the top 10 of the Wuji Sky Steel. At the same time, he was the fastest disciple to enter the top 10 of the Wuji Sky Steel. At the same time, he was also creating new records. This day belonged to Fang Chen. His name resounded throughout the outer sect. In the sword-shaped palace, with the sword master as the leader, many higher-ups and elders were holding an emergency meeting. Everyone, you have seen Fang Chen's potential, right? No one would object if I said that he deserved to be the #1 disciple in the outer sect, right? The sword master said. That's right. Fang Chen entered the top 10 of the Wuji Sky Steel and broke the record of the 9th floor of the Wuji Sword Pagoda. I think he should be given a spot, one of the elders said. Of course, there were those who agreed and those who disagreed. A spot is extremely precious and cannot be given to him so easily, although he has great potential and is quite strong. But I hope that the sword master can consider it carefully. That's right. This matter concerns whether our outer sect will be able to rise completely and whether we can successfully send our disciples to the inner sect. We cannot be careless. In recent years, our outer sect has finally shown signs of recovery. This is a good thing, we must maintain it. For a moment, there were different voices in the sword-shaped palace. The sword master frowned and fell into deep thought. In the vast outer sect, although a few days had passed, but the shock brought about by Fang Chen still did not dissipate. All the disciples would talk about Fang Chen breaking the record during their leisure time. Every time this matter was brought up, they would prostrate themselves in admiration of him. Something that even when Kong could not do, Fang Chen actually did it. Many people believed that with Fang Chen's potential, it would not be long before he could be on par with Wen Kong. It was even possible that he could surpass Wen Kong. In short, the storm with Fang Chen as the core of the entire outer sect had just begun. Chapter 2171. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? We provide you with interesting novels to read. Star River Prefecture. Fang Chen sat on a stone bench, drinking wine as he pondered about what had happened on the 9th floor of the Wuji Sword Pagoda. The power on the 9th floor is too violent. Maybe it's because of the myriad sword body that I accidentally triggered some trap. Even now, Fang Chen did not know what kind of place the Blood Sea was. How did the myriad sword body reach level 3? The level 3 myriad sword body was too violent. It was enough for him to look down on those of the same level. After this incident, the power on the 9th floor doesn't seem to reject me anymore. After resting for a while, I'll go to the 9th floor to condense the Divine Order rune, Fang Chen thought to himself. Ever since Fang Chen entered the top 10 of the Wuji Sword Tablet, the Blue Moon Prefecture did not dare to provoke Fang Chen anymore. They did not dare to have any ideas about Fang Chen. Even Duan Malong of the Black-White Prefecture hesitated. Senior brother Malong, you've seen Fang Chen's potential. He actually broke the record on the 9th floor of the Wuji Sword Pagoda. We must get rid of him, Duan Yunlong said in a low voice, his eyes filled with killing intent. He would never forget that his brother, Duan He, had died at the hands of Fang Chen. No matter what, he had to kill Fang Chen at all costs. His potential is too strong. The sword master admires him very much. If we act rashly, we'll definitely be discovered. Duan Malong said in a low voice, unless he leaves the Wuji sword sect, we won't be able to do anything. Duan Yunlong's expression changed when he heard Duan Malong's words. Senior brother Malong, when we sent Huang Yu to deal with him, there was no turning back. Our black-white prefecture is destined to fight to the death with him, Duan Yunlong reminded Duan Malong. Duan Malong nodded when he heard this. His expression returned to normal. Think of a way to make him leave the Wuji sword sect. Then, let Huang Yu kill him at all costs. Duan Malong gritted his teeth and made a difficult decision. Senior brother Malong, don't worry, Duan Yunlong said with a sinister smile. Time passed by quickly. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed since Fang Chun broke the record. During this month, Fang Chun would enter the 9th floor of the Wuji Sword Pagoda to cultivate and absorb the violent sword qi. Forming divine runes of order was too easy for Fang Chun. In just a month's time, divine order runes, the divine order rune. However, at this moment, Fang Chun increasingly felt that ordinary divine order runes did not have much of an effect. What he really needed was to fuse with the divine runes of order, as well as the divine runes of order that he was born with. Of course, the difficulty of fusing divine order runes was slightly lower. As for innate divine order runes, how many were there in the entire primal chaos void? On this day, Fang Chun had just returned from the Limitless Sword Pagoda when the Sword Master suddenly came looking for him. Fang Chun cupped his fist. The sword head treated him well. Fang Chun said. After a month of intense discussion, the upper echelons of our outer sect have decided to give you a spot. What spot? Fang Chun was puzzled. Have you heard of the Divine Rune World? Sword Master asked. Fang Chun shook his head. He had been in the Wuji sword sect ever since he came to the Eastern Profound Heaven. He had no idea what the Divine Rune World was. However, it wasn't hard to understand. It should be an independent space filled with large amounts of divine order runes. In our Eastern Profound Heaven, there's a very unique plane called the Divine Rune World. The Divine Rune World has existed since ancient times. Even the big shots of the Eastern Profound Heaven don't know the origin of the Divine Rune World. Sword Master explained, the Divine Rune World is vast and there are independent rules operating inside. The most attractive thing is that there are countless divine order runes. It's a place that every divine rune realm martial artist dreams of. There are opportunities everywhere in the Divine Rune World. If you're lucky, you can obtain a large amount of divine order runes. Because of the importance of the Divine Rune World, no one force can occupy it alone. The Divine Rune World was jointly occupied by the three top forces of the Eastern Profound Heaven. They were the Wuji Sword Sect, the Divine Phoenix Sect, and the Divine Blade Sect. These three sects were extremely powerful. Any one of them could destroy the Eastern Profound Heaven. Every 100 years, the Divine Rune World would be opened by the three sects. Each sect had 10 spots, and they had to be Divine Rune Realm martial artists. Every time it opened, it would last for 10 years. There were a large number of Divine Order runes in the Divine Rune World. As long as one didn't die, they could become experts after coming out. It was even said that there were people who had seen Divine Order runes in the Divine Rune World. It was a pity that they didn't succeed in absorbing it and it escaped. When Fang Chun heard Sword Master's introduction, he was overjoyed. Divine Order runes? Fang Chun asked excitedly. Don't think too much. There aren't many Divine Order runes in the Primal Chaos Void. No one has discovered it for so many years. Although there are legends in the Divine Rune World, they are only legends. With your current strength, even if you encounter a Divine Order rune, I'm afraid you won't be able to absorb it. Any Divine Order rune has spirituality. If you don't get approval, it's impossible to absorb it, Sword Master said. Fang Chun nodded. He knew what Sword Master meant. Of course, he was just saying. His real goal was still those Divine Order runes. It just so happened that he was preparing to look for Divine Order runes during this period. The three sects have a total of 30 spots to enter the Divine Rune World. These 30 Divine Rune Realm martial artists can be said to be the most outstanding Divine Rune Realm martial artists in the Eastern Profound Heaven. Even in the Void Star Heaven, they can be considered outstanding in the divine rune realm. Sword Master said, previously, some elders were worried that you were too weak and that you would waste this spot. But I strongly recommend you go. Thank you, Sword Master. Fang Chen was quite touched. He knew better than anyone how precious this spot was. Sword Master went against all opinions and gave him this spot. It was really too good for him. However, there's still half a year before the divine rune world opens. You can prepare well, Sword Master said. In the vast eastern profound heaven, there were 3 top forces. The Wuji sword sect was skilled in the sword Tao. Every disciple was a sword cultivator. In eastern profound heaven, the Wuji sword sect was the best sword cultivator. And the divine phoenix sect was best at bloodline battle power. Every disciple in the sect had an extremely powerful bloodline. Basically, they had to have atavistic bloodline at the very least to become an official disciple of the divine phoenix sect. Moreover, it was said that the divine phoenix sect had the strongest bloodline in eastern profound heaven. As for what it was, it had always been a mystery. Inside the divine phoenix sect, a beautiful woman gently looked at the beautiful girl in front of her. Xian your father and I have provided you with countless cultivation resources. We even asked the elders in the sect to give you many heaven-opening pills. Your current strength is already in the top 10 of the divine phoenix sect's outer sect. In half a year's time, the divine rune world will open. You must seize this opportunity. Xian the bloodline in your body is atavistic, and it's the purest. I have already contacted an inner sect elder. When you come out of the divine rune world, he will take you as a disciple. Your future is limitless. Huang Xian's eyes shifted as she heard her parents' exhortations. A person appeared in her mind. I wonder how he is now? Huang Xian muttered to herself. The divine sword sect was skilled in the sword Tao. They saw the Wuji sword sect as their enemy. They believed that the sword was the king of all weapons. And the sword was not worthy of this title. For countless years, the disciples of the divine sword sect and the Wuji sword sect had many conflicts outside. Almost all of them were because of the title of the king of all weapons. In the divine sword sect, Tao this time when the divine rune world opens, you must obtain enough divine runes of order. With your strength, no one in the divine rune realm is your match, an elder said slowly. Beside him, a man in a black robe stood quietly. His body was like a battle sword. Don't worry. This time, I will let the world know who the king of all weapons is. Those trash from the Wuji sword sect are no match for me at all. The black-robed man was very arrogant because he was the most outstanding disciple of the divine sword sect's outer sect. Chapter 2172. Genius Remembering Love in 1 Second Divided by Small? Shua Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. Half a month after Swordmaster's visit, a new disciple was added to the Star River Prefecture. God Emperor Destruction had successfully condensed 50,000 God Seals of Order. Elder He-san personally held a ceremony for him, allowing him to become a disciple of the Star River Prefecture. Destruction, congratulations! Fang Chen laughed. When he was in the Star River Cosmos, God Emperor Destruction had helped him several times. Otherwise, he would have been killed by God Emperor Swordless. God Emperor Destruction chuckled when he heard that. His face was filled with bitterness. He was the #1 person in the divine world in the past. Now, he had become a small outer sect disciple of the unbounded sword sect. It was as if he had started anew. But the heart of God Emperor Destruction was burning with passion. He had been pursuing the martial Tao his entire life. To be able to cultivate on such a huge stage was the most wonderful thing. Fang Chen, God Emperor Destruction suddenly said, I wish to change my title. God Emperor Destruction was his title when he was at the God Emperor realm. Now that he had stepped into the God Seal realm, he was considered an intermediate-level Cosmos God. It would be inappropriate to call him God Emperor Destruction. Oh? What do you want to change it to? Fang Chen asked curiously. God Emperor Destruction pondered for a moment before saying, "Let's call you Destruction Swordsman." Fang Chen nodded. He did not say anything about it. You have just become a disciple of the Star River Prefecture. I'll bring you to the sword puppet platform to play. When God Emperor Destruction was in the Star River Cosmos, he mainly cultivated the Tao of Destruction. After coming to the Unbounded Sword sect, he focused on the Tao of Sword. However, the Destruction Tao and the Sword Tao had some similarities in the first place. Sword puppet platform. There were many disciples here. After seeing Fang Chen, they respectfully greeted him as senior disciple brother Fang Chen. Destruction, the longsword in front of the sword puppet platform, can control the sword puppet. To control the sword puppets, one has to have a certain level of comprehension towards the sword puppet. Fang Chen introduced the sword puppets to Destruction Swordsman. After a moment, Destruction Swordsman understood more or less. Let me try. The Destruction Swordsman walked to the front of the sword golem platform and bet 1,000 origin stones with one of the disciples. Soon, the Destruction Swordsman walked to the long sword. Following the instructions given by Fang Chen, he took a deep breath and adjusted his state of mind. Then, he gripped the hilt of his sword with both hands. Suddenly, the vast power of sword principle filled the air. Begin. On the sword puppet stage, the two sword puppets were fighting each other. Their every action represented the battle of wits and courage between the two disciples. Who is that black-robed man? You don't look familiar. He seems to be called Destruction Swordsman from the Star River Prefecture. So it's a disciple from the Star River Province. This Destruction Sword artist is unlucky. It's obvious that this is his first time at the sword puppet arena. Seeing that the Destruction Swordsman was unfamiliar with the sword puppets, many disciples commented. Regarding this, Fang Chen did not care at all. Bang! Soon, the sword puppets of the Destruction Swordsman were blasted away, and 1,000 origin stones were gone just like that. Failure is the mother of success. It doesn't matter if you fail once. You can learn from your failures, Fang Chen said telepathically. Hearing this, the Destruction Swordsman's confidence was greatly boosted. Just like that, after losing 5 times in a row, the Destruction Swordsman suddenly asked to increase the bet. This time, I'll bet 10,000 origin stones, the Destruction Swordsman said. As a result, he was ridiculed by the disciple opposite him. Since someone had come to give him origin stones, why not agree? After the sword battle began, Fang Chen clearly felt that the Destruction Swordsman was different. His control of the sword puppets seemed to have reached a certain level. Good progress. Fang Chen nodded with satisfaction. At the beginning of the battle, the Destruction Swordsman's sword puppets displayed extremely strong offensive power. Love go little say, chew within a few breaths. His sword puppets had completely suppressed his opponent's sword puppets. The disciple opposite him did not believe it and continued to increase his strength to control the sword puppets. Bang! In the end, he was unable to reverse the situation and failed. Amazing! Many of the disciples who ridiculed the Destruction Swordsman gave him a thumbs up. It was his first time here, and after losing 5 times, he was able to defeat his opponent, which was already very good. Not every disciple was as heaven-defying as Fang Chen. After defeating his opponent, the Destruction Swordsman was obviously very happy and grinned at Fang Chen. Fang Chen was about to speak when suddenly a voice sounded. What a coincidence, I didn't expect to meet you here. Fang Chen turned his head and found that the person who spoke was Lu Yijian, who had been defeated by him. The disciples in front of the sword puppet arena also noticed Lu Yijian. Fang Chen, let's fight once? Lu Yijian walked to the front of the sword puppet arena and said lightly. We don't have to. Fang Chen smiled. Hearing this, Lu Yijian frowned slightly. Do you think I'm not qualified to challenge you? Hearing Lu Yijian's words, Fang Chen was also very helpless. Although you are stronger than me, the sword battle is not about strength. Lui Jin's voice became heavier as he said in a deep voice. Fang Chen said, "Since Brother Lu wants to play, then let's play. Okay, 100,000 low-grade origin stones." Lui Jin said straightforwardly. He hated Fang Chen for snatching his spot and wanted to find an opportunity to humiliate the latter. The sword battle was indeed an opportunity. If it was a head-on battle, he was indeed not Lui Jin's opponent. "No problem." Fang Chen spread out his hands and said indifferently. There was an uproar in front of the sword puppet arena. Countless disciples were shocked. This was simply a huge gamble. As expected of the top 10 disciples of the Everlasting Sky Tablet, he was really rich. While talking, the two were already in position. "Let's begin," Lu Yijin said lightly, and then his divine sense spread out and directly shrouded the long sword, controlling the sword puppet to attack. At the same time, Fang Chen also used his divine sense to control the sword puppet. At their level, they basically used their divine sense to control the sword puppet. Boom! On the sword puppet arena, the two sword puppets clashed for the first time. Neither of them had the upper hand. Lui Jin's gaze was fixed on Fang Chen, and the power of his Yuan spirit was fully activated. The sword puppet's body exploded with a shocking sword aura. What an exciting sword battle! Senior brother Lui Jin's attacks are fierce, but senior brother Fang Chen is countering every move. The two of them are evenly matched. I wonder who will be the first to give up. I feel that senior brother Lui Jin has a higher chance of winning. That's hard to say. Senior brother Fang Chen is an expert who broke through the 9th floor of the Everlasting Sword Pagoda. Many disciples were talking amongst themselves, trying to guess who would be the loser. In a certain corner of the void, when Kong was watching this scene. This guy's Yuan spirit has already reached the 5th Yuan boundary. When Kong said to himself, with his strength, he is indeed qualified to enter the divine inscriptions world. Rumble. On the sword puppet arena, no matter how Lui Jin's sword puppet attacked, Fang Chen was able to deal with it calmly. After a long time, Lui Jin became a little impatient. He forcefully controlled his sword puppet and attacked Fang Chen crazily, trying to force him to retreat. However, his wishful thinking was wrong. Buzz. In Fang Chen's mind, the 5 golden figures changed rapidly, and a vast power erupted. Suddenly, the long sword stabbed into the ground emitted a terrifying aura. In the next moment, Fang Chen's sword puppet used an extremely tricky method to send Lui Jin's sword puppet flying. "No!" Lui Jin roared. He clenched his teeth and unleashed a forbidden power. The terrifying Yuan spirit energy suddenly poured into the sword puppet and crazily counterattacked. However, what greeted him was still an incomparable power. Dong! Lui Jin's sword puppet was sent flying and fell to the ground. Suddenly, Lui Jin was like a zombie who had lost his soul. He couldn't believe that the sword battle that he was so proud of had lost to Fang Chen. "I lost everything," Lui Jin muttered to himself. He had always been unconvinced that Fang Chen had squeezed him out of the top 10. He thought that he still had a chance to win back, but now, he had lost everything. Crash! 10,000 low-grade origin stones shot out. Lui Jin leaped and disappeared in front of the sword puppet arena. Fang Chen put away the origin stones and grinned. "Fang Chen, after watching your sword battle, I have understood a lot," the destruction swordsman said. "It's good that you understand. On the path of martial arts, age didn't matter. Those who reached the top were the teachers." Although the destruction swordsman was many years older than Fang Chen had surpassed him in strength. His understanding of the sword Tao was also stronger than his. Therefore, he humbly accepted Fang Chen's guidance. Chapter 2173. Genius remembers love in 1 second/small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Iron Giant once again found Fang Chen. It had been a long time since the last battle on the 8th floor. Iron Giant's strength had improved and he immediately found Fong Chen. But this time, he had learned his lesson and made his own request. I'll throw out 3 punches first. You can dodge, but you have to face it head-on. Iron Giant said, if you can withstand 3 of my punches, you can throw out a punch. No problem. Fong Chen said. Boom. Iron Giant threw out his first punch, and its power was indeed much stronger than before. But it was useless against Fong Chen. How could Iron Giant compare to the level 3 myriad sword body? Crack! Iron Giant's power was directly dissolved by Fong Chen's myriad sword body. He took a few steps back and his eyes were filled with a complicated look. Again. Iron Giant roared and threw out a second punch. Compared to the first punch, it was a little stronger, but it was still useless. The last punch was also the trump card that Iron Giant had been studying for a long time. Boom! When he threw out this punch, the surrounding void instantly shattered. Seeing this, Fong Chen's expression changed slightly and returned to normal. Dong! A deafening sound was heard and Iron Giant's body was directly sent flying. After he stabilized his body, he widened his eyes and looked at Fong Chen in disbelief. You? How can your physical body be so strong? Iron Giant walked to Fong Chen's side and asked excitedly. Take me as your disciple, okay? Faced with Iron Giant's entanglement, Fong Chen directly used the spacetime collapse technique and escaped. I must worship you as my master. Iron Giant roared. The day of the opening of the divine pattern world was getting closer and closer. The 3 Top sect had also been nervously preparing. On this day, Fong Chen left the limitless sword mountain and came to the tomb of his master, Gu Yuan. At the same time, Duan Malong immediately ordered Huang Yu to rush to the foot of the Wuji sword mountain as fast as possible to kill Fong Chen. On a small mountain peak near the limitless sword mountain, there was a tombstone. The words on it were personally written by Fong Chen. Master, I have already gained a firm foothold in the limitless sword sect. Fong Chen sat in front of the tombstone and took out a jug of wine, drinking as he spoke. The Star River Palace is developing gradually. If you were still alive, the Star River Palace would be even more prosperous, right? Although they had never met before, Fong Chen had deep feelings for Gu Yuan. It was not an exaggeration to say that his entire life was related to Gu Yuan. Moreover, the fact that he was able to reach his current level was definitely related to his master, Gu Yuan. Therefore, when he was in the galaxy, Fong Chen had thought that if he saw his master, Gu Yuan, he would definitely repay his kindness. Who would have thought that after arriving at the limitless sword sect, he would hear such bad news? After some time, the divine pattern world will be opened. The disciples of the divine sword sect will also enter. Don't worry, I will definitely avenge you. Fong Chen muttered to himself. The air was filled with a sorrowful atmosphere. At the same time, 2 divine pattern realm martial artists sneaked up to the mountain peak at the foot of the mountain. Senior brother will we be in danger? The man in blue robes asked worriedly. What are you afraid of? As long as we are careful, we will definitely not be discovered by the limitless sword sect. The man called Senior Brother, he said. When the 2 of them arrived at the mountain peak, their expressions changed when they saw Fong Chen. Who are you? The 2 of them quickly surrounded Fong Chen in the middle. Get lost. Fong Chen was already in a bad mood. After being disturbed by the 2 of them, he was naturally very angry and scolded them directly. You are courting death. The man in blue robes held the battle saber in his hand and slashed at Fong Chen. Bang! With a loud bang, the man in blue robes was sent flying. His aura was weak. Junior brother. Senior brother, he shouted loudly and hurriedly helped his junior brother up. They were here on a mission. If anything happened to his junior brother, how was he going to explain it when he returned? Brat, you dare to hurt my junior brother. You are dead meat. He Dao roared furiously. With the battle saber in his hand, he was ready to attack Fong Chen. Crash! Fang Chen threw away the wine pot in his hand. Then, he slowly raised his head and looked at He Dao. Swoosh! He Dao did not even see Fang Chen's figure when he used the space-time collapse technique. All he felt was a sharp sword pressing against his back. He Dao's expression changed drastically. He was terrified. Brother, let's talk nicely. We are disciples of the Divine Sword Sect, He Dao said hurriedly. He used the name of the Divine Sword Sect to scare Fang Chen. However, he overreached himself. Divine Sword Sect? Fang Chen licked his dry lips and smiled sinisterly. Then, he used the traceless sword technique without hesitation. 2 streaks of sword light pierced the chests of the 2 Divine Sword Sect disciples. Even until his death, He Dao did not know why Fang Chen killed him. Thud! Both of them lost their vitality and fell to the ground. Fang Chen grabbed the 2 of them and threw them in front of Master Gu Yuan's tombstone. Master, did you see that? This is just to collect some interest for you. One day, I will avenge you with my own hands, Fang Chen said in a low voice. A cloud floated above the tombstone as if it was responding to Fang Chen. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After several teleportations, Huang Yu finally arrived at the small mountain peak. I finally made it. Huang Yu heaved a sigh of relief. His mission this time was simple, and that was to kill Fang Chen. Brat, I let you escape last time. Let's see how you can escape this time. Huang Yu's figure shuttled through the void and instantly appeared above Fang Chen's head. Die! Suddenly, a thunderous voice rang out. Following that, a violent force swooped down. Oh no! Fang Chen cursed in his heart and immediately used the space-time collapse technique. Whoosh! After dodging the Huang Yu's attack, Fang Chen finally got a good look at his attacker's face. It's you? Fang Chen's face was gloomy. He did not expect Huang Yu to dare to chase him all the way here. Aren't you afraid of the Wuji Sword Sect's higher-ups? Fang Chen asked. Humph, you'll be a dead man by the time they get here, Huang Yu said coldly. Huang Yu did not seem to want to give Fang Chen any chance to buy time. He attacked at lightning speed. An extremely dazzling attack viciously enveloped Fang Chen. Dong dong dong. Fang Chen's aura was completely suppressed. However, his myriad sword physique made a huge contribution. His fleshy body defense was raised to the highest level, and the myriad sword domain was activated. When Huang Yu's attack landed on Fang Chen's body, the latter kept retreating. However, the defense of the myriad sword physique blocked Huang Yu's attack. Mn. Seeing this, Huang Yu was shocked. He actually blocked it? Seeing this, Huang Yu opened his hand, and his huge walking stick suddenly expanded. Then, with a shocking force, it attacked Fang Chen. Dong! Every time the walking stick landed on Fang Chen's body, it would weaken the defense of the myriad sword physique. After 3 to 4 consecutive attacks, Fang Chen's body was sent flying, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. A Unity Realm expert is too strong. Fang Chen thought. Hold on for a while longer. Sword Master is already on his way. Kill. Huang Yu knew that he could not delay any longer. Otherwise, he would not be able to escape. He growled, and the walking stick in his hand expanded to its limit. The aura of death filled the air. His figure instantly appeared in front of Fang Chen. Pung! The huge walking stick ruthlessly struck Fang Chen's head. Fang Chen tried his best to block it. He moved his head away, but his body was hit squarely by the walking stick. The defense of the myriad sword physique shattered, and a terrifying force invaded his body. A huge crater was formed on the mountain peak, and he was submerged in it. Is he dead? Huang Yu stared at the huge crater and muttered to himself. Hong long long. In the distant horizon, an unimaginable sword light swooped down. Not good. Huang Yu did not even dare to think about it. He immediately fled. Poochie. Although he fled at a fast speed, there was still some blood in the air. Voila! Following that, Swordmaster hurried over. His face was filled with anger. You ran fast. Sword Master coldly said. His previous attack was launched from the unbounded Sword Mountain. Although the attack power was strong, the distance was too far, giving Huang Yu enough time to escape. Although it did not hit you completely, it is enough to cripple you. Sword Master leaped into the huge crater and brought Fang Chen out. Chapter 2174. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? We provide you with interesting novels to read. Sword Master took the attack on Fang Chen very seriously. This was the territory of the Limitless Sword Sect. Someone actually dared to attack a disciple of the Limitless Sword Sect here. Fortunately, Fang Chen's life was not in danger. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. In the sword-shaped palace, Fang Chen was lying on the throne, unconscious. Sword Master's face was gloomy beside him. There was a hint of displeasure between his brows. Damn it, who is it? Sword Master racked his brains but could not figure out who wanted to kill Fang Chen. Logically speaking, it could not be the other two superpowers. Could it be Fang Chen's enemy? He could not figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. In the end, he stopped thinking about it. Sword Master placed his hands on Fang Chen's body, and a scorching aura entered his body. 1. The sword chi that Sword Master transmitted was very special. Soon, it caused the myriad sword body to vibrate, causing Fang Chen's body to operate in all aspects. After a while, Sword Master retracted his hands and let out a sigh of relief. Fang Chen's face had regained some color. His injuries were not serious. Cough cough. At this moment, Fang Chen opened his eyes. He felt pain all over his body, as if it was about to fall apart. Sword Master. After seeing Sword Master, Fang Chen knew that Sword Master had saved him. Who wants to kill you? Sword Master asked. Fang Chen shook his head, indicating that he did not know. This person is called Huang Yu. He has always been cultivating in Zakai Town. I have never met this person before, so I don't know why he wants to kill me. Huang Yu? Sword Master frowned. He had heard of Huang Yu in the Unity Realm before. You're saying that when you went to Zakai Town, Huang Yu chased after you? Sword Master asked. Fang Chen nodded. However, it was even more dangerous that time. Fortunately, the Ling clan had protected me, allowing me to escape back to the Sword Sect. Because of this, the Ling clan suffered a great loss. As he said this, Fang Chen felt very apologetic. Once he was strong enough that he no longer needed to fear Huang Yu, he would definitely return to Zakai Town and pay a visit to the Ling family. No matter what, the Ling family had suffered such a huge loss because of him. But now, he could not leave alone. The Huang Yu was elusive. Who knew if it would attack him again? Hearing this, the Sword Master muttered, "It seems that someone wants to kill you. Have you offended anyone recently?" Sword Master continued to ask. If we were to offend them, it would only be a few of the outer sect's mansions. We don't have much contact with the outside world, so there shouldn't be any. Fang Chen thought back. The Blue Moon Manor hates me to the core, this is something that everyone knows. There's also the Heavenly Star Mansion, right? In the Wuji space, I once killed their disciples, but they probably don't know, right? At this point, Fang Chen suddenly thought of another mansion. Right, there's also the Black-White Manor. I repeatedly let Duan He go, but the latter wanted to kill me, so I killed him in the end. After coming out of the Wuji space, Duan Yunlong asked me if I've seen his younger brother, Duan He, but I ignored him, Fang Chen said. After hearing the words Black-White Mansion, the Sword Master's expression changed slightly. Then, he said, of the 3 mansions you mentioned, the one most likely to target you is the Black-White Mansion. Why? I've been in charge of the Outer Sect for so many years, but the disciples of the Blue Moon Manor and the Heavenly Star Mansion have never been to Zakai Town, let alone have anything to do with Huang Yu. Only the disciples of the Black-White Mansion have been to Zakai Town. Moreover, Duan Yunlong is very protective of his disciples. He dotes on his younger brother in every way. Although he doesn't show anything on the surface, he must suspect you in his heart. Therefore, the Black-White Mansion is the most suspicious, Sword Master analyzed. Fang Chen recalled the conversation he had with Duan Yunlong back then. However, without direct evidence, we can't say anything. In short, you have to be careful not to leave the Wuji sword sect during this period, Sword Master reminded him. Although he was the outer sect master, he could not say anything without evidence. The biggest taboo in the Wuji sword sect was killing fellow disciples. If a life-and-death battle was initiated in the Wuji sword sect, it would be fine. However, if they dared to collude with outsiders to deal with fellow disciples, once they were discovered, the punishment would be severe. I know. Fang Chen nodded. Huang Yu's attack was very strong. Although he managed to block it with the 10,000 swords body and the space-time collapse art, he was still injured and needed to recuperate. Alright, you can go back and rest, Sword Master said. After leaving the sword-shaped palace, Fang Chen slowly walked on the outer sect's main road. At this moment, he happened to meet the disciples of the Black-White Mansion. Duan Malong and Duan Yunlong were talking about something with smiles on their faces. However, when they saw Fang Chen, their expressions changed drastically. However, they quickly regained their composure. Duan Malong walked toward Fang Chen with a smile and said, "Congratulations, Brother Fang, for breaking the record of the 9th level of the Wuji Sword Pagoda." Fang Chen raised his head and looked at Duan Malong seriously. He did not say anything. "Brother Fang, judging by your complexion, you don't seem to be feeling well?" Duan Yunlong asked tentatively. "It's nothing. Thank you for your concern." After saying that, Fang Chen turned and left. When the two of them looked at each other, Fang Chen vaguely caught a glimpse of their expressions. He had a rough idea of what was going on. Black-White Mansion. "Brother Malong, this kid is too tough, isn't he?" Duan Yunlong could not believe that Huang Yu could not kill this kid with his full strength. "I tried to contact Huang Yu, but I couldn't reach him. Huang Yu attacked too close to the Wuji Sword Mountain. Could it be that the higher-ups of the sword sect happened to bump into him and killed him?" Duan Malong suddenly asked. Huang Yu was a Unity Realm expert. Without anyone's help, he could easily kill Fang Chen. But now, Fang Chen was still alive, and Huang Yu could not reach him. There was only one possibility, and that was that Huang Yu might have died. "I don't think so. I can feel his aura through the communication jade pendant." Duan Yunlong muttered, "I'm guessing that an outer sect expert must have forced Huang Yu away." Pung! Duan Malong's fist smashed onto the stone table beside him. Immediately, the stone table shattered into pieces. "This brat's life is really tough." A cold glint flashed across Duan Malong's eyes as he spoke in a cold voice. "Huang Yu won't be able to attack for the time being. What should we do? If we wait until he comes out of the Divine Inscriptions world, who knows how much his strength will increase." Duan Yunlong was anxious. As long as the geniuses could survive the Divine Inscriptions world, their strength would increase tremendously. "Don't worry. I have a plan." Duan Malong's expression softened as he said in a low voice. "Star River Prefecture." Fang Chen naturally did not know that the Black-White Prefecture was plotting against him. After returning, he immediately sat down cross-legged and began to recover his strength. The power of the myriad sword body spread out, and a violent energy engulfed his entire body. Fang Chen's fleshy body had suffered a huge injury after receiving a full-powered attack from a Unity expert. Fortunately, Sword Master appeared in time. After about half a month, the myriad sword body finally recovered to its original state. Fang Chen's understanding of the sword Dao had also increased significantly. He seemed to have grasped the essence of the traceless sword technique, but it was abnormally difficult to cultivate it. The time for the Divine Inscriptions world to open was getting closer. The three apex powers were nervously making preparations. Every time the Divine Inscriptions world opened, it marked the time when the young disciples of the three apex powers would fight. This was not just a spar between the disciples, but also a competition between the reserve forces of the three apex powers. Not many of the 30 Divine Inscriptions realm martial artists who entered the Divine Inscriptions world could come out alive. Therefore, every force would do everything they could to weaken their opponent's strength and strengthen their own. The unknown dangers in the Divine Inscriptions world were not as frightening as one would imagine. What was truly frightening was the various assassination methods of other martial artists. During this period, Fang Chun occasionally went to the 9th level of the Limitless Sword Pagoda to cultivate. Of course, he also went to the Purgatory Tower to temper his myriad sword body. In short, he did not leave the Limitless Sword sect. Time flowed like water, and soon, the day of the Divine Inscriptions world's opening arrived. On this day, the top 10 disciples of the Limitless Sky Steel were summoned by Sword Master to the sword-shaped palace. They were the representatives of the Limitless Sword sect this time, and they were also the elites of the Divine Inscriptions realm. Chapter 2175. Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second/Small? Shua Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. Every time the Divine Inscription world opened, Swordmaster would personally lead the team. This time was no exception. The 10 disciples already knew about the Divine Inscription world. Swordmaster was not around? Sob. He simply explained some matters regarding the opening of the Divine Inscription world before bringing them to the Divine Inscription world through the teleportation array. The Eastern Profound Sky was incomparably vast. The 3 apex organizations were located at 3 different locations. At the border of their territories, there was a city called the Divine Inscription City. And the legendary Divine Inscription world was located in the Divine Inscription City. Because it was located at the border of the 3 apex organizations, the 3 apex organizations could not interfere in the matters of the Divine Inscription City. This also caused the Divine Inscription City to become incomparably chaotic. Within the Divine Inscription City, where dragons and snakes were mixed, there were fiendish people everywhere. The 3 apex organizations had a tacit understanding with each other. They were only responsible for guarding the Divine Inscription world. As for the matters within the Divine Inscription City, they would not interfere. The rules of the Divine Inscription City were simple and crude. Anything could be resolved with fists. Even if it was the Father of the Heavens or a warrior with a strong background, he would have to abide by the rules here as long as he came to the Divine Inscription City. Because the Divine Inscription City was filled with dragons and snakes, nobody dared to claim supremacy here. On the streets, one could see Unity Realm loose cultivators everywhere. There were even more Divine Inscription realm cultivators. There were many black markets here. Some things that could not be spread in the outside world could be found here. Voila! The teleportation array of the Divine Inscription City flashed. A group of people walked out from within. The disciples of the Limitless Sword sect led by Sword Master had already arrived. They were emitting a biting cold sword chi from their bodies. Some of the warriors on the streets avoided them when they saw this. They were afraid of angering these major characters. Aren't they the disciples of the Limitless Sword sect? What are they doing in the Divine Inscription City? You don't know about this, right? Those who have lived in the Divine Inscription City for a long time would know. Every once in a while, the Divine Inscription world would open. The Apex Divine Inscription realm cultivators from the 3 Apex organizations would enter the Divine Inscription world to explore. So that is the case. The appearance of the disciples of the Limitless Sword sect broke the silence of the Divine Inscription City. The streets were filled with discussions about the Divine Inscription world. Unfortunately, they did not have the qualifications to enter it. Sword Master, you're quite early. As soon as the Sword Master led Fang Chen and the others out of the teleportation array, they heard a hearty voice behind them. The Sword Master turned around and said, "Old man, aren't you here too?" As they spoke, the group of people walked to the side of the Wuji sword sect disciples. Fang Chun carefully observed this group of people. The leader was an old man wearing a light yellow robe. There seemed to be a faint trace of the power of the phoenix in his body. They should be from the Divine Phoenix sect, right? Fang Chun thought to himself. Speaking of the Divine Phoenix sect, he suddenly thought of an old acquaintance. I wonder how she is now, Fang Chun said faintly. With her parents taking care of her, she should be doing well in the Divine Phoenix sect. Thinking of this, Fang Chun's gaze swept across the 10 disciples of the Divine Phoenix sect. However, what he did not expect was that in the last row of the Divine Phoenix sect, there was a lady in light purple clothes who was looking at him with a smile. This, Fang Chun was a little stunned. He did not expect Huang Xian to be here too. He tried hard to calm himself down and nodded gently at Huang Xian in return. If I can come, there's no need to be surprised that others are here too, right? Fang Chun thought to himself. In fact, Huang Xian was even more surprised than Fang Chun. In the Divine Phoenix sect, she had her parents taking care of her, and she had a lot of cultivation resources to use. That was why she could reach her current level in such a short time. This guy actually joined the Wuji sword sect? And he even has a slot to enter the Divine Inscriptions world? Huang Xian's heart was in turmoil. Her beautiful eyes blinked in surprise. Now she finally understood. It was no wonder that he had rejected her parents' invitation to join the Divine Phoenix sect. It turned out that he already had a goal. Sword Master, every time the Divine Inscriptions world opens, the Wuji sword sect and the Divine Blade sect will fight fiercely. I wonder if there's a way to deal with it this time? Old man Huang Tian asked with a smile. I heard that a monstrous genius has appeared in the younger generation of the Divine Blade sect. In the entire Void Star Sky, there are few who can match him in the Divine Inscriptions realm. We'll deal with it when it comes, the Sword Master said. Ha ha ha, I admire your attitude. Let's go, the old guys from the Divine Blade sect should be here soon. The three of us haven't seen each other in a long time. Let's have a drink? Old man Huang Tian said with a smile. The Sword Master said, I'll settle them down first. Divine Inscriptions City, Wuji Pavilion. This was the stronghold of the Wuji sword sect in Divine Inscriptions City. It was also the place where Fang Chun and the others were resting. After the Sword Master settled everyone down, he went to have a gathering with old man Huang Tian. At night, a familiar face came to Fang Chun's courtyard. Senior brother Wen Kong. Fang Chun smiled apologetically. He didn't expect Wen Kong to come to his place. I think you don't know much about the disciples of the other two sects. I specially brought this book for you, Wen Kong said. Thank you, senior brother Wen Kong. After Fang Chun received the book, he cupped his fists and thanked Wen Kong. Wen Kong waved his hand and said, I've been paying attention to you for a while and realized that your potential is indeed very strong. I'm ashamed of my inferiority. This trip to the Divine Inscriptions world might cause you to transform. Make good use of this opportunity. Ever since Fang Chun entered the Wuji sword sect, he had heard of Wen Kong's name. This was because he was the first newcomer after Wen Kong to be able to control the sword puppet with his primordial spirit on his first try. That sword battle had also allowed him to enter the sights of many disciples. Wen Kong was the strongest person on the Wuji Sky tablet. There were few opponents in the Divine Inscriptions realm. Fang Chun didn't expect that Wen Kong would pay attention to him. This made him a little surprised. Senior brother Wen Kong, take a seat. Fang Chun pointed at the stone bench. Wen Kong sat down and said, Our Wuji sword sect has always had a grudge with the Divine Blade sect. This time, the Divine Blade sect will definitely target us and take a series of measures. It's nothing more than a battle for the King of Weapons. It's just a title. Wen Kong spread out his hands. However, when one reached a certain level, one would pay more attention to titles. The King of 100. The two sect had been fighting for countless years in Dongxian heaven, but there had never been a winner. Every time the divine inscriptions world opened, the disciples from both sides would definitely fight without restraint. Therefore, Wen Kong specially reminded Fang Chen, "As far as I know, the younger generation of the Divine Blade sect is really heaven-defying. Especially that guy called Small Blade God. It's said that his potential has reached an unparalleled level. Even if I were to go against him, I wouldn't have much chance of winning," Wen Kong said. Small Blade God? Fang Chen secretly remembered this name in his heart. According to the information I know, there are 3 people worth paying attention to in the Divine Blade sect. They are Small Blade God, Blade Ju, and Dao Yi. These 3 people are very strong. If you encounter them in the Divine Inscriptions world, you must not try to fight them. Just run away, Wen Kong continued. Fang Chen nodded. It seemed that the trip to the Divine Inscriptions world was not as easy as it seemed on the surface. As for the Divine Phoenix sect, they have always been neutral. As long as it doesn't involve their own interests, they won't attack us under normal circumstances. However, you have to be careful. After all, anything can happen in the Divine Inscriptions world, Wen Kong said. Thank you for the reminder, Senior Brother Wen Kong, Fang Chen said. After chatting with Fang Chen for a while, Wen Kong stood up and prepared to leave. Fang Chen, you have the myriad sword body and have also cultivated the traceless sword technique. Such potential is unparalleled. If you can gain something from this trip to the Divine Inscriptions world, it will definitely shock Dongxian heaven. A complicated look appeared in Wen Kong's eyes. I hope you can succeed. Senior Brother Wen Kong. Fang Chen wanted to ask why Wen Kong treated him like this. Logically speaking, in front of an opportunity, everyone would want to fight for it. It was impossible for them to reveal some information to their competitors. However, Wen Kong did so. Before Fang Chen could finish, Wen Kong interrupted him. Because, Wen Kong muttered, I have the same enemy as you. I want revenge. Hearing that, Fang Chen's heart moved slightly. Chapter 2176. Genius remembers love in 1 second go? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Wen Kong's words surprised Fang Chen. He didn't expect Wen Kong to secretly investigate him. What surprised him even more was that Wen Kong also had a deep grudge with the Divine Sword sect. Happy cooperation. Without thinking, Fang Chen stretched out his hand and grinned. Wen Kong also stretched out his hand and shook Fang Chen's hand. The fact that Wen Kong could tell him this was enough to show his trust in him. Moreover, they also had a common enemy. This was indeed enough for the two of them to cooperate. You should rest first. I will contact you after we enter the Divine Rune world, Wen Kong said. He valued Fang Chen very much. His intuition told him that the latter had great potential. His future achievements would definitely shake the entire Wuji sword sect. Moreover, with his strength alone, he would definitely not be able to fight against the disciples of the Divine Sword sect, especially the legendary monstrous Divine Sword. He would be a formidable opponent. Therefore, after thinking about it, Wen Kong decided to cooperate with Fang Chen. Although Fang Chen's strength wasn't too strong now, if he had a fortuitous encounter in the Divine Rune world, his strength would have an explosive growth. After a silent night, everyone was adjusting their state of mind. Early the next morning, Wen Kong hurried to Fang Chen's courtyard. We were supposed to open the Divine Rune world today, but there was an accident. The Sword Master asked me to inform you, Wen Kong said. What accident? Fang Chen asked curiously. The Divine Rune world was jointly controlled by the 3 top forces. In order to open the Divine Rune world, the 3 top forces had to work together. The Sword Master left the Wuji Pavilion yesterday to discuss this matter with Old Man Huang Tian and the Divine Sword sect's leader. Why would there be an accident? The 3 experts were originally preparing to open the entrance to the Divine Rune world according to the plan. However, they suddenly discovered a very important matter midway, Wen Kong said. Therefore, the opening of the divine rune world was postponed. As for what exactly happened, I'm not sure. When Kong added, in short, it shouldn't be a small matter. Otherwise, the sword master wouldn't have such an expression. Although he was puzzled, there was nothing he could do. When will it be done? Fang Chen asked. When Kong shook his head. That would depend on the sword master's notice. In any case, there probably won't be any news for the next few days. Finished speaking when Kong glanced at Fang Chen and said, It's still your first time coming to Divine Rune City, right? I'll show you around. Within the Divine Rune City, at the peak of a certain tower, the sword master, old man Huang Tian, and Invincible Blade looked at each other, their faces solemn. A crack has appeared in the divine inscriptions world. The aura of Tian Qing's descendants has been detected. The sword sovereign said in a low voice, We cannot be careless about this matter. We must mend the crack and then investigate clearly just how many of Tian Qing's descendants have appeared in Divine Rune City. That's right. 100 billion years ago, Tian Qing's descendants wreaked havoc in the entire Void Star Heaven, causing the people of Void Star Heaven to be plunged into misery and suffering. Fortunately, those powerhouses who stood at the peak joined forces and destroyed Tian Qing's descendant. Who would have thought that after 100 billion years, the Tian Qing clan would rise from the ashes? Old man Huang Tian's expression was very gloomy. Tian Qing's descendants were absolutely an unforgettable disaster to Void Star Heaven. Especially the unparalleled war 100 billion years ago, the flames of war spread to the entire Void Star Heaven, nearly sinking Void Star Heaven. Is it a coincidence, or is it Tian Qing's descendants' plan? Invincible Blade frowned slightly and said, Although for countless years, we all suspected that a portion of Tian Qing's descendants from back then remained, almost all of them were seriously injured and on the verge of death. Some were even unable to recover their peak combat strength forever. Us three top forces are also secretly investigating. Logically speaking, it's impossible for Tian Qing's descendants to sneak into Divine Rune City, right? The three great powerhouses were very puzzled. At the same time, they joined forces to seal the crack in the Divine Rune world and also investigated the remnants of Tian Qing's descendants that infiltrated in. And Fang Chen and the rest were completely unaware. Divine Rune City was very large and very lively. On every street, there was an endless stream of horses and carriages, people coming and going. Fang Chen walked side by side with Wen Kong. Along the way, Wen Kong introduced some historical sites in Divine Rune City to Fang Chen. This Divine Rune City produced quite a few monstrous geniuses, Fang Chen said with a grin. Divine Rune City's management is very chaotic. In the Sword Sect, there are still rules and restrictions. Unless it's a life-and-death battle between disciples, otherwise they don't dare to deal fatal blows. But it's different here. If your strength isn't strong, you'll be killed by others sooner or later. Wen Kong seemed to be already accustomed to this kind of life. To be able to survive among the numerous martial artists in Divine Rune City, do you think he's monstrous enough or not? Fang Chen nodded. It was indeed so. Only in a harsh environment could it stimulate a martial artist's potential more. Come, bring you to a good place. Walking and walking, Wen Kong suddenly said. Very soon, Wen Kong brought Fang Chen in front of a martial arts practice platform. There were densely packed martial artists here. There were 2 martial artists currently fighting on the martial arts practice platform. What's special about this? Fang Chen asked. Wen Kong grinned and said, Look carefully. Fang Chen nodded lightly when he heard that. After that, his divine sense spread out, looking at the martial arts practice platform. Observing carefully, Fang Chen suddenly discovered some secret. Although the 2 people on the martial arts practice platform seemed to be fighting, it gave people an incomparably profound feeling. Discovered it? Wen Kong asked. Senior apprentice brother Wen Kong, why are their cultivations so weak? Fang Chen was somewhat surprised. Martial artists who dared to come to Divine Rune City, the majority of them were extremely powerful. They were at least Divine Rune Realm cultivation. However, the two people on the martial arts practice platform, their cultivation was roughly Divine Emperor Realm. What was going on? This martial arts practice platform is called Forbidden Martial Platform, Wen Kong said. You can understand from the literal meaning. Forbidden Martial Platform was once created by an unparalleled powerhouse in Divine Rune City out of boredom. Any martial artist, as long as they stand on the Forbidden Martial Platform, their cultivation will be restrained. Want to break the Forbidden Martial Platform's restraint? One needs powerful cultivation. These two fellows in front of you are too weak. So the power of the Forbidden Martial Platform suppressed the two people's cultivation to Divine Emperor Realm, Wen Kong continued. If you encounter some monstrous geniuses, the Forbidden Martial Platform's power and effect will weaken greatly. Then what's the significance of this Forbidden Martial Platform's existence? Fang Chen asked. Wen Kong turned his head to look at Fang Chen and said, Don't you feel that this Forbidden Martial Platform is very interesting? Putting aside Cultivation Realm, on the Forbidden Martial Platform, you can challenge martial artists whose strength is stronger than yours. As long as your understanding of martial Dao is stronger than his, you have a possibility of winning. In reality, the objective of that unparalleled powerhouse creating the Forbidden Martial Platform was to let martial artists put aside Cultivation Realm and wholeheartedly comprehend the beauty of martial Dao. Fang Chen nodded, coming to a realization. The present martial artists were wholeheartedly pursuing Cultivation Realm, pursuing powerful combat power, and neglected the most fundamental and also most important martial Dao comprehension. If asking them to temporarily give up advancing cultivation and wholeheartedly comprehend martial Dao, they definitely could not do it. Therefore, the appearance of the Forbidden Martial Platform effectively restrained martial artists' cultivation. It allowed them to comprehend martial Dao, spar with each other, and exchange martial Dao in a short period of time without any worries. Thinking of this, Fang Chen could not help but sigh. That unparalleled powerhouse who created the Forbidden Martial Platform really put in a lot of effort. The Forbidden Martial Platform is a cultivation ground in Divine Rune City. No one is allowed to destroy it, or else they will receive the most severe punishment. Wen Kong said, There was once a martial artist who disdained to destroy the Forbidden Martial Platform and was directly killed by a hidden powerhouse in Divine Rune City. Since then, no one dared to destroy the Forbidden Martial Platform. Boom! As they spoke, the battle on the Forbidden Martial Platform had already ended. The martial aura of the two martial artists, who were suppressed to Divine Emperor Realm, was incomparably profound. Interesting. Fang Chen chuckled. At this moment, a voice suddenly entered Wen Kong's ears. Isn't this Wen Kong from the Limitless Sword sect? Wen Kong turned his head to look, and his expression changed slightly. A few disciples of the Divine Blade sect walked up to Wen Kong, their eyes filled with disdain. Why? You brought your little brother to watch the Forbidden Martial Platform? The leading martial artist said indifferently. Wen Kong's pitch-black eyes stared at the leader of the Divine Blade sect. He felt a terrifying aura pressing down on him. Divine Blade sect disciples? When enemies met, their eyes would turn red. A trace of killing intent flashed in the depths of Fang Chen's eyes. You want to kill me? The leader said coldly. Fang Chen's heart trembled, and at the same time, he guessed the leader's name. Chapter 2177. Genius 1 second. Remember love go/little? We provide you with interesting novels to read. Fang Chen's intuition told him that the person in front of him was extremely dangerous. His murderous intent was very subtle, but even so, Dagger God caught it. Is there no one else in the Wuji Sword sect? Why would they send such a trash into the divine pattern world? Dagger God said in a deep voice, full of disdain for Fang Chen. A terrifying aura was emitted from his body, and Fang Chen felt a great pressure. Dagger God. Wen Kong said in a deep voice, "Isn't this a little embarrassing?" Whoosh. As soon as Wen Kong finished speaking, Dagger God's aura was instantly restrained. The number 1 outer sect disciple of the Wuji Sword sect is just SOSO. Dagger God said and left. He came here to see what the number 1 outer sect disciple of the Wuji Sword sect was capable of. After seeing it, he felt that no one in the divine pattern world could challenge his position. "I'm afraid the fight for the King of Soldiers will come to an end this time," Dagger God said with a smile before he left. Looking at Dagger God's back, Fang Chun and Wen Kong clenched their fists. The two of them looked at each other and shook their heads. "This person is a strong opponent," Fang Chun said after a long while. Wen Kong nodded. "I thought the gap between us wasn't that big. But after seeing him in person, I realized that Dagger God has already walked to the forefront of our generation." Wen Kong knew that he was no match for Dagger God. Although they didn't fight head-on, he knew that he was no match for Dagger God. Thinking of this, Wen Kong's face was a little gloomy. He would never forget that his good brother died tragically in the hands of a Dagger God sect disciple. "I want revenge," Wen Kong screamed in his heart. Fang Chen patted Wen Kong's shoulder gently and comforted him. "Senior brother Wen Kong, although Dagger God's strength is beyond our expectations, we can't do anything about it. But it's not like we can't do anything to him. You should know that in the divine pattern world, strength isn't the only criterion. It might be difficult for us to deal with him, but we can make use of the geographical environment. In short, we'll cross that bridge when we get there." When Fang Chen said this, Wen Kong also blushed with shame. "My mind was in a mess," Wen Kong said. "Senior martial brother Wen Kong, don't think about these troublesome things. The purpose of Dagger God's trip was not only to test your strength, but also to disrupt your mental state and cause you to go berserk. This person's mind is very vicious. Don't fall into his trap." "Don't worry, I won't give up no matter what," said Wen Kong. Seeing that Wen Kong's complexion had recovered, Fang Chun grinned and said, "Senior brother Wen Kong, are you interested in going up and giving it a try?" Wen Kong shook his head. "I'm not going. You go up and experience it." At this moment, the forbidden martial ring was empty. Fang Chun jumped onto the forbidden martial ring. "Which brother would like to enlighten me?" Fang Chun cupped his fists and asked. "Let me do it." A fat man with big ears looked at Fang Chun with golden eyes. During this period of time, he had been taught a lesson by others. Finally, he found a soft persimmon. Buzz! When the two of them were about to make a move, a strange aura emerged from the forbidden martial ring and instantly shrouded the two of them. Then, Fang Chun realized that his realm was actually falling. Hiss hiss hiss. The aura on his body continued to weaken until it reached the critical point of the Emperor God realm. Fortunately, Fang Chun heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he sighed. The construction of the forbidden martial ring was really amazing. Begin. The big-eared cultivator stomped his feet and attacked Fang Chun. In an instant, the two of them entered a chaotic battle. Below the forbidden martial ring, Wen Kong saw this and nodded in satisfaction. This guy's potential is really amazing. Wen Kong could not help but sigh. It was already amazing to be able to maintain a void realm cultivation under the suppression of the forbidden martial ring. The surrounding crowd was also discussing this matter. In the dense crowd there were two men in black robes. The two of them had very long hair that covered their faces. "According to the information, this should be Fang Chun from the Wuji Sword sect," said a slightly skinnier black-robed man. "His potential is not bad. He is listed as a key target," the other man nodded. "This operation must be successful. As long as the martial artists are listed as key targets, don't leave a single one alive. They must all be killed." The skinny Xiao Hei-robed man said, "Our Tianqing remnant clan has endured hundreds of billions of years of suffering with great difficulty. This hatred must be avenged." Speaking of what happened hundreds of billions of years ago, there was a touch of coldness between the other man's eyebrows. Humph, we will deal with them in the same way that they dealt with us in the past. The operation in the divine mark world is just to collect some interest. After saying that, the two black-robed men disappeared into the crowd. At this time, the battle on the forbidden martial ring was also coming to an end. Fang Chun sent his opponent flying with a punch and won the battle. He felt an extremely mysterious martial aura in his mind. After absorbing the martial aura, he became much more energetic. The forbidden martial ring is indeed a good place. Fang Chun secretly sighed in his heart. Shackling cultivation made martial artists use their martial Tao comprehension to fight. This way, it could stimulate the martial artist's potential and let them explore the unknown martial Tao. Following that, Fang Chun fought several matches in a row and finally obtained a complete victory. Feeling that it was about time, he walked down from the forbidden martial ring and returned to the Wuji Pavilion with Wen Kong, leaving behind a group of surprised martial artists at the top of a tall tower in Divine Mark City. After a few days, the Sword Master, Old Man Huang Tian, and Invincible Tao finally temporarily sealed the crack in the Divine Mark world. Huff! The three people heaved a sigh of relief. The crack was closed. The Divine Mark world had already returned to normal. However, they were not sure whether the remnants of Tianqing remnant clan had entered the Divine Mark world or not. The Divine Mark world is protected by laws. We can't enter it either, so we have no way of knowing what's going on inside. Old Man Huang Tian said, however, we can secretly investigate all the martial artists in Divine Mark City and see if there are any remnants of Tianqing remnant clan. If we can find one or two, we can interrogate them. The Sword Master nodded, agreeing with Old Man Huang Tian's view. What Old Man Huang Tian said is right. Right now, we can only do this to minimize the threat. But don't you all forget, if Tianqing remnant clan wants to hide wholeheartedly, just the three of us can't discover it at all. Unless Sect Master and other powerhouses personally investigate, Invincible Tao said. Old Monster Tao, your thoughts are still stuck in the past. 100 billion years have passed. Even if Tianqing remnant clan is still alive, it's also on the verge of death. Their strength can't recover to its peak at all. Therefore, things might not be as complicated as you think. Old Man Huang Tian stroked his beard and said, the Divine Mark world is about to open. We have to investigate clearly in the shortest time, then make a decision, the Sword Master said. After the three great powerhouses reached a unanimous decision, they began to secretly investigate Divine Mark City. Indeed, as Invincible Tao said, Tianqing remnant clan had innate divine abilities. Unless it was Sect Master and other powerhouses personally making a move, otherwise, it was simply impossible to discover any clues. After half a month, the three great powerhouses did not gain anything. In the end, they gave up on investigating and decided to open the Divine Mark world at the same time. Limitless Pavilion. The Sword Master looked around at the 10 disciples in front of him and said in a deep voice, some unforeseen events have occurred in the Divine Mark world this time. After you all enter, it's extremely likely that you will encounter unprecedented danger. Sword Master, what happened? Wen Kong asked. The others' gazes also looked at the Sword Master curiously. Tianqing remnant clan from 100 billion years ago has revived from the ashes. The three of us suspect that they entered the Divine Mark world, the Sword Master said. Hearing that, everyone sucked in a deep breath of cold air, their hearts very shaken. What? Tianqing remnant clan? Weren't they exterminated? How could Tianqing remnant clan possibly sneak into the Divine Mark world? All sorts of surprised voices came out of their mouths. You all have cultivated for too short a time. It's understandable that you don't know the methods of Tianqing remnant clan. The Sword Master said, the Tianqing remnant clan that set off the entire Void Star Heavens war back then was definitely very terrifying. But simply put, Even if they revived from the ashes, they also wouldn't dare to confront our three great factions in a short time. Fang Chen's heart was also rather shaken. Chapter 2178. Genius 1 second. Remember Love Go/Little? We provide you with exciting novels to read. The people present might not know how terrifying Tianqing's remnant tribe was, but as the sword master, he had experienced that era and was very clear about it. He would never forget that Su Xing sky had almost fallen. If not for the alliance of the entire Su Xing sky and the help of the other heavens, Su Xing sky would have been occupied by Tianqing's remnant tribe. However, it was useless to talk about this now. The sword master only asked them to be careful. This trip to the divine inscriptions world was much more dangerous than before. They had to be united and not act blindly. After briefly explaining some information about the divine inscriptions world, the sword master led the 10 disciples and left the Wuji pavilion. Soon, the disciples of the three sect gathered in a square. This square was called the Divine Inscriptions Square. The legendary Divine Inscriptions world was hidden in the sky above the Divine Inscriptions Square. Let's begin. The sword master looked at old man Huang Tian and Dao Wudi. The two of them nodded and leaped into the sky above the square, forming a triangle with the sword master. Under the gaze of the 30 disciples, the three experts waved their palms and an extremely terrifying power emanated from their bodies. So strong. Fang Chen's eyes blazed as he stared at the three experts in the air. The method they used to open the divine inscriptions world was extremely unique, giving people a sense of awe. His. Under the control of the three experts, divine inscriptions of order appeared in the void. That is, a hint of excitement flashed across Fang Chen's eyes. The divine inscriptions of order hadn't been opened yet. Every divine inscription of order contained a majestic power. Buzz. When the dense divine inscriptions of order floated in the air, they formed a net-like void gate. Dong. A deafening sound came from the void gate. Everyone knew that the divine inscriptions world had been opened. A vast and ancient aura emerged from the divine inscriptions world. Many martial artists couldn't wait to enter. Go in. Dao Wudi took the lead and said. Immediately, the 10 disciples of the Divine Blade sect entered the Void Gate under the lead of Small Blade God. Every martial artist who entered would cause a portion of the divine runes of order to disperse. Go ahead. After the disciples of the Divine Sword sect entered, the disciples of the Divine Phoenix sect were next. Old man Huang Tian said softly. The disciples of Divine Phoenix sect also entered one after another. The number of divine runes of order has decreased by about 2/3. Fang Chen noticed the change in the Void Gate, and after thinking about it for a moment, he understood. The void door formed by the divine order runes was actually a threshold. Every time an ancient martial art practitioner entered, some of the divine order runes would disappear. When all 30 disciples had entered, the divine runes of order that had formed the void gate had all dissipated. There were no more and no less. These divine patterns of order seemed numerous, but they could only support 30 people. The sword sovereign waved his hands, as when Kong nodded. With a command, the disciples of the Limitless Sword sect all entered the divine inscriptions world. Dong. The divine inscriptions in the air completely disappeared. The three sword masters looked at each other. Sword Sovereign, the younger generation of your Limitless Sword sect is not good enough. Dao Wudi grinned. The Divine Sword sect and the Limitless Sword sect had always been competing for the title of the King of Soldiers. In the previous trips to the Divine Inscriptions world, the strength of the disciples of the two sects was not much different, and there was no clear winner. However, this time Dao Wudi was very confident in Small Knife God. Small Knife God alone was enough to sweep away all the other Divine Inscriptions realm martial art practitioners, let alone the others. The disciples of your Divine Sword sect are not that good either. The Sword Sovereign curled his lips. They were already used to bickering. Every time they met, they would have a fight. and every time, Old Man Huang Tian would act as the peacemaker and mediate between them. Humph, after the divine inscriptions world closes, I hope you can still say that. After Dao Wudi finished speaking, he turned and left. The Sword Sovereign cupped his hands at Old Man Huang Tian and said, Old Man Huang Tian, I will also take my leave first. See you again, Old Man Huang Tian said. Around the divine inscriptions square, there was a sea of people. All the martial art practitioners were watching the square in the air. Is that the entrance to the divine inscriptions world? It's really spectacular. When will I be able to enter the divine inscriptions world to cultivate? What a pity. The divine inscriptions world was a cultivation resource that was absolutely controlled by the three top forces. No one from outside the sect could enter it. Even the three sect only had a total of 30 spots. Although many of the martial art practitioners who came to the divine inscriptions city had long heard of the mysteries of the divine inscriptions world, they could not enter it. Their eyes were filled with greed. In the crowd, 2 black-robed men saw that the divine inscriptions world had closed, and a strange look flashed across their eyes. Kill all these divine inscriptions realm martial artists and destroy the foundation of the three sects. Slowly we will encroach on their territory. That's right. The divine inscriptions world plan is an important step for our Tianqing clan to return to Dongxian heaven. We must do it beautifully. The 2 black-robed men were in a good mood. After watching for a while, they disappeared into the crowd. After entering the void gate, Fang Chun felt that his body was enveloped by the divine inscriptions of order. He could feel that there was a violent energy raging around him. Are the divine inscriptions of order protecting us? Fang Chun muttered to himself. Hoo. Surrounded by the divine inscriptions of order, they kept moving forward. I don't know when the end will be. Because it was his first time entering the divine inscriptions world, Fang Chun was unfamiliar with the situation here. He was not too sure what he had to go through to enter the divine inscriptions world. Let's conserve our energy. After pondering for a long time, Fang Chun still could not figure it out. In the end, he closed his eyes and conserved his energy. After entering the divine inscriptions world, there would definitely be fierce battles. Therefore, it was not a bad choice to take advantage of this time to raise his strength. As time passed, Fang Chun felt that he had passed through an endless dark void. One day, he finally saw a trace of light. Buzz. Just as he was feeling complacent about seeing the light, the divine inscriptions of order around him suddenly changed and rapidly disappeared. What an oppressive aura! Without the protection of the divine inscriptions of order, the surrounding violent energy instantly pressed down on Fang Chun. However, the latter immediately released the myriad sword body to deal with it and gradually got used to it. Hoo. The last part of the journey was extremely painful. Without the protection of the divine inscriptions of order, he could only use his physical body to endure it. Fang Chun's clothes were tattered and countless wounds appeared on the surface of his skin. However, he finally made it through. Bang! Suddenly, Fang Chun's body fell rapidly. Following that, he felt pain all over his body and his body smashed onto the ground. It hurts. Fang Chun climbed up from the huge pit and looked around. Is this the divine inscriptions world? Fang Chun muttered to himself. He was in a valley with birds chirping and flowers blooming. That is, suddenly, Fang Chun's heart was in turmoil as he stared at the flowers and plants in the valley. How is this possible? The actions of these flowers and plants directly overturned Fang Chun's previous thoughts. Every flower and plant had divine inscriptions of order surrounding it. What was even more unbelievable was that these flowers and plants were actually absorbing the divine inscriptions of order. Plants can also absorb the divine inscriptions of order? This was the doubt in Fang Chun's heart. He had never heard of plants being able to absorb the divine inscriptions of order. After observing for a long time, Fang Chun finally calmed down. He shook his head and grinned. as expected of the divine inscriptions world. What I've seen and heard is really too shocking. He spread out his divine sense and enveloped the entire valley. He found that everything was normal and there was no danger. Fang Chen heaved a sigh of relief. He had just entered the divine inscriptions world, and the most important thing now was to figure out the general area of the divine inscriptions world and then look for the divine inscriptions of order to fuse. Where did the divine inscriptions of order that these flowers and plants are absorbing come from? Fang Chen felt that he could make an issue out of these flowers and plants. He quickly approached a nearby flower and stretched out his palm, pressing it against the divine inscriptions of order around it. Crack! The divine inscriptions of order instantly shattered, turning into specks of light that merged into the flowers and plants. This scene shocked Fang Chen once again. What's going on? Why can't I absorb it? Chapter 2179. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? We provide you with exciting novels to read. After some exploration, Fang Chen concluded a few points. First, he had been separated from the disciples of the Wuji sword sect. Perhaps there was an accident during the teleportation process. Perhaps it was the same every time the divine pattern world opened. Second, there should be a source of the divine order pattern in the valley he was in. Every time the flowers and plants finished absorbing the god's order rune, another god's order rune would suddenly appear. This made Fang Chen very confused. Could it appear out of thin air? Obviously, it was impossible. Therefore, there must be a source of the divine order pattern in this valley. Third, the flowers and plants in the divine pattern world were different from the outside world. Every flower and plant here could absorb the divine order pattern. Perhaps it was because of the rules here. In any case, with Fang Chen's current cultivation and knowledge, it was impossible for him to explore clearly. In summary, what Fang Chen needed to do now was to find the source of the divine order pattern in the valley. If he could find it, he could absorb it. The divine pattern world was a place for divine pattern realm warriors to find the divine order pattern. However, fused divine order patterns were countless times stronger than ordinary divine order patterns. Therefore, it was much more difficult to find them. In fact, Fang Chen still had a question in his heart. Was the divine pattern world born naturally or created by humans? If it was created by humans, then where did these fused divine order patterns come from? One had to know that behind every fused divine order pattern, there was a powerhouse who was at least at the divine pattern realm or above. Just in the valley alone, there were so many fused divine order patterns, and this was only a corner of the divine pattern world. Fang Chen did not dare to imagine how many fused divine order patterns there were in such a huge divine pattern world. If it was really created by humans, then how many people would have died here? Shaking his head hard, Fang Chen felt that his idea was a little too advanced. The most important thing now is to find the divine order pattern and absorb it to improve my strength, Fang Chen said to himself. This valley was not too big. It was only about 500 kilometers. Fang Chen's divine consciousness could completely cover it. Not a single flower or plant in the valley could escape the scanning of Fang Chen's divine sense. However, these flowers and plants were very normal. There was nothing special about them. Where is it? Fang Chen couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. Fused divine patterns of order had appeared out of nowhere. This was something that couldn't be explained with common sense. Is it possible to use the space-time cultivation system to reverse the process? Suddenly, Fang Chen thought of this problem. Since there was no better way, he might as well give it a try. Fang Chen's understanding of the space-time cultivation system had already reached an unprecedented height. With just a thought, his mind was filled with the comprehension of space-time cultivation. A large amount of space-time aura gushed out from his body. After coming into contact with the air, his body gradually disappeared into the void. If I use space-time collapse, I will definitely travel through the void and arrive in front of the flowers. Fang Chen thought to himself. His gaze fell on the center of the valley, where there was a colorful seven-colored flower. This seven-colored flower had 7 petals and 7 colors. Each petal was surrounded by a fused divine pattern of order. It's gone. Fang Chen's gaze was fixed on one of the petals. Suddenly, the fused divine pattern of order on the petal disappeared. Fang Chen's divine sense immediately wrapped around the petal. Suddenly, a ripple appeared in the void, followed by a spatial fluctuation. In the next moment, the fused divine pattern of order appeared silently. Fang Chen noticed that something was wrong. The ripple in the void appeared before the fused divine pattern of order appeared. This means that the fused divine pattern of order is a certain distance away from this 7-colored flower, Fang Chen thought to himself. Using my space-time cultivation system as a reference, such a subtle ripple would only appear at least 100 miles away. Immediately, Fang Chen's divine sense completely locked onto an area of 100 miles with the 7-colored flower as the center. He didn't miss a single inch of land and searched carefully. After searching for about an hour, Fang Chen finally found something special. 100 miles behind the 7-colored flower, there was a cliff. This cliff towered into the clouds, and there was a waterfall flowing down. If there is no external influence, the waterfall should be flowing faster and faster, Fang Chen said with a frown. When he was on Earth, Fang Chen had studied physics, and there was an introduction to acceleration. When an object fell from a high place, it would inevitably accelerate. Its speed would become faster and faster until it hit the ground. The waterfall flowed down from such a high cliff, but its speed was always balanced. This also caused the waterfall to feel strange from afar. After discovering this, Fang Chen leaped and arrived in front of the waterfall. Splash! The sound of flowing water could be heard continuously. Fang Chen stared at the waterfall. He closed his eyes and carefully sensed the cliff. After a long time, Fang Chen finally opened his eyes. What a good trick! Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. The illusion here almost deceived him. Fortunately, his illusion skills had improved to a certain level. Otherwise, he would have been deceived by the waterfall. This waterfall is simply an illusion to confuse the cultivators. Fang Chen said softly. Splash! He raised his hands and waved them abruptly. A majestic hallucinatory aura emanated from his body. Whoosh! A violent wind blew, and the strong hallucinatory aura formed a terrifying dragon in front of him. The dragon opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the illusion. Roar! A dragon roar resounded through the sky. The terrifying dragon's bloody mouth came into contact with the waterfall. In an instant, spots of light appeared above the waterfall, resisting the dragon's swallowing. As expected, Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and stared at the waterfall. The expert who set up this waterfall has extraordinary means. With my current attainments in illusion, I can't break it with brute force. I can only use tricks. Although the illusion was very strong, Fang Chen had already seen through the essence of the illusion. With a tap of his toes, Fang Chen's body came in front of the waterfall. Swoosh! The star-hidden sword suddenly swung out. Every time it was swung out, it would temporarily interrupt the waterfall. And the time it was interrupted was the time for the terrifying dragon to attack. After doing this for about a dozen times in a row, the waterfall roared. Rumble! A deafening sound came from within the cliff. The waterfall that was flowing straight down collapsed. The bumpy cliff was imprinted in Fang Chen's eyes. Fused divine runes of order. After the illusion was lifted, Fang Chen saw the fused divine runes of order at a glance and drilled out from the inside of the cliff. I see. At this moment, Fang Chen finally understood why the fused divine runes of order appeared out of thin air. The source of the fused divine runes of order was within the cliff. However, because of the waterfall illusion, whenever the fused divine runes of order appeared, they would be swept away by the waterfall. In the process of flowing straight down, there would be water droplets splashing out. These splashed water droplets, through the breeze in the air, ingeniously transmitted the fused divine runes of order to the front of every flower and plant. This also created a kind of illusion where the fused divine runes of order appeared out of thin air. After knowing this, a smile appeared on Fang Chen's face. It's really hidden deep. Before he walked to the cliff, he gently stroked it with his palm. With a low roar, all the strength in his body gathered on his fist, and then he fiercely blasted towards the cliff. Dong dong dong. In the valley, echoes came one after another. The stone fragments on the cliff fell off, and together with the fused divine runes of order, emerged one after another. With a wave of his hand, Fang Chen quickly put the 10 fused divine runes of order that emerged from the cliff into the Sumeru ring. I really want to go and see what kind of existence the source of the divine runes of order in this cliff is, Fang Chen said with a grin. However, he was unable to break through this cliff. Every time his fist struck, it would cause the mountain to resonate, and the fused divine runes of order inside would more or less leak out. Fang Chen took advantage of this opportunity to quickly collect the fused divine runes of order. Outside the valley, a disciple of the divine sword sect hurried over. There are fused divine runes of order in this valley. Chapter 2180. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? We provide you with interesting novels to read. This disc was called the Divine Inscription Disc. It was refined by a heaven-opening weapon refiner and contained a special divine order pattern. As long as it sensed the presence of a divine order pattern within a certain range, it would emit a bright light. For this trip to the divine inscription world, the Divine Sword Sect had paid a huge price to refine a batch of divine inscription discs. Let's go in and take a look. The Divine Sword Sect disciple's lips curled into a cold smile as he walked into the valley. After entering the valley, the divine inscription disc glowed even brighter. This scene made the Divine Sword Sect disciple's smile even brighter. There must be a lot of divine order patterns. The Divine Sword Sect disciple was secretly delighted. He immediately spread out his divine consciousness to search for the divine order patterns. Over there. Soon, the Divine Sword Sect disciple discovered the fused divine order pattern emanating from the cliff. However, just as he was about to rejoice, he suddenly discovered Fang Chen standing at the bottom of the cliff. Is he from the Wuji Sword Sect? Previously, the Divine Sword Sect disciple had seen Fang Chen. Although he didn't know his name, he was certain that he was a disciple of the Wuji Sword Sect. I've been searching high and low for him, only to find him by sheer luck. A cold glint flashed across the Divine Sword Sect disciple's eyes. Then, in a flash, he rushed toward Fang Chen. Boom! Fang Chen punched the cliff. Immediately, more than 10 fused divine order patterns emanated and were stored in his Sumeru ring. However, at this moment, he felt an aura approaching. Turning his head, he saw the Divine Sword Sect disciple walking toward Fang Chen with a smile on his face. This valley is my territory. Hand over the fused divine order patterns you obtained. Seeing this, Fang Chen frowned slightly. Are all the Divine Sword Sect disciples as shameless as you, Dao Xian? Fang Chen asked. Love Go Little Say, W. Chu Dao Xian, was one of the 10 Divine Sword Sect disciples who entered the divine inscription world. However, his strength could only be ranked at the bottom of the 10 disciples. Even so, Dao Xian was confident that he could defeat the disciples of the Wuji Sword Sect. Cut the crap. Hurry up and hand over the merged divine pattern, Dao Xian said coldly. His words were filled with threat. Fang Chen shrugged and said, Actually, whether I hand it over or not, you won't let me go. Why do you have to be like this? Fang Chen's words exposed Dao Xian's inner thoughts. The Divine Sword Sect and the Wuji Sword Sect were sworn enemies. Generation after generation, the disciples of these two sects competed for the title of the King of Soldiers. Especially before entering the Divine Inscriptions world, Invincible Tao had vaguely told them to secretly deal with the disciples of the Limitless Sword sect. You are very smart, but smart people often don't end well. As he spoke, Tao Xian took out his own battle blade. A cold light flashed across the blade. Since ancient times, the blade has been the king of soldiers. Only the idiots of the Wuji sword sect would be so arrogant and shameless to say that the sword is the king of soldiers, Tao Xian sneered. What a joke! Even the sect leader of the divine sword sect wouldn't dare to say such a thing. The blade is the king of soldiers? Who gave you this title? Did you give it to yourself? Fang Chen said. You, Tao Xian was furious. He held his battle blade and raised it. Instantly, a violent blade qi spread out. The winner takes all. You keep saying that the sword is the king of soldiers. However, if you die under my blade, don't you think it's ironic? Tao Xian said, after I kill you, everything you have will be mine. Fang Chen shook his head and said calmly, if it was the little sword god, I might be afraid. However, you, Tao Xian, are not qualified to make me fear you. Fang Chen's attitude was firm. He was not afraid of Tao Xian. A cold light flashed across the latter's eyes. Then, with a low roar, he waved the battle blade in his hand. Instantly, streaks of blade qi flashed in the sky, forming an overbearing attack. Traceless sword technique. Facing Tao Xian's attack, Fang Chen did not hold back. He immediately used the traceless sword technique. Whoosh! The blade qi and the blade qi collided, forming a terrifying explosion. A deafening sound echoed through the sky. The energy of the explosion shot up into the sky and hit the cliff. Instantly, countless divine runes of order spread out and stone chips fell. Collect. Fang Chen's body approached the cliff. He took a few steps back and quickly collected the divine runes of order. Seeing this, Tao Xian roared and slashed with his sword, preventing Fang Chen from collecting the runes. The divine runes of order are mine. While Fang Chen was blocking the blade qi, Tao Xian took the opportunity to put the remaining divine runes of order into his summer ring. After Tao Xian steadied himself, his dark eyes stared at Fang Chen. No wonder you're so arrogant. So you've mastered the traceless sword technique, Tao Xian said coldly. But do you know that a genius from your Wuji sword sect who mastered the traceless sword technique was killed by a genius from my divine sword sect? So what? Fang Chen asked. The traceless sword technique does not represent battle power. Today, I will use my battle blade to kill you. Violent blade qi surged around Tao Xian's body. Boom boom boom. The two of them instantly engaged in an intense battle. Fang Chen's traceless sword technique was extremely powerful. Tao Xian had a hard time blocking it. Gradually, as Fang Chen attacked with all his might, Tao Xian felt that he had more energy to spare. Damn it! Tao Xian shouted in his heart. The battle blade in his hand spun rapidly. Streaks of terrifying blade qi appeared out of nowhere. Just as the two of them were fighting, the stone chips on the cliff kept falling. Within the cliff, a black-robed figure watched the scene quietly. Fight. It's best if both of you are injured. Then I'll come out to clean up the mess, the black-robed figure said eerily. Behind him, there was a divine inscription pool. There were countless divine inscriptions of order in it. This was also the source that Fang Chen was looking for. Boom. Every time the blade qi and sword qi collided, the cliff would shake. Every time it shook, a large portion of the stone chips on the cliff would fall. Whoosh. Fang Chen used the space-time collapse technique to dodge Tao Xian's attack. Then, he turned his hand and used the traceless sword technique. Whoosh. Tao Xian's body could not dodge at all. He was directly pierced by the sword qi. His body was violently smashed into the cliff. Instantly, the cliff behind him exploded. Tao Xian's body fell to the ground. Tao Xian's face was pale. He was filled with indignation. He had actually been defeated by a disciple of the Wuji sword sect. This was a disgrace. That is, Just as Dao Xian was struggling with his thoughts, a pitch-black cave appeared on the cliff where the explosion occurred. At the entrance of the cave stood a black-robed figure. Who is he? Fang Chen was shocked. This person was right in front of him, but he could not sense him with his divine sense. He's not a disciple of the three great sects. Could he be a remnant of the Tianqing clan? Thinking of this, Fang Chen's expression changed. Kiki. What an interesting internal conflict. The black-robed figure opened his palm and looked down at Fang Chen and Dao Xian. He grinned. Tianqing clan? Dao Xian also reacted. His heart was in turmoil. With a flash of his body, he quickly moved to Fang Chen's side. He exchanged glances with Fang Chen. Then, he looked at the black-robed figure with a complicated expression. Humans should all die, the black-robed figure said in a hoarse voice. Join forces. Fang Chen looked at Dao Xian and asked. Dao Xian nodded. Although the two of them had just fought fiercely in front of the Tianqing clan, the three great sects had to unite. The Tianqing clan's methods are very strange. Our divine sense has no effect on them, Dao Xian said softly. In the divine sword sect, he had come into contact with some secret. One of them was the introduction of the Tianqing clan. There are restrictions in the divine pattern world. Only divine pattern realm martial artists can enter. I think this Tianqing clan is only at the divine pattern realm. If the two of us join forces, we still have a chance, Dao Xian said. Actually, Dao Xian wanted to say that if the two of them joined forces, they would definitely be able to kill the Tianqing clan. However, he had just been injured and had not fully recovered. He did not dare to boast. Weak ants, are you ready to accept the baptism of death? The black-robed figure slowly walked out of the pitch-black cave and strolled in the air. Chapter 2181. Geniuses remember love in 1 second? We provide you with interesting novels to read. The violent energy bombarded the black-robed cultivator's body. The latter's body was instantly engulfed by the boundless energy. Dong. Although Fang Chen was prepared, he was still sent flying by the aftershock of the explosion and crashed into the cliff. Cough. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face was slightly pale. He did not expect Dao Xian to self-destruct at the last moment. Rumble. The valley shook and shook. After a long time, it finally calmed down. Looking at the ravaged valley, the flowers and plants had all turned to ashes. The ground was full of holes and the void was shattered. The air was filled with a dense killing energy. Fang Chen's clothes were slightly tattered as he quietly looked at the scene before him. His heart shuddered slightly. Tianqing's descendants were completely annihilated by this terrifying self-destruction. At the same time, Dao Xian had also fallen. At the center of the explosion, the ground caved in, forming a huge crater. In the crater, half of a battle saber was stuck in the ground. It swayed and stood in the wind. Fang Chen's expression was very ugly. He could not get over it for a long time. In order to destroy Tianqing's descendants, Dao Xian could not help but self-destruct. This made Fang Chen feel even more hateful about Tianqing's descendant. In the face of an external enemy, internal strife could not be allowed. He would never forget the look of determination in Dao Xian's eyes before he self-destructed. If there was a chance, who would self-destruct? Who would want to live? However, at that critical moment, if Dao Xian did not make such a choice, both of them would have died. Everything was to fight against an external enemy. After a long time, Fang Chen gently shook his head and walked to the crater. He gently touched the half of the battle saber and muttered to himself. As if it could understand his words, the half of the battle saber let out a weak cry. After that, the battle saber became completely silent. The energy inside dissipated and it became an ordinary battle saber. He gently pulled the half of the battle saber out of the ground. At this moment, Fang Chen felt that the remaining half of the saber was very heavy. It represented the spirit of a brave warrior who was not afraid of sacrifice. I will bring you to the disciples of the Divine Sword sect, and have them bring you back to the sect. A fallen leaf returning to its roots was the best choice for a martial artist. Dao Xian had already fallen, and his body had already exploded. Therefore, he could only bring back the saber that he had been carrying. Fang Chen placed the broken saber into his spatial ring and tried his best to restore his shaken state of mind. During this confrontation with Tianqing's remnant clan, Fang Chen could deeply feel that this trip to the Divine Inscriptions world would be extremely turbulent. Whoosh! Xiao Chen took a deep breath and finally walked out of Dao Xian's self-destruction. Fang Chen's gaze fell on the entrance to the pitch-black cave in the middle of the cliff. The dead could not be resurrected. The only thing the living could do was to kill more of Tianqing's descendants to avenge their dead compatriots. Fang Chen resolutely walked to the front of the cliff. With a leap, he arrived at the entrance of the dark cave. The Divine Inscription Pool. Immediately, he discovered the Divine Inscription Pool inside the cave. This Divine Inscription Pool was not too big. A rough estimate was that it was only about 10 meters in diameter. The Divine Inscription Pool was filled with densely packed fused Divine Inscriptions of Order. At the same time, the air contained a cold, murderous aura. It was very oppressive. Every fused Divine Inscription of Order represents the fall of a martial artist. Fang Chen could not help but sigh. He recalled what someone had once said to him. The path of martial arts was to step on white bones to reach the peak. Of course, he did not agree with this saying. He felt that even if one reached the peak, they would not step on white bones. But now, he really felt the same way. Sigh. With a sigh, Fang Chen walked to the front of the Divine Inscription Pool. The flowers and plants in the valley had all been destroyed. The fused Divine Inscriptions of Order in the Divine Inscription Pool were no longer emerging. They were all crowded in the narrow Divine Inscription Pool. After a rough estimation, there were about 10,000 fused Divine Inscriptions of Order in the Divine Inscription Pool. Including the ones that Fang Chen had absorbed earlier, there were about 20,000. Let's absorb these fused Divine Inscriptions of Order first. He casually set up an illusion. At the same time, he also set up a defensive heaven crossing array to seal off the dark cave and prevent it from being disturbed. He sat down cross-legged and began to absorb the fused Divine Inscriptions of Order. It was much easier for a Divine Inscription realm martial artist to absorb the fused Divine Inscriptions of Order than a Void realm martial artist. In addition, when Fang Chen was in the Void realm, he had broken the limit and absorbed 10 fused Divine Inscriptions of Order. He had already laid down a good foundation, so it was very easy for him to absorb them now. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, a fused Divine Inscription of Order was absorbed by Fang Chen. Fang Chen's mind moved, and the fused Divine Inscriptions of Order in the Summer Ring surged out crazily. Fang Chen was also absorbing them crazily. Time passed bit by bit. Fang Chen was already fully immersed in absorbing the fused Divine Inscriptions of Order. He could not extricate himself. As the number of fused Divine Inscriptions of Order increased, the power around Fang Chen's body also gradually increased. It took 3 days to absorb all the fused Divine Inscriptions of Order in the Summer Ring. At this time, Fang Chen felt that the power in his body had increased by at least 3 times. For a Divine Inscription realm martial artist, this was definitely a very big improvement. However, Fang Chen was not satisfied with the current situation. He set his gaze on the more than 10,000 fused Divine Inscriptions of Order in the Divine Inscription Pool. After absorbing all of them, my strength will at least be able to rank in the top 3 of the Wuji Sky Tablet, right? Fang Chen murmured. He also knew his own limitations. Wen Kong, the number 1 of the Wuji Sky Tablet, was extremely powerful. He did not think that he could go against Wen Kong just because he had absorbed 20,000 fused Divine Inscriptions of Order. However, He was narrowing the gap between him and Wukong step by step with his own effort. Whoosh! In the dark cave, the huge fused divine inscriptions of order emitted a vast light. Fang Chen was absorbing them one by one. Outside the valley, 2 disciples of the Divine Phoenix sect heard the commotion from before and found their way here. It seems that the commotion came from here, the female disciple in a red robe said in a low voice. The man in white beside her nodded slightly, his gaze falling on the valley in the distance. There seems to be a violent power coming from that valley. Let's go over and take a look. After the man in white finished speaking, he led the woman in red into the valley. As soon as they entered the valley, they were directly shocked. What's going on? The woman in red screamed. The man in white beside her, after a brief moment of surprise, slowly said, there should have been a great battle here. Although he did not know who the 2 sides of the battle were, the man in white knew that the battle here must have been very fierce. Senior brother Huang, look. The woman in red's fair little hand suddenly pointed to the dark cave on the cliff and cried out. Huang he suddenly raised his head and looked in the direction of the woman in red's finger, discovering a heavenly ascension array. It must be the side of the battle just now. There must be a divine rune of order in that cave. Huang he was a little excited. His figure flashed, and he came under the cliff. Immediately, he closed his eyes, and a vast soul path aura instantly spread out, condensing into a long spear in front of him, and fiercely pierced into the heavenly ascension array. Boom! Above the array, with the long spear as the center, a circle of ripples appeared, but it soon calmed down. Huh! Seeing this, Huang He's eyes flickered, and he was a little surprised. Senior brother Huang He, could there be Tianqing's descendants here? The woman in red suddenly asked. Huang He shook his head and said, the entrance of the cave is protected by a heavenly ascension array. It can't be Tianqing's descendant. This was because the people of Tianqing's descendants knew nothing about array Dao. It was not because of their lack of potential, but because the body composition of Tianqing's descendants was different from that of humans, causing them to be unable to cultivate array Dao for the rest of their lives. Then who is it? A disciple of the Divine Saber sect or the Wuji Sword sect? The woman in red was puzzled. Almost none of the 10 disciples of the Divine Phoenix sect were good at array Dao, so they could be directly ruled out. No matter who they are, our goal is to fuse the divine rune of order. Huang He chuckled, and immediately soared into the air, approaching the heavenly ascension array. Boom! Huang He exerted all his strength, frantically attacking the heavenly ascension array. Junior sister, come and help. Seeing the heavenly ascension array on the verge of breaking, Huang He shouted. The woman in red nodded gently and joined the attack. Crack! Chapter 2182. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. In a dark place in the divine emblem world. This place was filled with black mist, and the surrounding plants had been completely corroded. The origin energy in the air was also expelled by the black mist. Even the divine emblem of order no longer existed. In an open space, 8 black-robed martial artists sat. The leader had a scar on his face. He would never forget that a powerhouse from the Divine Sword sect had slashed his face 100 billion years ago, almost taking his life. Because of this, he slept for 100 billion years. Finally, not long ago, he woke up from his deep slumber and received a mission to be sent into the Divine Emblem world. Boss, our plan has been fully deployed. Old 9 is also in position, one of them said. That's right. Counting the time, those stupid humans should have already entered the Divine Emblem world. This time, there are 30 of them. We must kill them all. Ant-like humans dare to go against us, the Tianqing clan. They are really courting death. Don't be careless. If the humans notice that we, the Tianqing clan, have risen from the ashes, they will definitely mobilize all their forces to encircle and annihilate us, the leader muttered. We must not let the tragedy from a year ago repeat itself. However, just as the leader finished speaking, his expression suddenly became serious. "Boss, what's wrong?" The other Tianqing clan members seemed to have noticed that something was wrong with their leader and hurriedly asked. The leader clenched his fists tightly, and black mist erupted from his body. He was burning with anger. "Old Nine is dead." "What?" the others exclaimed. They widened their eyes in disbelief. "With Old Nine's strength, as long as he doesn't encounter those top human geniuses, he will be fine. Besides, didn't Old Nine hide? The enemy is in the open while we are in the dark. It should be easy to succeed." The leader shook his head gently and opened his palm. Old Nine's life slip had already shattered. "Old Nine." Suddenly, the second brother stood up abruptly, fuming with anger. "Old Two, stop." The leader suppressed the grief in his heart and stopped him. "Boss, are you just going to watch Old Nine get killed?" the second brother asked with scarlet eyes. "Old Nine won't die in vain, but we can't be impulsive for the time being. The humans must have discovered our existence, so we need to change our plans," Boss pondered. "But, shut up, the mission is more important," Boss scolded. The few of them sat on the ground, not saying a word, listening to their boss change the plan. In the blink of an eye, dozens of days had passed. Inside the cave, Fang Chen had already absorbed most of the fused divine sequence runes. At this moment, there were only a few divine runes of order left in the divine pattern pool. Last 30. Fang Chen took a deep breath, struck while the iron was hot, and continued to absorb. Voila! After absorbing close to 20,000 fused divine sequence runes, Fang Chen already had a deep understanding of what it meant. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen had already absorbed the last 30 divine order runes. With a thought, dense divine runes of order instantly appeared above his head. The normal God sequence runes were on one side, and the fused God sequence runes were on the other side. The two resonated with each other, pushing Fang Chen's aura to the extreme. So strong. Fang Chen stood up and stretched his body. As expected of the cultivation place that divine pattern realm martial artists yearn for the most. "It's just the beginning, and I've already absorbed 20,000 fused divine sequence runes," Fang Chen exclaimed. However, when he thought of Dao Xian's death, he felt a trace of guilt in his heart. His hatred for the Divine Blade sect had also gradually subsided. Logic told him that his enemies were only the few Divine Sword sect disciples who killed his master, Gu Yuan, and not these people this time. Although they were all disciples of the same sect, they did not participate in the killing of his master. Therefore, Fang Chen also thought it through. He no longer hated all the Divine Sword sect disciples like before. Boom! Just as Fang Chen was deep in thought, a deafening voice suddenly rang out. Immediately after, Fang Chen discovered that the ascending heaven formation was already in ruins and was about to collapse. Fang Chen waved his hand, and the ascending heaven formation collapsed. Outside, Huang He was attacking wildly when the ascending heaven formation suddenly collapsed. His face was full of excited smiles. "Ha ha ha, junior sister, did you see that? We've broken the ascending heaven formation. Let's go in and take a look." However, as soon as he turned around, he was stunned. A complicated expression appeared on his face. An illusion? Huang He could not help but curse. Who was it that set up the ascending heaven formation and even set up an illusion inside? Damn it! Huang He cursed, and immediately the aura around him fluctuated as he prepared to attack. However, the illusion suddenly disappeared. Huang He was a little surprised and looked into the cave. Suddenly, he saw a figure walking out of it. "It's you." Although Huang He did not know Fang Chen, he knew that he was a disciple of the Wuji sword sect. "Are you attacking the formation?" Fang Chen asked calmly. "Yes, the fused divine sequence runes in the divine pattern world belong to the capable," Huang He said. "But I've already absorbed the fused divine sequence runes in the divine pattern pool." Fang Chen spread his hands. Seeing this, Huang He's expression changed slightly. In the vast divine pattern world, it was not easy to find a fused divine sequence rune. Finally finding one, he did not want to give up. After thinking for a moment, Huang He raised his head and said, "It seems that a battle between us is inevitable." Huang He's meaning was obvious. If he defeated Yi Futian, then he would ask Yi Futian to hand over the fused divine sequence runes. The strong were respected, and the fist was the law. "What makes you think you can fight with me?" Fang Chen said. Although his face was expressionless and his voice was very calm, in the ears of the woman in the red robe, it was so harsh. "Humph, aren't you the 10th disciple of the Wuji sword sect? What's so great about you that you dare to challenge senior brother Huang He?" The woman in the red robe said in a delicate voice. Before entering the divine pattern world, they had already investigated the 20 disciples of the two sections. Fang Chen's ranking was only 10th, so Huang He was not afraid. "So what if I'm 10th? Fang Chen asked. "You're 10th and I'm 7th. This is the gap," Huang He said confidently. "When did the Wuji sword sect's ranking become the same as the divine phoenix sect's?" Fang Chen said. "It's useless to talk nonsense with you. Let's talk about something practical." Huang He was already ready to make a move. The woman in the red robe by the side also stared at Fang Chen arrogantly. Fang Chen shook his head and said with a sigh, "If I didn't guess wrongly, before you all entered the divine pattern world, old man Huang Tian also told you about Tianqing's remnant clan? Tianqing's remnant clan is our common enemy. What we can do is to unite and completely annihilate Tianqing's remnant clan who sneaked in from the divine pattern world together, and not kill each other," Fang Chen said calmly. "Humph, as if you're so noble. If I get enough fused divine sequence runes, my strength will be raised to the extreme. One person is enough to sweep away all of Tianqing's remnant clan who sneaked in. Besides, senior brother and the others are here. Why are you in such a hurry?" Huang He didn't seem to care about Tianqing's remnant clan at all. In his eyes there was only opportunity. "Don't dawdle. Let's fight quickly," Huang He said. "You're no match for me." Fang Chen walked towards Huang He step by step. The latter urged his strength to the extreme, ready to attack Fang Chen. Boom! The myriad sword body automatically operated, and the myriad sword domain surrounded him. The violent power quickly gathered on Fang Chen's fist. Then, he quickly blasted out a punch. When Fang Chen's fist collided with Huang He's body, Huang He was shocked to find that he couldn't block it. With a bang, Huang He's body flew out and smashed into the ground. "What makes you think you can fight me?" Fang Chen said such arrogant words again, looking down at Huang He condescendingly. "You dare to sneak up on senior brother Huang He. I'm going to kill you." The red-robed woman screamed, but Fang Chen didn't show any mercy. He also punched the red-robed woman to the ground. With a bang, the red-robed woman fell hard. "I don't want to kill anyone. Don't force me." If it were in the past, Fang Chen would have killed both of them. However, after the incident with Dao Xian, Fang Chen didn't want to kill people easily unless it was a last resort. Strolling in the air, Fang Chen's body exuded an aura that made the two tremble. Chapter 2183. Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second/Small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Huang He and the red-robed woman's faces were pale, and their hearts were filled with fear. This guy was clearly the guy who ranked 10th in the Wuji sword sect. How could he be so strong? A strange look flashed in Huang He's eyes, and he immediately thought to himself, it must be the fusion of the divine runes of order. Previously, Huang He thought that he had only obtained a few fusion divine runes of order, but now that he thought about it carefully, the number of fusion divine runes he had obtained must be many. Thinking of this, Huang He's eyes were filled with greed. However, he and his junior sister were no match for Fang Chen at the moment, so naturally, they would not take the risk. "Junior sister, let's go." Huang He stood up, glanced at the red-robed woman, then glanced at Fang Chen, and quickly left the valley. As soon as he left the valley, he immediately sent a voice transmission to the other senior brothers of the Divine Phoenix sect, informing them of the situation here. I will let you know the consequences of letting a tiger return to the mountain. He sneered. In the valley, Fang Chen strolled in the void, feeling the power of time and space, and all kinds of complicated scenes emerged in his mind. How could he not know that he had killing intent towards him, but he did not kill him to the last? I wonder how many members of Tianqing's clan are left in the Divine Rune world? Fang Chen thought to himself. After thinking for a moment, in addition to finding the fusion of the Divine Runes of Order, the top priority was to search for the remnants of Tianqing's clan. His current strength was enough to protect himself. Soon, Fang Chen left the valley. However, just a few hours after he left, there was suddenly a mighty sound of breaking through the air outside the valley. Immediately after, 8 black-robed figures appeared at the same time. No one. One of them looked around the valley and found that it was empty. The 8 of them walked into the valley at the same time, and when they saw the ravaged valley, their faces were gloomy to the extreme. Old Ninth had fallen, and not even his corpse was left behind. What a ruthless human! Old Second clenched his fists and said coldly, "We must avenge Old Ninth. Yes, Old Ninth cannot die in vain. I want them to pay with their blood." Old First's face was ferocious, and his eyes were full of cold, murderous intent. Carry out the plan. In a certain vast land of the Divine Inscriptions world, Fang Chen was currently moving swiftly. Suddenly, he heard the sound of fighting. Immediately after, he spread out his divine sense and instantly discovered the battle in the distance. Huang Xian? Fang Chen was a little surprised. He did not expect to meet Huang Xian here. Without a second thought, Fang Chen's figure flashed and he quickly rushed towards the battlefield. Back in the myriad Devil Islands, Huang Xian could be considered as his comrade in arms. After that, the two of them escaped from the myriad Devil Islands and Huang Xian was taken away by her parent. It was only a few days ago that they met again. At that moment, Huang Xian's opponent was a disciple of the Divine Blade sect. This person was wearing a red robe, and his body was emitting a demonic aura. His face was cold as he formed different seals with his hands. Terrifying energy gushed out and bombarded Huang Xian. Boom! In Huang Xian's mind, the majestic soul path aura condensed into long spears that pierced towards the Divine Blade sect disciples. Petty tricks. Seeing this, the Divine Sword sect disciple opened his palm and a battle saber appeared instantly. Crack! Almost at the same time, the battle saber in the Divine Sword sect disciple's hand shattered the long spears formed by the soul path aura. Then, the Divine Sword sect disciple stomped his foot and his figure flashed. He appeared in front of Huang Xian. The battle saber in his hand was directly pressed against Huang Xian's fair neck. Hand over the fused Divine Runes of Order, the Divine Sword sect disciple said coldly. Huang Xian's face turned pale. She had gone through a lot of trouble to obtain these fused Divine Runes of Order. She did not expect to be discovered by the Divine Sword sect disciple who chased her all the way here. Huang Xian's strength was not strong. She was ranked last among the 10 Divine Phoenix sect disciples who entered the Divine Rune world this time. Her potential was limited. Although she had the atavistic bloodline, it was not easy for her to cultivate. If it were not for the countless resources her parents gave her, she might not have been able to enter the Divine Rune world. Her parents hoped that she could absorb enough fused Divine Runes of Order in the Divine Rune world to increase her strength. However, she had just obtained them and the Divine Sword sect disciple was already eyeing her. I don't want to say it a second time. Don't force me. The Divine Sword sect disciple's hand moved slightly. The battle saber that was pressed against Huang Xian's neck made a clattering sound. Blood instantly flowed out from her neck. She felt warm blood flowing out from her neck. Huang Xian's expression changed. She closed her eyes in pain. Then, she sighed. With a thought, she took out the fused divine runes of order that she had obtained. Wouldn't it be better if you did this earlier? The divine sword sect disciple sneered. He took the fused divine runes of order from Huang Xian's hand and removed the battle saber from her neck. When Fang Chen rushed over, he happened to see Huang Xian's fused divine runes of order being snatched away. He shook his head and walked towards Huang Xian step by step. Brother Fang. After seeing Fang Chen, Huang Xian's eyes flashed with surprise. When they were in the Divine Rune City, she wanted to catch up with Fang Chen. However, she did not have the time. She did not expect to meet him in the Divine Rune world. What a coincidence! However, when she thought of the Divine Sword Sect disciple beside her, Huang Xian's expression changed. Huang Xian, long time no see, Fang Chen said with a smile. When I rushed over just now, I happened to see him snatching away your fused divine runes of order? Hearing Fang Chen's question, Huang Xian shook her head and said, Brother Fang, don't worry about me. You are no match for him. Trash from the Wuji Sword Sect dares to interfere with the matters of the Divine Sword Sect? After seeing Fang Chen, the Divine Sword Sect disciple sneered. Fang Chen patted Huang Xian's shoulder gently, indicating that she should not be afraid. Then, he turned around and looked calmly at the Divine Sword Sect disciple. He said, I don't want to kill anyone. Return the fused divine runes of order that you snatched away to Huang Xian. Fang Chen's words angered the Divine Sword Sect disciple. The latter's heart burned with anger. Brat, I think you are the one who has a death wish. Bang! Before the Divine Sword Sect disciple could finish speaking, he was sent flying by Fang Chen's punch. You, the Divine Sword Sect disciple, quickly stood up and glared at Fang Chen. He said, You Wuji Sword Sect disciples are really despicable. You like to launch sneak attacks. Bang! However, what greeted him was another heavy punch. The Divine Sword Sect disciple's body was sent flying again. He felt as if all the bones in his body were about to fall apart. It was extremely painful. He struggled to get up from the ground and stared at Fang Chen with his eyes wide open. He spun the battle saber in his hand and a violent saber chi instantly spread out. Bang! Another punch. Although the Divine Sword Sect disciple was ready, he could not catch the speed of Fang Chen's punch at all. After being sent flying for the third time, the Divine Sword Sect disciple howled at the sky. His heart was filled with hatred and he wanted to tear Fang Chen into pieces. Bang! Following that, Fang Chen threw a few punches in succession. Every punch landed squarely on the Divine Sword Sect disciple's flesh and sent him flying into a huge pit. Miserable cries could be heard endlessly. After a while, Fang Chen retracted his fist and retracted his aura. He looked calmly at the Divine Sword Sect disciple. At this moment, the latter was covered in blood and was in a sorry state. You are the devil. The Divine Sword Sect disciple was filled with fear towards Fang Chen. Fang Chen had only used his physical strength, and he was already in such a state. What if he used the Wuji Sword Sect's terrifying swordsmanship? Thinking of this, the Divine Sword Sect disciple immediately extinguished the thought in his heart. Swoosh! He hurriedly returned the fused Divine Order sigil to Huang Xian. He stared at Fang Chen cautiously, afraid that the latter would attack. Leave, I don't want to kill you. Fang Chen shook his head gently and turned around, ignoring the Divine Sword Sect disciple. The sudden turn of events caused Huang Xian's pretty face to be filled with shock. Her delicate body trembled slightly as she looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. If not for the bloodstains on the Divine Sword Sect disciple's body, she would not have believed what had just happened. His strength waves of shock surged in Huang Xian's heart. Fang Chen's strength had exceeded her imagination, and she was extremely shocked. The Divine Sword Sect disciple scrambled and disappeared from the wasteland, leaving only Fang Chen and Huang Xian. Looking at the shocked Huang Xian, Fang Chen said, Absorb the fused divine order sigil. Brother Fang, you're too strong, aren't you? Huang Xian stuttered. Chapter 2184. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by little? I will provide you with wonderful novels to read. After the shock, Huang Xian's beautiful eyes flashed as she stared at Fang Chen. A love go little say ku, no wonder you rejected my parents' invitation. Even now, he still felt like he was dreaming. Fang Chen had really relied on his own efforts to reach this step. In fact, when she thought about it carefully, she realized that he had great potential when they were in the Demon's Island. However, at that time, if someone had told her that it wouldn't take long for Fang Chen to become one of the best in the Divine Inscriptions realm, she definitely wouldn't have believed it. Things in the world were so wonderful. It was fate that they could meet in the Divine Inscription realm. Huang Xian's beautiful eyes flashed as she looked at Fang Chen seriously. You are really amazing. Huang Xian knew better than anyone how much effort it took to reach Fang Chen's level. She had parents in the Divine Phoenix sect, so she could take care of them. Fang Chen had not only entered the Divine Inscription realm alone, but his strength was also so strong. Fang Chen grinned when he heard this. Hurry up and absorb it, Fang Chen urged. Huang Xian nodded, then sat on the ground and began to absorb the divine runes of order. With a strong warrior like Fang Chen guarding her, she did not need to worry at all. After half an hour, Huang Xian successfully absorbed the divine runes of order, and the aura around her improved a lot. Congratulations, Fang Chen said. Huang Xian shook her head and said, No matter how hard I try, I can't catch up with you. Your Divine Phoenix sect is famous for its soul Tao. You can try to put more effort into it, Fang Chen said softly. Huang Xian nodded. It seems that you have gained a lot in the Divine Inscription realm. It is not small, but the process was very shocking. A love go little say I met Tian Qing's descendants and almost died, Fang Chen said. What? Tian Qing's descendants? Huang Xian was a little surprised when she heard this. Although old man Huang Tian had warned them that they must be careful of Tian Qing's remnant race. However, despite having been in here for such a long time, he hadn't encountered anything like that, so he had long forgotten about it. What's going on? Huang Xian asked curiously. Fang Chen didn't seem to be willing to explain in detail, and directly changed the topic. Do you know anything about the world of divine inscriptions? I don't know much about it. However, if you are looking for the divine runes of order, I can bring you to a place, Huang Xian said. Where? On a mountain peak, Huang Xian said. The divine runes of order I obtained came from that mountain peak. Back then, I encountered many fused divine runes of order, but in the end, I only obtained these few runes. One of them escaped. At first, I didn't pay much attention to it. However, when I tried to track down that fused divine pattern of order, I discovered a shocking scene. What did you find? Fang Chen asked hurriedly. That fused divine order rune is different from the one I obtained. Moreover, the aura emanating from it actually made me feel a little uncomfortable, Huang Xian said. Most importantly, it can travel through the void. Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart trembled. A crazy idea appeared in his mind. Could it be that the fused divine order rune that Huang Xian saw was the legendary innate divine order rune? Thinking of this, Fang Chen's heart became excited. Bring me to have a look. Huang Xian didn't think too much about it and brought Fang Chen to the mountain peak. In a secluded forest. It was originally very quiet. Although there were many demonic beasts inside, they didn't make any movements. However, this silence only lasted for 15 minutes. Suddenly, a violent force came from the depths of the forest and swept through the entire forest. In the next moment, all the demonic beasts in the forest went berserk. They looked up to the sky and howled as if they were shouting something. In the depths of the forest, the vast fused divine order runes were being absorbed by small knife god. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, he had completely absorbed the fused divine order runes. The power around his body was incomparably violent and terrifying. There was a tomb beside him. The fused Divine Order runes that he had obtained were all from the tomb. Small Knife God had just finished absorbing the fused Divine Order runes and was about to leave when he suddenly exclaimed softly. Immediately after, there was a sudden flash of light in the tomb that he had hollowed out. Fused Divine Order runes? Small Knife God was immediately sure that the light must be the fused Divine Order runes. Come. Small Knife God opened his hand, and a terrifying aura enveloped the entire tomb. He wanted to take the fused Divine Order runes. However, to his surprise, the fused Divine Order runes escaped through the void. Through the void? Could it be? Thinking of this, Small Knife God's eyes were filled with ecstasy. It must be the Divine Order runes. A look of determination appeared on Small Knife God's face. He immediately leaped into the tomb and chased after the Divine Order runes. At the same time, when Kong encountered the same situation, he suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and chased after the Divine Order runes. There were no plants on the desolate mountain peak. It was covered in mud. Fang Chun and Huang Xian stood on the peak of the mountain. Huang Xian pointed at the ground in front of her and said, "Back then, I found the fused Divine Order runes here." Fang Chen walked to where Huang Xian was pointing. He could vaguely see traces of the soil being overturned. He squatted down and placed his palm on the soil. Immediately, a scorching aura entered his palm. He closed his eyes and carefully sensed the remaining aura in the soil. The aura left behind by the fused Divine Order runes, Fang Chen said to himself. Just as he was thinking, a ray of light suddenly broke through the ground and shot into the sky, disappearing before Fang Chen's eyes. "That's it!" Fang Chen shouted and leaped. He activated the space-time collapse technique to the maximum and chased after it. "Wait for me here." Fang Chen transmitted his voice to Huang Xian. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the void, Fang Chen's figure turned into a series of afterimages, constantly shuttling through the void. Wherever his body passed, the void would collapse, and violent power would ring out. In front of him, although it was empty, he could feel that the Divine Order rune had been hiding. "Trying to escape from my grasp?" Fang Chen sneered, his eyes filled with excitement. If this Divine Order rune was really an innate Divine Order rune, then it would be amazing. In terms of escape techniques, spacetime cultivators were the best. In terms of tracking techniques, spacetime cultivators were still the best. In this aspect, Fang Chen had almost reached the pinnacle of the Divine Pattern realm. If caught by him, even a Unity realm cultivator might not be able to escape unscathed. Although the Divine Order rune was fast, Fang Chen's spacetime collapse technique was not to be trifled with. After tracking for about an hour, Fang Chen finally saw the tail of the Divine Order rune. It was still flying at high speed. "Keep." With a thought, the 10,000 swords domain instantly opened. The spacetime cultivation system was activated to the extreme, and his speed skyrocketed by 10 times. With a dash, he arrived in front of the Divine Order rune. Then, without any hesitation, he reached out his hand and caught the Divine Order rune that was trying to escape. Phew! Seeing this, Fang Chen heaved a sigh of relief, his forehead full of sweat. He could not bear to increase his speed by 10 times all of a sudden. Fortunately, he had already caught the Divine Order rune in his palm. After landing on the ground, Fang Chen could not wait to open his palm. The double restraint of the Heaven Ascension array and the illusion prevented the Divine Order rune from escaping. A normal-sized Divine Order rune lay quietly in his palm, constantly struggling. Fused Divine Order rune? After a brief inspection, Fang Chen was a little disappointed. He thought it was an innate Divine Order rune, but looking at its characteristics, it was a fused Divine Order rune. But how can fused Divine Order runes travel through the void? Fang Chen could not understand this point. His divine consciousness gradually penetrated the fused divine order rune and seemed to find something wrong. There is no power inside this fused divine order rune. How is it maintained? Fang Chen exclaimed. However, at this moment, he discovered a shocking scene. Inside the fused divine order rune, there was a strand of black hair lying quietly. Fang Chen's divine consciousness could not get close to this strand of black hair. This aura. Chapter 2185. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. It was unimaginable. The interior of the divine order rune was empty without any power. There was only a strand of green hair lying there quietly. When Fang Chen's consciousness approached the green hair, it instantly triggered a violent power. With a boom, his consciousness was directly squeezed out of the divine order rune by the violent power. His body trembled slightly, and his heart was filled with stormy waves. Ha ha! Then, a wild smile appeared on his face. Before entering the world of divine runes, Fang Chen had looked for the Sword Master and asked for some ancient books about the divine order rune. The Sword Master had given him a few ancient books. The records were very detailed, and they were all introductions to the 3 types of divine order runes. Ordinary divine order runes had the most introductions, followed by divine order runes that were fused, and finally natural order runes. Although no one in the Wuji Sword sect had ever seen natural order runes, according to the information left behind by the predecessors, there were still some records in the ancient book. Among them, there was a description of the aura of natural order runes. Fang Chen's eyes widened, and his consciousness once again entered the interior of the divine order rune. He carefully stared at the green hair. The aura released by the latter had already dissipated. The more he looked, the more shocked he was. He could not believe it. Natural order runes? Fang Chen muttered to himself. The aura released by the green hair was exactly the same as recorded in the ancient book. But why is this small? According to the records in the ancient books, natural order runes were thicker than fused divine order runes. The power contained within them could topple mountains and overturn seas. Fang Chen tried to get closer to the green hair, although the latter was repelling him. However, after countless efforts, Fang Chen's consciousness was finally able to get close to the green hair. Buzz! Fang Chen dodged the power released by the green hair. However, there was still a trace of power that was absorbed into his mind. He studied it carefully, and at the same time, he tried to fuse this trace of power. What a strange power! After a while, Fang Chen had already preliminarily determined that this green hair should not be a natural order rune. However, it had a lot to do with natural order runes. Let's subdue it first, then try to find the innate divine patterns of order on its body. Fang Chen said excitedly. Since the azure strands existed, then in this world of divine inscriptions, there might really be innate divine inscriptions of order. Thinking of this, Fang Chen's heart trembled. That was an innate divine imprint of order. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that if he could absorb it, he would be able to obtain the title of the strongest inscriptionist in the divine imprint realm. Fang Chen tried his best to calm the excitement in his heart and began to rack his brains to recover the black hair. The black strands clearly carried a trace of the natural order sigil's aura, so they also possessed some of the natural order sigil's technique. However, in the end, he was only carrying it. He wasn't the real deal. Therefore, this gave Fang Chen a great opportunity. Hoo! Dense divine runes of order appeared above Fang Chen's head. Immediately after, a vast amount of energy exploded from them, enveloping the divine rune of order in their hands. Then, they began to absorb it. Fang Chen's idea was very simple. After absorbing the divine rune of order, the azure strands would naturally be under his control. The azure strands seemed to have discovered Fang Chen's idea and struggled desperately. Boom! Fang Chen forcibly controlled a large number of divine runes of order, implicating the divine rune of order. At the same time, the energy hidden in his body also erupted instantly. After feeling this energy, Fang Chen was ecstatic. He still remembered when he broke the record of the chaotic void and absorbed the 10th divine rune of order. At that time, he felt that there was a terrifying power hidden in his body, but he was powerless to activate it. He couldn't even capture it. Now, under the stimulation of the azure strands, it finally erupted. Boom, boom, boom. Breaking the limit of the void realm in the chaotic void for countless years, its energy must be very terrifying. Moreover, this energy contained a trace of incomparably mysterious aura. Buzz. When this energy enveloped the divine rune of order, an unexpected scene appeared. After the azure strands came into contact with this energy, they actually calmed down, as if actively welcoming Fang Chen's absorption. Soon, Fang Chen absorbed the divine rune of order. At the same time, the divine rune of order shattered, and the azure strands appeared in his mind. The azure strands flickered with light, circling above the 5 golden figures. Buzz. Specks of light were instantly released from the azure strands, sinking into the depths of Fang Chen's mind. Suddenly, a deafening sound was heard. Fang Chen felt a splitting headache, as if his head was about to explode. It hurts. Fang Chen endured the pain, his body trembling, and sat directly on the ground. He hugged his head with both hands, resisting the pain in his head with difficulty. After about a quarter of an hour, the pain gradually disappeared. Fang Chen felt that there seemed to be some additional information in his mind. He glanced at this information and was instantly stunned. Is there really an innate divine rune of order in the divine rune world? At the same time, Fang Chen's heart was filled with ecstasy. After the azure strands acknowledged him, they passed on some information to him. Although this information was not complete, it guided Fang Chen on a path. At the same time, Fang Chen was even more certain that the innate divine rune of order really existed. On a desolate mountain peak, Huang Xian looked into the distance, waiting for Fang Chen's return. Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard, and Fang Chen instantly appeared. How is it? Huang Xian hurriedly asked. Follow me. Fang Chen's expression was hurried. He grabbed Huang Xian's arm, used the space-time collapse skill, and left this place. In the void, Fang Chen was rapidly shuttling through the void. An incomplete map appeared in his mind. According to the information that the azure strands passed on to me, the innate divine rune of order is very likely to be in the divine rune abyss, Fang Chen said to himself. According to his speculation, this place was a certain distance away from the divine rune abyss. With his space-time collapse skill, it would take at least 5 days to arrive. While Fang Chen was heading to the divine rune abyss, Small Knife God, Wen Kong, and the others had also received the azure strands acknowledgement and learned about the innate divine rune of order. The two of them were ecstatic and quickly headed to the divine rune abyss. On a certain plain, 8 members of the Tianqing clan suddenly appeared, their faces filled with a bloody aura. Kill. Just as they appeared, 2 figures appeared in the distance. If Huang Xian was here, she would definitely discover that these 2 disciples were from the Divine Phoenix sect. Pucci. The Divine Phoenix sect disciples were surrounded by the Tianqing clan and could not resist at all. In the blink of an eye, they fell into a pool of blood. After killing the Divine Phoenix sect disciples, a sinister smile appeared on the faces of the Tianqing clan members. Boss, this is already the 15th human that we have killed, the second brother said with a smile. A total of 30 people, leave no one alive, the boss said coldly. During this period of time, the 8 elites of the Tianqing clan had been searching for the disciples of the 3 major sects. As long as they saw them, they killed them without mercy. A total of 30 people had already died. Including Dao Xin, who had self-destructed, there were only 14 people left in the Divine Rune world. Although the Divine Rune world was cruel, it had never been like this. In the end, it was because the Tianqing clan members had sneaked in. Boss, look. Just as the Tianqing clan members were about to leave, the third brother suddenly exclaimed. Immediately, the boss and the others instantly looked to the left. A ray of light flickered past. It seems to be the innate divine rune of order, the boss said in a low voice. Let's go. We'll chase after them and capture them. Then, we'll use them to lure out the human martial practitioners. Whoosh. As soon as the boss finished speaking, the 8 figures of the Tianqing clan members flashed and disappeared into the void. Divine Rune City. According to the plan, most of the disciples of the 3 major sects should be dead or injured, right? A black-robed warrior said in a low voice. Yes, wait for another month, then we can take action. The 2 black-robed warriors were hidden very well, whispering in a low voice. Rumble. All of a sudden, 3 powerful auras loomed over the place. Not good. The 2 Tianqing clan members' faces changed drastically as they exclaimed. They looked up and saw 3 figures in the sky. Dao Wudi, Old Man Huangtian, and Swordmaster smiled as they looked at the 2 Tianqing clan members below. Chapter 2186. Genius remembers love in 1 second/small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. For 2 ordinary Tianqing remnant races to want to resist 3 great powerhouses, it was simply impossible. Seeing that the 2 fellows were about to escape, the sword master directly slashed out with his sword, instantly splitting one of them into 2. At the same time, a saber light flashed, and the body of the other Tianqing descendant exploded. In the blink of an eye, the 2 Tianqing descendants were completely dead. Seeing this scene, Old Man Huangtian was also somewhat helpless. You 2 fellows are always like this, Old Man Huangtian said. It's not like you don't know the methods of the Tianqing descendants. Even if we capture them alive, we won't be able to get anything out of them, the sword master said. Dao Wudi nodded. In that case, we might as well just kill them. However, after we make a move this time, the Tianqing descendants will definitely notice. It will be somewhat difficult to cast a net to catch fish in the future. Old Man Huangtian nodded. The methods of the Tianqing descendants were indeed strange. The reason why they were able to discover these 2 people was that they spent a lot of effort. The 2 of them should be reinforcements in the Divine Rune City, waiting for the Tianqing descendants to appear in the Divine Rune world. The Sword Master pondered. I wonder what's the situation in the Divine Rune world now. Hearing the Sword Master's words, Dao Wudi was also a little worried. Their Divine Blade sect and Limitless Sword sect had been competing for the title of the King of Soldiers for a very long time. Although the upper echelons did not express their views on this, the competition between the disciples was even more intense. Every time the Divine Rune world opened, the disciples of the 2 sects would fight fiercely, and there would be casualties on both sides. This was also what Dao Wudi was worried about. If the Tianqing descendants used this point to let the disciples of the 2 sects kill each other, then when the time came, they would reap the benefit. That would be terrible. It was definitely impossible for the disciples of the Divine Phoenix sect to resist the methods of the Tianqing descendants. Just treat it as a training for them. If they can survive, it can be considered worth nurturing, the Sword Master pondered. Divine Rune World. Fang Chen spent about 5 days and finally arrived in front of the Divine Rune Abyss. In front of him was a bottomless abyss with smoke lingering around it. Within the abyss, a terrifying aura was emitted. Fang Chen stopped in front of the abyss and looked down cautiously. Is this the Divine Rune Abyss? Fang Chen muttered to himself. Whoosh! At that instant, a saber glow tore through the sky and shot toward them. The terrifying power engulfed the entire earth and affected Fang Chen's body. Fortunately, the myriad sword body automatically operated, so he was not injured by this terrifying saber light. Voila! After the saber light circled the divine glyph abyss a few times, it suddenly dissipated, and Small Blade God walked out. Dagger God. Fang Chen's pupils shrank as he cried out involuntarily. He was very confused. How did Dagger God find this place? Was it a coincidence, or did he also obtain black hair? Why are you here? Small Knife God frowned. This place seemed to have natural divine patterns of order, and no one was allowed to touch it. Scram! Small Knife God scolded without any trace of politeness. He waved his hand and a violent energy formed a powerful waterfall that shot towards Fang Chen. Whoosh! After shuttling through the void, Fang Chen easily dodged Small Knife God's attack. Eh! Small Knife God exclaimed softly and looked at Fang Chen in surprise. You're good at escaping, but I'd like to see how long you can escape. Small Knife God said coldly. Love go little say, Netku senior brother. At that moment, a few martial artists rushed over from afar. Senior brother, we rushed over as soon as we received your message. The leading disciple was Dao Longquang, who ranked second in the Divine Sword sect. Small Knife God nodded slightly, and his gaze once again fell on Fang Chen. Why aren't you scramming? Small Knife God's voice rang out. Fang Chen frowned. While he was deep in thought, a thunderous voice came from the sky. Small Knife God, why are you bullying my junior brother? As soon as he finished speaking, Wen Kong appeared with a few disciples from the Wuji Sword sect. Wen Kong. After seeing Wen Kong and the disciples from the Wuji Sword sect, Small Knife God's eyes were filled with coldness. We're all here for the divine pattern abyss. Why do you have to be like this? Wen Kong spread out his hands and said, I'm sure you've also gotten the green strands, right? Without our green strands, you wouldn't have been able to get the natural order divine pattern. Wen Kong made it clear all of a sudden. Small Knife God's expression kept changing as he pondered. Senior brother Wen Kong, you've also gotten the green strands? Fang Chen asked. Wen Kong nodded. He was quite surprised that Fang Chen had gotten the green strands. Yes, there should be more than one strand of green strands. I'm sure the disciples of the Divine Phoenix sect have also gotten them. Wen Kong said, I have a hunch that our every move is being calculated by others. Fang Chen looked at Wen Kong curiously. The latter said slowly, I originally thought that I was the first to get the green strands. But when I came here and saw you guys, I realized that there was more than one strand of green strands. But why did we get so many green strands together and appear here together? Senior brother Wen Kong, what do you mean? Someone is manipulating the green strands to gather us here and kill each other? Fang Chen took a deep breath, his heart trembling. If that was really the case, then how strong was the person behind this? But there's the aura of the natural order divine pattern in the green strands? Could this be fake? Fang Chen asked. Wen Kong shook his head and said, I'm not sure about the details. Let's play it by ear. Sure enough, it was as Wen Kong had guessed. A moment later, the disciples of the Divine Phoenix sect also arrived. Huang Xian, the leader of the Divine Phoenix sect's disciples, was called Huang Exin. When she saw Huang Xian, she called out in surprise. Senior sister Huang Xian. Huang Xian told Huang Xian about her encounter with the disciples of the Divine Sword sect. When Huang Xian heard this, her pretty face was covered with frost. Obviously, she was dissatisfied with the Divine Sword sect. However, Huang Xian was fine, so she didn't want to be calculative. What? Junior brother Mo and the others were killed by you? Dao Longquang's face was gloomy, and his violent saber chi directly pressed on Fang Chen as he asked coldly. I didn't kill them, Fang Chen said calmly. You're lying. Junior brother Mo and the others are dead. How do you explain that? Dao Longquang said unrelentingly. Fang Chen shook his head and said, Haven't you suspected Tianqing's descendants? What a joke. You don't dare to admit what you've done, but you're pushing the blame to Tianqing's descendants? Dao Longquang sneered. It's still unknown whether Tianqing's descendants are in the divine rune world. Do you think we'll believe whatever you say? Hearing Dao Longquang's words, Fang Chen sighed in his heart. However, when he thought of Tao Xian's death, he held back. In the face of a great enemy, internal strife could not be allowed. He resisted the impulse in his heart and tried to calm himself down. He said slowly, "I've seen Tianqing's descendants. When I first entered the divine rune world, I found a valley with many fused divine order divine runes. Coincidentally, Tao Xian also found this place. He clashed with me and I defeated him." At this point, Fang Chen paused. At the critical moment, Tianqing's descendants appeared and wanted to kill us both. Tao Xian self-destructed and destroyed Tianqing's descendants, saving me. What did you say? Tao Xian self-destructed? Dao Longquang's eyes widened. I don't believe it. With your strength, you want to defeat Tao Xian? Boom! Without any warning, Fang Chen punched out. The violent fist aura shot toward Small Knife God. The latter's expression was calm. Seeing that the fist aura was about to touch him, he waved his hand lightly and dispersed the fist aura. He's indeed much stronger than Tao Xian, Small Knife God said. Is what you said true? Every word is true. Fang Chen said, Tao Xian's death touched me. I still remember the words he said before he died. What words? Small Knife God asked. In the face of a great enemy, internal strife could not be allowed. Fang Chen said, So, when I saved Huang Xian, I only defeated the disciple of your divine sword sect. I did not take his life. The atmosphere in the air was very solemn. Small Knife God's pitch-black eyes stared at Fang Chen. It was as if he wanted to see through Fang Chen's thoughts. The saber aura around him circulated violently, giving off an extremely shocking feeling. I believe you. Finally, Small Knife God spoke. Senior brother, Dao Longquang called out anxiously. Chapter 2187. Genius 1 second. Remember love go/little? I'm here to provide you with wonderful novels to read. Small Knife God stopped Dao Longquang, and the atmosphere in front of the divine pattern abyss was very solemn. There were only 14 disciples in total from the three major sects, and they all looked at each other. At first, they were still wondering if their fellow sect members had been killed by the other two sects. However, after listening to Fang Chen's words, they pointed the finger at Tianqing's remnant clan. No matter what, Tianqing's remnant clan was their mortal enemy, and they had to be killed once they were discovered. Tianqing's remnant clan has indeed infiltrated the divine pattern world. Their plan is to kill us all and destroy the innate order divine pattern, right? Huang Xian suddenly said. Among the three major sects, the Divine Phoenix sect had a good relationship with the other two sects. Therefore, our top priority is to enter the divine pattern abyss and obtain the innate order divine pattern. After saying this, Huang Xian glanced at Wen Kong and Small Knife God, and then said, Therefore, no matter what grudges you have, wait until you obtain the innate order divine pattern. The innate order divine pattern was very likely to change a warrior's life, and they could not be careless. Moreover, in front of the innate order divine pattern, hatred was nothing. Small Knife God nodded slightly, and then he leaped, and his body disappeared into the clouds. Boom! Immediately after, there was a deafening sound, and Small Knife God's body instantly shuttled back from the clouds. His face was a little gloomy, and above his head black hair floated, emitting a terrifying light. There is a restriction in the divine pattern abyss, and we need to gather all the black hair to open it, Small Knife God said in a low voice, and his gaze fell on Fang Chen and the others. Among the people present, only Fang Chen, Huang Xian, and Wen Kong had obtained the black hair, and together with his, there were a total of 4 strands of black hair. Okay, we will open it together. As for who can obtain the innate order divine pattern, it will depend on luck. Wen Kong immediately nodded in agreement. He had no choice but to agree. He also wanted to enter the divine pattern abyss to find the innate order divine pattern. After a short while, the 4 of them reached a consensus, and together, they broke into the clouds. Release the black strands. Beneath the clouds, there was a layer of transparent restriction. In the eyes of Fang Chen, this restriction was extremely valiant. If one wanted to break it with brute force, one would need to be at least at the peak of the Unity Realm. Even with his level of attainment in formations, he still couldn't understand the trajectory of the restrictions. The four of them stood on the transparent restriction. Following Dagger God's roar, green threads appeared above their heads at the same time. The four strands of hair resonated with each other. 1. Under the control of the four people, their fine black hair gradually landed on the restriction. Voila! At this moment, a petal-like groove appeared on the restriction. 4 strands of black hair drilled into the groove in an instant. However, when the four of them looked at the groove, they were stunned. What happened? There were a total of 5 holes in the groove, and the 4 strands of black hair only occupied 4 of the holes. The 4 strands of hair in the groove released a wild aura, but they were unable to make the groove operate. Dong! After a moment, a trembling sound could be heard. The groove trembled, and the 4 strands of black hair staggered out of the groove, returning to the side of the 4 people. The 4 of them looked at each other, and their eyes were filled with helplessness. There is still 1 strand of black hair left. When Kong said solemnly, only when the 5 strands of black hair gather can the restriction be opened. After saying that, when Kong's figure flashed, and he left the restriction, shuttling out of the clouds. At the same time, the other 3 also shuttled out. The last strand of black hair must be in the Divine Mark world. We must find it. The 4 of them had their own thoughts, and they were anxious to find the last strand of black hair. However, just as they were about to go their separate ways, a crisis befell them. Hee, a sinister laugh suddenly reverberated in the sky above the entire Divine Mark abyss. Fang Chen looked around and frowned slightly. Be careful, the Tianqing clan is here. Fang Chen had fought with the Tianqing clan before, so he was very clear about their movements. Hearing this hoarse laughter, he knew that the Tianqing clan was here. Sure enough, as soon as Fang Chen's voice fell, in the distant sky, 8 black-robed figures walked side by side, carrying a bloody aura, and strolled over. In the blink of an eye, the 8 people of the Tianqing clan arrived in front of the Divine Mark abyss. The leader's dark eyes swept across the crowd, licked his dry lips, and immediately said gloomily, "Very good, you humans are all here. Let's get rid of them together and save time." Tianqing clan? When Kong and the others saw the Tianqing clan for the first time, their hearts were set off stormy waves, and they were very shocked. What a terrifying aura! Even Small Knife God, who had always thought that he was invincible in the Divine Mark realm, had a drastic change in expression. His saber chi was actually unable to resist the terrifying pressure emitted from the Tianqing clan. How strong are they? Small Knife God muttered to himself. The appearance of the Tianqing clan made the disciples of the 3 major sect, who were originally at odds with each other, unite instantly. What should we do? When Kong asked in a low voice. If they can find this place, it means that they must have the last strand of black hair. If we can get the black hair from them, we can open the seal and hide in the Divine Mark abyss, Fang Chen said. The aura of the 8 of them is very strong. I dare not say that I can win against them in a one-on-one battle. It's a bit troublesome, Huang Xian said. Let me deal with the leader of the Tianqing clan, Small Knife God said in a deep voice. Leader, why talk nonsense with them? Just kill them all. As soon as the leader's voice fell, he took the lead. Rumble! A violent force swept over, and the disciples of the 3 major sect instantly fell into a war. Kill! From time to time, there would be disciples shouting, falling into madness, fiercely fighting against the Tianqing clan. Die! The leader saw a human disciple nearby, and his fist suddenly blasted out, wanting to kill the human disciple. Your opponent is me. Whoosh! A cold saber light flashed, blocking his attack, followed by a voice. The leader was slightly stunned, and immediately looked at Small Knife God. You! The leader's face was full of ridicule, and he said disdainfully. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A violent force emerged around the leader's body. He stretched out his hand and the world changed color. A terrifying pressure surrounded Small Knife God, and the two instantly engaged in a fierce battle. In just a short moment, the sky above the divine mark abyss was a mess. The battle was very fierce. At first, the human martial artists were able to resist, but after a long time, their strength was exhausted, and the Tianqing clan took the opportunity to kill them. Set up the formation, Fang Chen murmured. The strongest Heaven Pass formation instantly shrouded the 8 Tianqing clan. Immediately after, a violent illusory realm swept over. The double bind could not stop the strong attack of the Tianqing clan. The human race is just an ant. The leader forced Small Knife God back with a punch and said disdainfully, "We can't continue like this." While fighting with a Tianqing clan member, Fang Chen said anxiously. In such a short time, several disciples of the three major sect had died. Huang Xian. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly found that Huang Xian was in danger. He used the traceless sword principle and slashed the body of a Tianqing clan member near Huang Xian, causing his body to pause for a moment. Immediately, Fang Chen grabbed Huang Xian's arm and used the space-time collapse technique to quickly escape from the dangerous place. "Just wait here." Fang Chen brought Huang Xian to the restriction under the clouds, and soon returned to the battlefield. Kill! The Tianqing clan members started a massacre, and the disciples of the three major sect fell in a pool of blood from time to time. After only an hour, the disciples of the three major sect were defeated. Only Fang Chen, Huang Xian, Wen Kong, and Small Knife God were hanging on. If we persist, we will definitely die. Fang Chen's heart was filled with impatience. Suddenly, he thought of a crazy and daring idea. The black strands are attracted to each other. He hurriedly sent a voice transmission to the other three and said, "The four of us will release the black strands together and attract the black strands obtained by the Tianqing clan members. Then, we will open the restriction and enter with lightning speed." "Will it work?" Wen Kong asked. "This is our last chance," Fang Chen said. The 8 Tianqing clan members had gathered together and forced Fang Chen and the other three into a corner. Chapter 2188. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? I will provide you with wonderful novels to read. Kill all 30 humans and destroy the innate divine runes of order. Then, the mission will be completed. A love go little say, W now, there were only a few brats left, and they couldn't resist their attacks at all. The leader of the Tianqing remnant clan celebrated in advance. It's a pity that old Ninth is dead. There are flaws in the mission, and it's not perfect, the leader said in a deep voice after laughing wildly. You have to take full responsibility for old Ninth's death. Not only you, but all 3 sect members will be buried with old Ninth. The more the leader of the Tianqing remnant clan spoke, the crazier he became. In the end, his eyes turned scarlet as if he was about to go mad. Do it. After Fang Chen secretly transmitted his voice to the 3 of them, he shouted in a low voice. Suddenly, 4 strands of black hair hovered above their head. Under the control of the 4 people, the 4 strands of black hair blended together in a second. Then, the 4 strands of black hair burst out with an incredible attractive force, instantly shrouding the 8 people of the Tianqing remnant clan. Damn it! Seeing this, the leader cursed and wanted to resist. But he was shocked to find that the strand of black hair hidden in his mind had broken out of his body. No! Boss roared in rage and punched out with all his might. The 5 strands of black hair fused together, forming a powerful defense, blocking the leader's attack. Go! Fang Chen and the other 3 controlled the black hair and quickly came to the restriction under the clouds. Voila! A groove appeared on the restriction, and the 5 strands of black hair were directly merged into it. Rumble! The entire divine rune abyss trembled, and an extremely violent power rushed toward them. Fang Chun and the others were caught off guard and directly knelt on the restriction. This power, Fang Chun was shocked. This power had surpassed the Unity Realm, right? The sudden power also greatly reduced the speed of the 8 people of the Tianqing remnant clan. When they came to the restriction, they happened to see a ray of light enveloping Fang Chun and the others, and they quickly disappeared into the divine rune abyss. You can't escape. The boss was furious. Originally, he could have easily killed them. Who would have thought that such an unforeseen event would occur? Go in. 8 members of the Sky Pillar race stood on the restriction. Light shot out from the grooves and enveloped them, sucking them into the abyss of divine runes. Within the abyss of divine inscriptions, everything was pitch black, as though it was a boundless world of darkness. Fang Chun and the other 3 fell rapidly from midair. We're in? When Kong looked around and asked in a low voice. We have indeed entered the abyss. However, the most important thing right now is to think of a solution. If we were to really fall to the bottom of the abyss, it is very likely that we would be smashed to pieces, Huang Xian said. Little Saber God did not say a word. He scanned the surroundings, trying to find a solution. Among the 4, Fang Chen's descent was the slowest. At the same time, wherever his body passed, the void collapsed. He was using space-time collapse to greatly reduce the speed of his descent. At the same time, he was able to control his own body. Look! After falling for an unknown amount of time, Fang Chen's voice drew the gazes of the 4 people. On the side of the cliff of the abyss there is a vine. When we slide over, grab the vine and enter the cave, Fang Chen said. But, no buts. I'll take the lead. You guys listen to my commands. As he spoke, Fang Chen's figure had already fallen in front of the vine. On the cliff, there was a small section of the vine. In such a state of rapid descent, it was very difficult to grab the vine. Moreover, even if they grabbed it, they might break the vine and fall into a dangerous situation. However, Fang Chen broke the rules. Just as he was about to brush past the vine, his right foot suddenly stepped on his left foot, and his body nimbly came in front of the vine. The speed of their descent was greatly reduced. He grabbed the vine and immediately released dense divine runes of order in an instant, wrapping the vine to prevent it from being broken. With the vine in his hand, Fang Chen kicked the sole of his foot and came to Huang Xian's side. He grabbed Huang Xian's slender waist and threw her to the entrance of the cave near the vine. Then, Fang Chen tiptoed and stood on the protruding rock of the cliff. With a thought, a rope appeared in his palm and he threw it down. Catch! The speed of the rope was very fast. In a flash, it caught up with the falling speed of Dagger God and the other 2. When the rope came in front of them, the 3 of them were overjoyed and grabbed it. Buzz! Suddenly, a terrifying force came from the rope. Fang Chen's body was almost pulled down. Fortunately, the 3rd-level myriad sword body played a powerful role and fixed Fang Chen's body on the protruding rock. After the 3 of them grabbed the rope and controlled their bodies, the force on the rope was greatly reduced. Come up! Fang Chen came to the entrance of the cave and immediately used all his strength to pull the 3 of them to the entrance. Let's go in first. Huang Xian was about to thank him, but Fang Chen beat her to it. The 5 of them quickly entered the cave. Fang Chen waved his hand and a powerful illusion sealed the entrance of the cave. From the outside, it was impossible to see the entrance of the cave. In just a moment, the voices of 8 Tianqing's descendants came from outside. Phew! When Kong and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Hearing the voices, the 8 of them should have fallen to the bottom of the abyss. I really hope they fell to their death. Thinking of the tragic death of her fellow disciples, Huang Xian's heart ached. The Tianqing's descendants have strange means. Even if they fall, nothing will happen. We must find the innate order divine rune before they do. Otherwise, once the innate order divine rune is destroyed, we will die, Fang Chen said in a deep voice. Among the 5 of them, Huang Xian was the weakest. She took the initiative to leave, not wanting to be a burden. I will wait for you here, Huang Xian said. Huang Xian nodded and then said, let's find the path to the bottom of the abyss. After settling Huang Xian down, Fang Chen and the others followed the cave, walked into the depths, and found a winding passage. There is a passage here, Small Knife God said. Fang Chen and the others walked over, took a look, and then said, let's go, we have no other choice. The four of them reached a consensus and entered the winding passage one after another. The passage was very narrow, only enough for 4 people to walk together. It was pitch black inside. Fang Chen's mind stirred, and a wisp of flame appeared in his palm, illuminating the entire passage. Suddenly, when Kong tripped, looking down, he was surprised to find that the passage ahead was covered with white bones. So many white bones? When Kong exclaimed, did these people all fall here in search of the innate order divine rune? Huang Xian asked. Small Knife God picked up a white bone, examined it, and said, these white bones are all the disciples of our 3 major sects. It seems that they discovered the innate order divine rune a long time ago, but none of them left here alive. How did they die? Fang Chen asked. These white bones have existed for too long, so I can't tell, Small Knife God said. However, there is a shallow mark on this white bone, which should be a knife mark. If my guess is correct, these people should have killed each other. After all, a long time ago, there was no Tianqing's clan in the Divine Rune world. Unless they encountered other dangers, the 3 major sects must have killed each other. Hearing this, Fang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, they had no time to think about which sect these white bones belonged to. They were focused on finding the innate order divine rune. Let's go. The 4 of them continued forward, and the aura in the passage became darker and darker. In the end, Fang Chen and the others even felt a trace of cold aura. Be careful! Suddenly, Fang Chen shouted, and then a ghostly shadow shuttled through the 4 of them. Hong! The 4 of them attacked together. Saber lights and sword shadows. Powerful attacks landed on the ghostly shadow, and it was immediately defeated. It's the resentment of the dead. Small Knife God said solemnly. They were killed, and their resentment is deep after death. It won't dissipate for a long time. These resentment attacks aren't strong, so there's no need to worry. I keep feeling that the passage is emitting a strange aura. It's better to be careful. Fang Chen reminded. With the strength of the 4 of us, if we work together, we can even fight against ordinary Unity Realm experts. Unless they are peak Unity Realm experts, there won't be any danger. When Kong said, Chapter 2189. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The Divine Inscriptions world had existed for too long. Every time the Divine Inscriptions world opened, there would be 30 young prodigies of the Divine Inscriptions realm entering. However, when they left, there were only a few of them. For countless years, although the Divine Inscriptions world was a sacred place for cultivation, it was also a place of death. When Fang Chen and the other 3 walked in the winding passageway, they felt the cruelty of reality. If it weren't for Tianqing's descendants, the 4 of them wouldn't have joined forces to fight, right? The winding passageway was very long, and they encountered countless resentful spirits along the way. They were resentful spirits formed by their unwillingness to die, and they couldn't dissipate for a long time. White bones covered the passageway. Fang Chen and the other 3 walked forward, and their faces became more and more solemn. 3 days later, when the 4 of them saw the light, they were overjoyed. They quickened their pace and rushed to the light. Phew! The winding passageway finally came to an end. The moment the 4 of them walked out of the passageway, they felt that the air was much fresher. Looking up, there was a crescent moon in the sky. Is this the Divine Inscriptions abyss? When Kong asked. It should be, Huang Xian said. Outside the passageway was a lush valley surrounded by mountains. It was very comfortable. Look carefully, Fang Chen said. However, as soon as his voice fell, the silence of the valley was suddenly broken. Whoosh! Birds flew out of the flowers in groups, and a black-robed figure climbed up from the ground. "It hurts!" The black-robed figure cursed, and his bones felt like they were about to fall apart. When he fell from the divine inscription's abyss, he almost fell to pieces and fainted. Fortunately, the physique of Tianqing's descendants was stronger, and he managed to survive. After a few days of recuperation, he finally recovered. The black-robed figure stretched and immediately prepared to leave. As soon as he turned around, he saw 4 humans surrounding him. The black-robed figure looked at the 4 of them warily, and his body involuntarily retreated. A violent black mist emerged around him. "You," the black-robed figure said in a low voice. Fang Chen and the other 3 looked at each other with smiles on their faces. They were still worrying about how to deal with Tianqing's remnant race, but they didn't expect to encounter a lone Tianqing remnant race member in this quiet valley. Kill! Without another word, the 4 of them attacked together. In a one-on-one fight, this black-robed martial artist simply could not withstand the attacks of the 4 people. With a poochie sound, his arm was cut off. He screamed miserably as his legs were cut off. In the blink of an eye, the black-robed figure had completely fallen in the valley. Looking at his corpse, the 4 of them felt rather carefree. It would be great if the remaining 7 people could all move separately, Wen Kong said. Obviously, it was just a thought. It was impossible for something like this to happen. We were lucky that this guy was alone when he fell. Otherwise, we would have been in trouble, Huang Xian said. Dagger God's expression was solemn as he asked, "Did you feel it?" "What?" Wen Kong hurriedly asked. "Dong dong dong." After Fang Chen's heart calmed down, he carefully sensed it. Suddenly, he felt a trace of the aura of divine runes of order in the air. "There are divine runes of order nearby," Fang Chen said anxiously. "Where the natural divine runes of order are located, there will definitely be a large number of fused divine runes of order guarding. As long as we can find the fused divine runes of order, we can follow the clues and find the natural divine runes of order," Dagger God said. Now, the 4 of them were tied together in a battleship. As long as Tianqing's remnant race was not destroyed, they would continue to cooperate. Therefore, even if there were new clues, they did not act blindly. If we can sense it, Tianqing's remnant race must be able to sense it too. "It's best to be careful," Huang Xian reminded. "I suddenly thought of a way," Fang Chen said. "We release different divine runes of order and leave the aura here to lure Tianqing's remnant race here. We can rest assured and look for the natural divine runes of order, luring the tiger away from the mountain." "Okay, let's do that," Wen Kong said. The 4 of them hit it off and immediately released the majestic divine runes of order at the same time. The vast aura filled the entire valley. In the blink of an eye, the aura of the divine runes of order in the air had reached an extremely high concentration. "It's done." After a long while, the 4 of them withdrew the divine runes of order and quickly left the place. In the divine rune abyss, in a hidden place, several members of Tianqing's remnant race gathered together. "I don't know where those humans are hiding. Let's find the natural divine runes of order first and use them to lure the humans. They'll definitely fall for it," Tianqing's eldest said. They knew very well the importance of the natural divine runes of order to the humans. Eldest, did you sense it?" Second brother said anxiously. "What a rich divine rune of order aura." "Let's go take a look," eldest said. Dongxian heaven was extremely vast. In some remote places, a divine rune realm could be considered a top-grade being. Such places were only slightly stronger than the miniature universe. Copperhead Mountain. Within a radius of 100,000 miles, it was a barren land with few warriors. Within the territory of Copperhead Mountain, there were only a few small towns. Most of the warriors in the small towns were at the Divine Emperor realm. Only a few were at the Void realm. The absolute ruler of this territory was Copperhead Mountain. On Copperhead Mountain there was a group of bandits. The leader was a top Void Realm warrior, and his deterrence was very strong. The small towns within Copperhead Mountain's territory had to offer sufficient origin stones on time every year. On this day, fog shrouded Copperhead Mountain. Within Copperhead Mountain, the atmosphere was joyous. Countless members of the bandits were all smiles. Hurry up, hurry up. Don't delay eldest's happy occasion, the butler urged. Within a luxurious mansion, above a bald man's head were streaks of divine runes of order. Ha ha ha, after cultivating for 10,000 years, I've finally stepped into the divine rune realm. The bald man was very excited. He specially ordered the butler to hold a big banquet to celebrate. Voila! Just as the bald man was getting excited, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared on the roof. This beautiful figure wore a light yellow shirt and held a fiery red whip in her hand. How dare you! Trespassing on Copperhead Mountain is a crime punishable by death. The bald man roared. The divine runes of order shot out, and a violent force blasted towards the woman in the light yellow shirt. The woman on the roof raised her head. Her beautiful eyes blinked, and the fiery red whip in her hand lashed out. But, with a loud sound, the whip viciously struck the divine runes of order, instantly shattering them. From today onwards, I'm the eldest of Copperhead Mountain. The woman in the light yellow shirt said coquettishly. Humph, a little girl dares to steal my territory? She's courting death. The bald man said angrily. He immediately used all his strength to fight the woman. But, however, no matter how the bald man attacked, he could not get close to the woman. The whip in her hand was very powerful. Every time she struck, the bald man would be forced to retreat. But, while the bald man was thinking, the whip struck him, and a burning wound appeared on his body. You don't agree? The woman in the light yellow shirt leaped and landed in the luxurious mansion. She looked at the bald man. I agree, eldest. The bald man surrendered. I want to cultivate in seclusion on Copperhead Mountain. You will continue to be in charge of the matters on Copperhead Mountain. You just need to give me enough origin stones regularly, the woman in the light yellow shirt said. Yes, eldest, the bald man said fearfully. Also, don't bully the ordinary warriors in the town, the woman in the light yellow shirt said. If I find out, you will be severely punished. Eldest, don't worry. The bald man chuckled. He was inferior, so he could only submit. By the way, eldest, how should I address you? The woman in the light yellow shirt walked a few steps and stopped. Call me Princess Xian. After speaking, she found a quiet place in the luxurious mansion and began her seclusion. The bald man was stunned. The housekeeper suddenly walked in. Eldest, the banquet is ready. Do you think you can let them move in? The housekeeper asked. The bald man glared at the housekeeper and said, Remove everything. Don't let anyone enter the mansion. Eldest, didn't you want to hold a banquet to celebrate for 3 days? The housekeeper asked, puzzled. Breaking through to the divine inscription realm was a great thing. Chapter 2190. Genius remembers love in 1 second/small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Fang Chen's group of 4 lured away the remnants of Tianqing's clan as they wished, and then quietly left the valley. Very quickly, the 4 of them arrived at the core of the divine inscription abyss according to their plan. Looking down at the divine inscription abyss from above, it was pitch black. Clouds covered the sky, and nothing could be seen clearly. Most importantly, there was a powerful restriction blocking it. No one's divine sense could penetrate it. However, after entering the divine inscription abyss, he discovered that it was actually not as complicated as he had imagined. The divine rune abyss was very simple. The area at the bottom of the abyss was not very large. If there were no restrictions, Fang Chen's consciousness alone would be able to cover the entire bottom of the abyss. At this moment, Fang Chen's group of 4 appeared in front of a cliff in the abyss. Fuse with the divine runes of order. At a glance, Fang Chen saw the corner of the cliff. There was a fusion order god pattern scattered around, emitting a gentle glow. The four of them instantly arrived in front of the fused divine pattern of order, and Wen Kong immediately grabbed it in his hand. As expected, there is the aura of innate divine runes of order, Wen Kong said after a careful inspection. Continue searching. All signs pointed to the fact that the innate order divine rune was in the divine rune abyss. For countless years, the innate divine runes of order had always existed in legends. Fang Chen and the others were very excited to be able to see it this time. Soon, they found another divine order rune in the corner of the cliff. These fused god runes of order contained the natural aura of god runes of order. In the following time, Fang Chen and the other two spread out and continuously searched for and fused divine runes of order. As time passed, the 7 people from Tianqing's remnant clan also realized that they had been deceived. Their hearts burned with anger as they searched for Fang Chen and the other two. Hoo. About 6 hours later, Fang Chen's group of 4 met up. Did you find anything? Wen Kong hurriedly asked. Love Go Little Saith Kuhuang Xian shook her head. She had 9 fused divine runes of order in her palm, but there was no trace of an innate divine rune of order. Small Knife God shook his head as well. There weren't many natural order runes in the entire chaotic void. How could they be so easily obtained? Have you noticed that this cliff seems to be unusual? Fang Chen muttered. His words attracted the attention of the 3 people. Their gazes fell on Fang Chen. What did you discover? Wen Kong asked. I can sense that the natural divine runes of order are within this cliff. Fang Chen said solemnly. In the past few hours, we've been constantly encountering fused divine runes of order, and every single one of them contains the aura of an innate divine rune of order. I'm certain that the divine runes of order are nearby. Fang Chen looked around and his gaze finally fell on the cliff on the side. As you can see, the bottom of the divine rune abyss is filled with the dense aura of divine runes of order. However, the only thing that can hide the divine runes of order is this cliff. After hearing Fang Chen's words, the 3 of them nodded. They thought that Fang Chen's analysis made sense. However, the problem before them was how to open the cliff. Should they use brute force? One had to know that the divine runes of order had spirituality. If they couldn't obtain its approval, they couldn't absorb it at all. That's the only way now. Fang Chen spread out his hands. They had to at least determine the location of the divine runes of order. As for whether they could obtain the approval of the divine runes of order, that was a matter for another day. The 4 of them looked at each other and quickly came to a unanimous decision. The remnants of Tianqing's clan must be looking for us now. We have to be quick, Wen Kong said. Immediately, the 4 of them exerted all their strength, for rays of light from their fists violently bombarded the cliff. Dong! A deafening sound resounded throughout the divine rune abyss. Immediately, pieces of gravel fell, and the entire cliff seemed to be shaking. The 4 of them looked at the cliff with burning eyes. At this moment, the cliff was emitting traces of the aura of the divine runes of order. Seeing this, the 4 of them were overjoyed. Continue. Small Knife God shouted in a low voice and took the lead to attack. The other 3 followed closely behind. The attacks of the 4 of them bombarded the cliff crazily. As time passed, the stone fragments on the cliff continued to fall. At the same time, the aura of the divine runes of order became stronger and stronger. At this moment, the remnants of Tianqing's clan in other places also felt the vibration. It must be the human clan. A trace of coldness flashed in the eyes of the eldest of the Tianqing's clan. Immediately, he shouted in a low voice and rushed toward the cliff in a flash. Whoosh! Whoosh! A moment later, the 7 remnants of Tianqing's clan arrived in front of the cliff. When they saw Fang Chen and the other 3, their eyes turned scarlet, and killing intent surged around them. Kill them! A thick black mist emerged around the remnants of Tianqing's clan, forming a terrifying killer move. A majestic attack enveloped Fang Chen and the other three. However, just as their attack was about to land, all of a sudden, something strange happened. Rumble! The originally still cliff suddenly began to tremble, as if the entire divine pattern abyss could collapse at any time. Within the cliff, a vast aura of the divine pattern of order erupted, directly forcing Fang Chen and the other three to retreat. Even the joint attack of the 7 remnants of Tianqing's clan was drowned out by the terrifying aura. Has the innate divine pattern of order appeared? Fang Chen's eyes widened and his heart trembled. It would be a lie to say that he was not excited. This was the legendary innate divine pattern of order. Even for the remnants of Tianqing's clan, it was extremely important. The 7 remnants of Tianqing's clan, who were originally filled with killing intent, stared at the cliff after seeing the change in the cliff. It must be the innate divine pattern of order, the eldest of Tianqing's clan said in a deep voice. Although the remnants of Tianqing's clan did not need the divine pattern of order, they could use their own means to corrode and shatter the divine pattern of order. The innate divine pattern of order was born naturally, and the power contained inside was too great. Once it was corroded and shattered, the power inside would naturally be exposed. The remnants of Tianqing's clan could completely transform this power into black power and absorb it into their bodies to enhance their strength. Therefore, their goal was to destroy the innate divine pattern of order and stop Fang Chen and the others from moving. Dong! Suddenly, large chunks of stone chips fell from the trembling cliff. A dazzling light burst out from the crack in the stone, illuminating the entire divine pattern abyss. That is, the shock of Fang Chen and the other three had already reached a point where it could not be any greater. Their bodies were trembling and they were very excited. Is the innate divine pattern of order about to appear? When Kong shouted excitedly, crash! The dazzling light became stronger and stronger, and in the end, it directly submerged the entire cliff. Everyone could vaguely see that in the dazzling light, there was a golden divine pattern of order that flashed and disappeared. The innate divine pattern of order. No one knew who shouted, but Fang Chen and the others immediately moved. Get lost. The 7 remnants of Tianqing's clan had long been ready. Seeing Fang Chen and the other 3 make a move, a violent attack descended upon them. Bang! 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 The continuous attacks directly forced Fang Chen and the others to retreat. No. Seeing the 7 remnants of Tianqing's clan take the lead and enter the dazzling light and then disappear. Dagger God's eyes were scarlet, and he rushed madly toward the dazzling light. Damn it, we can't let them succeed, when Kong roared. Huang Xian, who was beside him, also pushed her soul principle power to the extreme and rushed toward the dazzling light. In the blink of an eye, the 3 figures disappeared in the dazzling light. That is, Fang Chen was also very anxious. After smashing the attack in front of him with a punch, his figure flashed and directly came in front of the dazzling light. However, just as he was about to enter, his body suddenly stopped. What's going on? The hidden power in Fang Chen's body suddenly vibrated violently. What's going on? Fang Chen found that the divine pattern of order in his body was completely chaotic. Damn it! With a curse, Fang Chen hurriedly retreated. The divine pattern of order was chaotic, and his strength was greatly reduced. He did not dare to get close to the dazzling light. After retreating to a safe area, he began to stabilize the chaotic divine pattern of order. The power that was bestowed by the rules after breaking the Void Realm limit record, why is it chaotic now? Chapter 2191. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The innate divine pattern of order was inside the cliff, but Fang Chen could not enter it. Love go little say, the innate divine pattern of order in his body was in chaos, and it was very likely that he would be possessed. Moreover, in such a situation, his strength would be greatly reduced, so he did not dare to enter without permission. After all, The 7 members of Tianqing's clan had also entered. Moreover, in front of the divine pattern of order, what was the so-called alliance? Even without the 7 members of Tianqing's clan, Small Knife God and Huang Xian would not be able to resist such a great temptation, right? Fang Chun cursed in his heart and quickly suppressed the chaotic divine pattern of order. However, he was shocked to find that the more he suppressed it, the more chaotic the divine pattern of order became. After a long time, the power hidden in his body directly enveloped all the divine pattern of order, as if it was about to break out of his body. Damn it, what's going on? Fang Chun was a little panicked. Such a thing had never happened before. What was going on? The dazzling light still enveloped the entire cliff, illuminating the divine pattern abyss. Suppress. After thinking for a long time, Fang Chun decided to suppress the power hidden in his body from the source. He let out a low roar and used all his strength to suppress the hidden power. However, he overreached himself and forced the power out of his body. Buzz. It was also at this moment that the dazzling light on the cliff suddenly disappeared, and the cliff returned to its original state. Has the innate divine pattern of order been obtained by someone? Fang Chun was shocked and hurriedly looked over. However, before he could take a closer look, he discovered something even more shocking. An illusory scene appeared in the center of the divine pattern abyss. In this illusory mirror scene, there was a looming divine pattern of order that was constantly flickering. Whoosh! The hidden power that Fang Chun had forced out of his body did not stop at all. It rushed to the illusory mirror scene in an instant. Whoosh! A ripple appeared in the illusory mirror scene. Immediately after, the power entered the mirror scene and merged with the looming divine pattern of order. Dong! When the two merged, a trembling sound was heard. Voila! The scene in the mirror shattered and the indistinct divine order pattern suddenly appeared before Fang Chun's eyes. Fang Chun's heart trembled. At this moment, his heart could not be described with words. Natural divine runes of order? Fang Chun's eyes widened as he stared at the ordinary-looking divine pattern of order floating in front of him. However, he quickly regained his senses. If this was an innate divine rune of order, then what was the divine rune of order that flashed in the blinding light? Fang Chun's mind was filled with doubts. Could it be that there were 2 natural divine runes of order in the divine rune abyss? Soon, Fang Chun rejected his own idea. Innate divine runes of order were nurtured by the natural laws of heaven and earth. It was difficult for ordinary people to attain them. For hundreds of billions of years, it had never happened even once. But now 2 of them had appeared at the same time. Just thinking about it made one feel that it was impossible. In that case, one of them must be fake. Could it be, thinking of this, Fang Chun suddenly exclaimed, could it be that the divine rune of order that flashed in the blinding light in the cliff was a scam? He raised his head and looked at the divine rune of order that was close at hand. This divine rune of order was only about 1 meter long. If one did not look carefully, it would feel exactly the same as an ordinary divine rune of order. However, Fang Chun could clearly feel how terrifying the aura emanating from this divine rune of order was. The aura is terrifying, but it doesn't harm me at all? Could it be because of that power? Fang Chun thought to himself. After thinking for a long time, Fang Chun could not figure it out, so he decided not to think about it anymore. Let's absorb it first, Fang Chun said. Whether it was an innate divine rune of order or not, absorbing it would still be beneficial. He gently reached out his palm, and the divine rune of order landed in his palm. It kept jumping as if it was communicating with him. Absorb. Sitting cross-legged, Fang Chun closed his eyes and began to absorb this divine rune of order. Divine Rune City. Ever since the 2 remnants of Tianqing's clan were wiped out, the 3 great experts had been stationed here, afraid that Tianqing's clan would have some revenge plan. However, after a long time, Divine Rune City was very quiet. There was no trace of Tianqing's clan at all. On this day, people came and went on the streets of Divine Rune City. However, suddenly, the clear sky became incomparably dark. The blue sky was covered by pitch-black clouds. Rumble! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. A terrifying vortex formed in the sky above Divine Rune City. A terrifying aura erupted from this vortex. Then, a terrifying beam of light shot out from the vortex, swooping down and drilling into the void gate. What's going on? The sudden tremor in Divine Rune City alarmed the three great experts. Hoo! Almost at the same time, the three great experts gathered together and floated in midair, staring at the terrifying vortex. What happened? Old man Huangtian asked. That terrifying beam of light seems to have penetrated the restriction and entered the Divine Rune world. Could this be caused by the Divine Rune world? Dao Wudi asked. Swordmaster's eyes flickered. His body tensed up, feeling suppressed. Isn't this too big of a commotion? Even if the three of us join forces, it's impossible to cause such a huge commotion. Swordmaster pondered. However, the three great experts still underestimated the commotion above Divine Rune City. At the same time, the entire Dongxian Heavens experts sensed the terrifying aura coming from Divine Rune City. Many unparalleled experts who lived in seclusion stood in the sky and looked over. What a terrifying commotion! It's coming from Divine Rune City. Could it be that someone from the three great sect broke through? Let's go and take a look. Many experts at the same level as Swordmaster and the others flew towards Divine Rune City. At the peak of the limitless Sword Mountain, on a towering stone pillar, Jian Wuji was guiding Fang Shi in his cultivation when he suddenly sensed something. Immediately, he turned his head. His pitch-black eyes pierced through the layers of barriers and saw the commotion above Divine Rune City. That's, Jian Wuji's expression instantly turned grave. Then, his figure flashed and he disappeared. In the next moment, Jian Wuji arrived above Divine Rune City. When he saw the terrifying vortex, his heart trembled. What's going on? Just as Jian Wuji arrived, the Divine Phoenix Sect Master and Divine Blade Sect Master also arrived. The three of them were considered the top experts of Dongxian Heaven. They were all attracted by the terrifying commotion. Old Sword, you were the first to arrive. What did you find? Divine Blade Sect Master asked. Jian Wuji shook his head. I'm not sure either. It seems to be a commotion caused by the Divine Rune world. Is it caused by the Tianqin clan? Divine Phoenix Sect Master asked in a deep voice. Whoosh! Ripples appeared in the void and a purple-robed figure appeared. Ancestor Xing He. After seeing this person, the three great sect masters cupped their fists and greeted him. Ancestor, do you know what caused this commotion? Jian Wuji hurriedly asked. Ancestor Xing He was already considered an expert standing at the peak of Voidstar Heaven. The number of experts in Voidstar Heaven who could challenge him could be counted on one hand. Innate Divine Rune of Order. Ancestor Xing He stroked his white beard and said indifferently, What? After hearing Ancestor Xing He's words, the three of them turned pale with fright. Is there really an innate Divine Rune of Order in the Divine Rune world? Divine Blade Sect Master asked in disbelief. An innate Divine Rune of Order really appeared? I wonder who obtained it? Divine Phoenix Sect Master's eyes flickered with excitement. Jian Wuji looked at Ancestor Xing He. The innate Divine Rune of Order has always been a legend. I didn't expect it to appear in Dongxian Heaven this time, Ancestor Xing He said. Although the innate Divine Rune of Order was shocking, he was very calm. Those who can obtain the recognition of the innate Divine Rune of Order must be blessed by the heavens. Ancestor Xing He said, the commotion this time is huge. The experts in other regions can also sense it. I will go and meet them. After saying that, Ancestor Xing He disappeared. Jian Wuji and the others were naturally not qualified to meet an expert on the same level as Ancestor Xing He. The three of them looked at each other, their hearts trembling. Chapter 2192. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The birth of the innate order divine rune shook the entire Dongxian heaven. However, there were only a few powerhouses who knew about this. It was impossible for ordinary cosmos gods to know about the innate god runes of order. In the entire divine inscription city, countless pairs of eyes were watching intently. At the bottom, Sword Master, Old Man Huangtian, and Invincible Blade stared at the void vortex. Above them were the 3 sect masters. They were already considered the top experts of Dongxian heaven. However, the highest level of the void was the true ruler of the void star sky. Among them was the Galaxy Patriarch. The terrifying whirlpool above the divine rune city emitted a terrifying aura. Even the Sword Master and the others couldn't bear it. He used all his strength to resist the attack, and his body kept retreating. However, old ancestor Xing He and the rest had already surrounded the divine rune city, not wanting to disturb the lives of the commoners. In the divine inscription world, within the divine inscription abyss, Fang Chern had no idea that his actions had caused such a huge commotion. Absorbing the divine runes of order seemed to be much easier than he had imagined. Fang Chen had just closed his eyes and started to absorb when the divine runes of order seemed to have a mind of their own and burrowed into his mind. Voila! With just a thought, the divine order rune was absorbed. This, after absorbing it, Fang Chen's heart trembled once again. His eyes widened and he was speechless. At this moment, he felt that his entire body was burning and his throat was dry. This is an innate order rune? Even though he had already guessed it, his body still trembled involuntarily after absorbing it. Who would have thought that natural divine runes of order would be so easy to absorb? Dong. His mind trembled. Before this, all the divine runes of order were revolving around the innate divine rune of order, as if they were protecting it. The absorption of the innate order divine inscriptions had also caused Fang Chen's body to undergo a fundamental change. Hiss hiss hiss. The myriad sword body was rapidly improving. In front of Fang Chen's dumbfounded eyes, he suddenly broke through the 3rd level and stepped into the 4th level. This meant that Fang Chen's pure fleshy body could already fight against Unity Realm experts, let alone other aspects. 1. Fang Chen's mind trembled as a berserk sword Dao aura spread out and enveloped his entire body. He instantly entered a state of epiphany. Innate divine runes of order had not appeared for hundreds of millions of years. His appearance this time shocked the world. As for Fang Chen, he had also received great benefits after absorbing the innate divine runes of order. As time passed, the innate divine runes of order completely changed Fang Chen's body. From his primordial spirit to his internal organs, from his physical body to his potential, everything changed. His aura grew stronger and stronger. This state lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Finally, Fang Chen opened his eyes. How lucky! After completely absorbing the natural order runes, a large amount of information appeared in his mind. It was all about the natural order runes. As it turned out, the innate divine runes of order truly existed in the chaos void. However, because it was extremely rare, it had always existed in legends. Of course, even if the innate divine runes of order appeared, not everyone could absorb them. To absorb the innate divine runes of order, certain conditions had to be met. First of all, the Void Realm expert had to absorb 9 fused innate divine runes of order before gaining the recognition of the innate divine runes of order. As for Fang Chen, he had broken the limit record of the Chaos Void and absorbed the 10th fused innate divine rune of order. The heavenly Tao Law had given him an exclusive power hidden in his body. It was this power that allowed him to easily gain the recognition of the innate divine runes of order, allowing him to absorb them easily. The innate divine runes of order had spirituality. If one did not gain its recognition, they would not be able to see it at all. At the same time, Fang Chen's eyes looked at the calm cliff. A hint of worry appeared in his eyes. From the information, he knew that the innate divine runes of order that flashed across the cliff was just an illusion left behind by the innate divine runes of order. It was used to deceive those greedy warriors who were not firm in their wits and had ulterior motives. This was also considered a test. There were dangers everywhere inside. Once one entered, it would be very difficult to come out. Fang Chen was a little worried about senior brother Wen Kong. However, since things had already come to this, he had no choice but to wait patiently. He retracted his aura and felt his body relax. He exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and a bright smile appeared on his face. The innate divine runes of order had brought Fang Chen unimaginable benefit. Firstly, his myriad sword body had already reached the 4th grade realm. The toughness of his fleshy body was comparable to that of a Unity realm expert. At the same time, his myriad sword domain had expanded without limit. With a thought, he could envelop a region of 500 kilometers. In other words, Fang Chen's current physical strength could sweep across the divine rune realm. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was the strongest divine rune realm expert in the Chaos Void. However, it would be a little too arrogant to say that he was the strongest divine rune realm expert in the history of the Chaos Void. After all, the primal Chaos Void had existed for far too long. There had been some gaps in the history. Those prehistoric civilizations had been incomparably prosperous and were not weaker than the current civilizations. Perhaps there had been some supermonsters who had absorbed the innate divine runes of order in that era? Secondly, his primordial spirit had reached the 6th Yuan realm. The number of golden figures in his mind had reached 6. They sat cross-legged in his primordial spirit and emitted a terrifying aura. The strength of his primordial spirit at the 6th Yuan realm had allowed Fang Chen's soul cultivation level to reach the later stage of the universe realm. Even if he faced Huang Xian of the Divine Phoenix sect, he could completely suppress her with the power of the Soul Tao. Lastly, Fang Chen was pleasantly surprised that the innate divine runes of order had changed his potential in the Sword Tao. At the same time, it had also strengthened his understanding of the Sword Tao. He had been stuck at the bottleneck of the 3rd level of the traceless sword technique and could not cultivate it. Now it was a matter of course. He leaped and rose into the air. With a thought, the hidden star sword in his hand danced violently. The void shattered as the 3 transparent sword lights crashed into the cliff in the distance. The cliff trembled and stone fragments fell. So powerful! Fang Chen could not help but exclaim. Without using the innate divine runes of order, it could unleash such power. It was indeed the traceless sword technique. According to Fang Chen's speculation, if he used the full power of the traceless sword technique, even an early-stage Unity realm warrior would not be a match for him. Divine Rune City. The terrifying whirlpool lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Finally, under the gaze of many experts, the light pillar retreated from the divine rune world, and the terrifying whirlpool disappeared. In the end, the cloud-filled sky became clear again. Seeing this, Ancestor Xing He and the others nodded. It seemed that the innate divine runes of order had recognized him as their master. Ha ha ha, it seems that there will be a peerless monster in our void star sky in the future, Ancestor Xing He said with a smile. Yes, after absorbing the innate divine runes of order, his future achievements will be on par with us. Aren't you underestimating the innate divine runes of order? If he doesn't die prematurely, it will be easy for him to surpass us. A few top experts were discussing with laughter. Below them, the 3 sect masters, the sword master, and the others were waiting anxiously. They were guessing who it was and which sect's disciple had obtained the innate divine runes of order. I feel that it is very likely to be a disciple of our divine sword sect, the divine sword sect master said. Little sword god's potential is obvious to all. He was born for the sword. He is the strongest among the 30 disciples this time. Huang Xian of our Divine Phoenix sect is also a genius that appears once in 10,000 years. His soul Dao potential is also very strong. In terms of soul Dao power, the many disciples in the Divine Rune world are definitely not as good as Huang Xian. The Divine Phoenix sect master said, moreover, to communicate with the innate divine runes of order requires a very strong soul Dao power. Therefore, no matter how you look at it, Huang Xian is the most likely culprit. Only Jian Wuji remained silent. In his heart, he was also secretly looking forward to it. Is it Fang Chen? Jian Wuji asked himself in his heart. He felt that it was very likely to be Fang Chen. That kid had broken the historical record of the chaotic void by absorbing 10 innate divine runes of order in the void realm. If it is really him, then the Wuji sword sect's glorious moment is coming. Chapter 2193. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. For 7 whole years, the divine vein world had not changed at all. Love go little say, W Chuno to be exact, it had already changed 7 years ago. The only remaining divine vein of order in the divine vein world had been absorbed by Fang Chen. From that moment onwards, the entire divine vein world had quietly changed. In the past 7 years, Fang Chen had constantly changed his seclusion grounds. Every time he had an epiphany, he would move to the next place. Because he had the divine vein of order, he was extremely sensitive to the places where the divine vein of order had once existed in the entire divine vein world. He wanted to go to all the places where the divine vein of order had once existed. In the past 7 years, he had also gained a lot. The divine vein of order had completely integrated into his body, and because of this, he had condensed a large number of ordinary divine vein of order and absorbed many fused divine vein of order. Now, even he could not remember how many divine vein of order he had. The sacred spirit fish king, and a large number of sacred spirit fish that were originally lying in the Sumer ring had not been put to use. Now, he had saved them for his wife, the star and moon. One day, 7 years later, Fang Chen was comprehending in a secluded place, the power of origin surrounding him. However, at this moment, the communication jade pendant vibrated. It was the first time in 7 years that it had vibrated. This meant that something had happened to Huang Xian, and she was in danger. Following the guidance of the communication jade pendant, Fang Chen activated the space-time collapse technique to the extreme. Like the wind, he disappeared from the divine vein world. In the northwest of the divine vein world, the ground was scarlet, as if it had been left behind after a great battle. Huang Xian's divine sense spread out and enveloped the land. She was fighting against the demon, and her soul path power was rapidly weakening. If I take over your body, I can be resurrected. A resentful spirit said eerily. Love go little say, W Chu at the same time, this resentful spirit was fighting against Huang Xian's soul path power. The disciples of the Divine Phoenix sect were known for their soul path. Their soul path power was extremely powerful. Damn it! Huang Xian cursed. The 5 golden men in her primordial spirit continued to release terrifying auras. Even if I die, I won't let you have your way. Huang Xian clenched her teeth. With a low shout, she unleashed a soul path forbidden divine technique. Whoosh! Wild winds blew, and a terrifying soul Dao aura suddenly spread across the scarlet ground. Next, Huang Xian's delicate body began to tremble. Her eyes were filled with malevolence as she descended into madness. She couldn't control this forbidden soul Dao divine art. Once she used it, she would lose control of herself. You're courting death. Resentment roared in horror as it desperately tried to resist the attack of the forbidden soul Dao divine art. When Fang Chen arrived, Huang Xian was already unconscious. The time limit for her forbidden soul Dao divine art was up. The resentment spirit was heavily injured, but it didn't die. It was trying to devour Huang Xian's primordial spirit. Get out! Fang Chen bellowed and punched Huang Xian in the head. The terrifying power passed through Huang Xian's head and shattered the resentment in her body. Crack! The resentment spirit dissipated, but nothing happened to Huang Xian's head. The 5 golden figures in her mind were recovering. "Let me give you a hand," Fang Chen said as he checked on Huang Xian's primordial spirit. A powerful primordial spirit of the 6th Yuan realm helped Huang Xian break through the bottleneck. Soon, the 6th golden figure was formed in Huang Xian's mind. "Put yourself in a desperate situation and fight to survive." Fang Chen laughed. Although Huang Xian was in danger, she had gained a lot. For the disciples of the Divine Phoenix sect, the primordial spirit was their foundation. The breakthrough of the primordial spirit was an increase in strength. When her primordial spirit reaches the 6th Yuan realm, she should wake up. Fang Chen said to himself. They waited for a month. When Huang Xian woke up from her coma, she saw Fang Chen's face. "Brother Fang." Huang Xian realized that she was fine and immediately said gratefully, "Thank you, Brother Fang, for saving me." "It's nothing," Fang Chen said. Huang Xian was about to say something when she suddenly realized that her primordial spirit had broken through. She smiled excitedly. 6th Yuan realm? Huang Xian was in disbelief. After a few checks, she finally confirmed it. "Brother Fang." Fang Chen waved his hand to stop her. "You were able to break through because you worked hard enough." Rumble. Just as Fang Chen and Huang Xian were talking, the Divine Rune Abyss suddenly shook the sky. Divine Rune Abyss? Fang Chen's body shook and he exclaimed, "I'll make a move first." After saying that, Fang Chen disappeared into the void. Divine Rune Abyss. Fang Chen's pitch-black eyes stared intently at the cliff. Buzz. Suddenly, a crack appeared on the cliff, and a dazzling light instantly shot out. The light has weakened? Fang Chen realized that compared to 7 years ago, the dazzling light had weakened a lot. It seemed that it had a lot to do with the divine runes of order. "I wonder how Senior Brother Wenkong is doing." Fang Chen was a little anxious. Dong. As the cliff trembled, a figure suddenly flew out from the dazzling light. Fang Chen waved his hand and a force appeared behind the figure, supporting him. "It's you?" Huang Xian of the Divine Phoenix sect. Her clothes were tattered and she was in a sorry state. Her face was pale, and she seemed to have gone through a great battle. "Where are the others?" Fang Chen asked hurriedly. Huang Xian trembled in excitement when she realized that she had walked out of the demonic land. "They." Before Huang Xian could finish her sentence, several figures shot out from the dazzling light. Senior Brother Wenkong. After seeing Senior Brother Wenkong, Fang Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Although he was in a sorry state, at least he was still alive. Then, Fang Chen saw Small Knife God. One of his arms was broken and blood was all over his body. He stood there like a wooden stake. "Junior Brother Fang Chen, are you okay?" Wenkong asked hurriedly when he saw Fang Chen. "I'm fine. 7 years ago, when I entered the cliff, I encountered some problems and didn't go in. I've been waiting for you for the past 7 years. Fang Chen briefly explained the situation. "Fortunately, you didn't go in." Wenkong seemed to be unwilling to recall the experience of the past 7 years. "Damn humans, you all have to die." Suddenly, there was an angry roar. Fang Chen turned his head and saw 3 black-robed figures rushing out angrily. Tian Qing's descendants? Fang Chen frowned and stared at the Tian Qing's descendants. "Junior Brother Fang Chen, leave quickly. For the past 7 years, we have been fighting against the Tian Qing's descendants in the cliff space. We risked our lives to kill the 4 of them, but we were also seriously injured." Small Knife God's arm was cut off. Wenkong said, "They destroyed the natural divine sigil of order." Fang Chen was stunned for a moment before he understood. Wenkong and the others must have mistaken the fake divine sigil of order for the Sky God's divine sigil of order. Wenkong is right. In our current situation, we are no match for them. You are not injured. The three of us should be able to buy you some time if we fight to the death. Huang Xian said in a low voice with some sadness in her words. Small Knife God, who was like a wooden stake, also spoke. If you can escape from here, I hope that when you encounter the Tianqing's descendants in the future, you can kill a few more as revenge for me. As one of the best in Dongshuan's divine sigil realm, he originally had a promising future. However, he encountered the crisis of losing an arm and his cultivation base was almost crippled. This was a great blow to him. You killed 6 of our brothers and you still want to escape? The leader of the Tianqing's descendants said angrily. When Kong pushed Fang Chen and asked him to leave quickly. At the same time, Small Knife God and Huang Xian also shielded Fang Chen behind them to cover his escape. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen was quite touched. In his mind, he recalled the words that Dao Xian had said before he died. Then, he sighed and said, How can I abandon you at a time like this? Junior brother, if you want to avenge us, leave quickly. When Kong's eyes were scarlet as he roared loudly. If even Fang Chen perished, then the entire army would really be wiped out. That was not the result he wanted to see, so he would risk his life to escort Fang Chen away. Fang Chen shook his head and gently patted Wen Kong's shoulder, then said, Senior brother Wen Kong, actually, I can avenge you now. Before Wen Kong could speak, Fang Chen continued, They are just 3 pieces of trash. They can't threaten me at all. Comparing the Tianqing's descendants to trash made the 3 of them furious. Chapter 2194. Genius remembers love in 1 second/small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Don't be impulsive. Seeing that Fang Chen was about to make a move when Kong stopped him. Although they had experienced 7 years of demonic torture in the cliff space, they had gained some benefit. They had absorbed some of the divine runes of order and their strength had improved a lot. Fang Chen's strength was not as good as theirs to begin with, and his strength had not improved much in the past 7 years. Therefore, Wen Kong was still very worried. Senior brother Wen Kong, when have I been reckless? Fang Chen asked. Wen Kong was stunned for a moment and realized that he did not know how to refute. At this moment, the remaining 3 members of the Tianqing clan were completely furious. Boss, kill this kid first. The third brother had a bad temper and attacked directly. A wild black mist instantly erupted, and a powerful attack instantly enveloped Fang Chen. Seeing this, Wen Kong glanced at the other 2 and said, The 3 of us are already like this. No matter what, we have to protect junior brother Fang Chen. After saying that, the 3 of them were ready to fight to the death. However, at this moment, an unexpected scene appeared. Bang! Fang Chen simply threw a punch and blasted the body of the third brother of the Tianqing clan into pieces. Crack! The sound of bones cracking could be heard incessantly. The body of the Tianqing clan member, who was still alive just now, instantly exploded and died there. This, Wen Kong and the other 2, who were about to move, stopped in their tracks and were completely shocked. How can he be so strong? Huang Xian cried out involuntarily. He must have had a fortuitous encounter. God's small knife stared at Fang Chen with burning eyes. When the remaining 2 black-robed warriors saw this scene, they looked up to the sky and roared. Kid, I want you dead. The second brother and the boss attacked at the same time, and their attack power was even stronger. It was several times stronger than the third brother's attack. However, Fang Chen did not care at all. You guys are too weak. Bang! Another punch directly shattered the second brother's body. The boss, who was attacking, felt a trace of horror in his heart. He gritted his teeth and continued to increase the power of his attack, rushing toward Fang Chen. Bang! Another punch. However, the power of this punch was clearly much stronger than before. The eldest brother of the Tianqing remnant clan was stronger than the second and third brothers, but Fang Chen was still able to deal with him easily. In just 3 punches, the strongest 3 of the 9 people from the Tianqing clan who had entered the divine inscription world had been killed. When Kong and the others were completely dumbfounded, as their hearts were filled with astonishment. The mighty wind lightly blew past, blowing onto the faces of Wen Kong and the other two. The three of them awoke from their shock, unable to believe the reality before their eyes. Looking at the wretched traces on the ground, the three of them finally confirmed that what they had just seen was real. "Oh my God, how powerful is he!" Huang Xian of the Divine Phoenix sect exclaimed, her body trembling. It had to be known that they had resisted Tian Qing's remnant clan for an entire 7 years in the cliff space. He had escaped from countless crises and used countless schemes to barely lure and kill the 5 weaker members of the Tian Qing clan. The remaining 3 had forced them to the point where they were on the verge of death. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the cliff space opened up and they hurriedly escaped. They originally thought that they would die without a doubt. Love Go Little Say, W. Chu. However, the ones who died were the 3 from the Tian Qing clan. They stared at Fang Chen with burning eyes as if they were dreaming. After a long time, only then did Wen Kong react, sighing. "It seems that junior brother Fang Chen has gained a lot in the past 7 years. Wen Kong sighed. "With your current strength, you can be said to be the strongest person in the divine inscription realm in Dongxian. Thank you." Huang Xian cupped her fists in gratitude. Small Knife God looked at Fang Chen from the side, and his despairing heart was once again rekindled with hope. Fang Chen's strength had deeply stimulated him. His heart, which had already given up, was beating again. He looked at Fang Chen with burning eyes and swore to himself that he would chase after Fang Chen's footstep. One day, he would be able to rely on his own efforts to become a peerless genius in the eyes of others. "You are indeed very strong, but I will not give up." Small Knife God glanced at his broken arm and then muttered. In response, Fang Chen just smiled slightly. There should only be 9 people from the Tian Qing clan who sneaked into the divine inscription realm this time. Their purpose was to kill the disciples of our 3 sect and destroy the divine inscription of order, Fang Chen said. However, their plan failed. Although we suffered heavy losses, at least we were not completely wiped out. Yes, there were 30 people when we came in, but now there are only 4 of us left, Wen Kong said. By the way, how is Huang Xian? Huang Xian suddenly asked. 7 years could change everything. Huang Xian is not in danger. She is training in the divine inscription realm, Fang Chen said. Hearing this, Huang Xian breathed a sigh of relief. After chatting for a while, the 4 of them left the divine inscription abyss and went their separate ways. There were about 3 years before the opening of the divine inscription realm. Since the 3 of them had come back alive from the gates of hell, they naturally would not let go of any opportunity to improve their strength. Especially after being stimulated by a freak like Fang Chen, he could not wait to increase his strength. Although 7 years had passed in the divine inscription city, people had long forgotten the scene from 7 years ago, but many experts were still secretly paying attention to it. The galaxy ancestor had left long ago, and the experts of the same level as him had also left. With their means, they could come to the divine inscription city at any time. Therefore, it did not matter whether they were there or not. The Sword Master and the other 2 continued to secretly investigate the remaining members of the Tian Qing clan. As for the 3 sect leaders, they simply stayed in the divine inscription city. For them, it was definitely a joyous thing to have another disciple in their sect who could absorb the divine inscription of order. Time had no meaning to them. In the galaxy universe, the Bone Progenitor had released the chronology of the spacetime cultivation system. In the entire divine world, as long as one reached the level of a true god, one could freely read the chronology of the spacetime cultivation system. At the same time, the most basic introductory manuals had been completely opened to the public. In order to strengthen the spacetime cultivation system, it had to be inclusive. Of course, even though it was the most basic introductory manual, one had to be at least a heavenly god if one wanted to cultivate it. Furthermore, one had to have a strong talent in the Tao of spacetime. Everything was proceeding according to the arrangement of the bone progenitor. And Fang Chen's avatar was also trying to create the spacetime collapse technique day and night. In the 8th year after the divine inscription world opened, Fang Chen created the 4th level of the spacetime collapse technique. The concept of this level was infinitely close to the unity realm. But Fang Chen was still not satisfied with this. He already had a follow-up wrinkle in his mind. Indeed, in the 2nd year, which was also the 9th year after the divine inscription world opened, Fang Chen had created the 5th level. This level had already reached the unity realm. If he succeeded in cultivating it, his speed would be comparable to a unity realm expert. The success of this level allowed Fang Chen to comprehend it in one fell swoop. In just half a year, he created the 6th level. The 6th level of the spacetime collapse technique had reached the limit of Cosmos God. If someone could cultivate from the 1st level to the 6th level, they could reach the unity realm. After creating this level, the bone progenitor was incomparably shaken. After the two researched, they felt that the spacetime collapse technique had reached a bottleneck. The spacetime cultivation system had also reached an extremely prosperous stage. Given their current realm, it was not easy for them to achieve this. At the same time, Fang Chen, who was cultivating in the divine inscription world, abruptly opened his eyes. Who would have thought that the spacetime collapse technique would reach the 6th level just as the divine inscription world is about to open? Fang Chen grinned. He felt excited in his heart. Given my current attainments in the Tao of spacetime, this is already the limit. Fang Chen muttered to himself. Perfecting the spacetime collapse technique to the 6th level meant that it was comparable to a high-graded cosmos divine technique. Voila! With a thought, Fang Chen's figure suddenly disappeared. At the next moment, he appeared on the other side of the divine inscription world. This speed. This was still a simple execution of his technique. If he used his full strength, he would definitely surpass the majority of Unity Realm experts. Calculating the time, it should be about 10 years. Fang Chen contacted the other 4. Very soon, the 5 of them met above the divine inscription abyss. Of the 30 who entered, only 5 were left after 10 years. Reality was cruel. Chapter 2195. Genius 1 second. Remember love go/little? I'll provide you with some interesting novels to read. Too much had changed in 10 years. 30 disciples had entered the divine inscriptions world, but only 5 of them had survived. When the 5 of them gathered together, their faces were filled with bitterness. However, Small Knife God was an exception. After a few years of training, he had become more determined and would never give up on himself. Although he had lost an arm, his strength was steadily recovering. Geniuses, no matter where they were, would always be able to shine brightly. The familiar Small Knife God had returned. We can finally go out. Seeing Fang Chen, Wen Kong sighed. Before the opening of the divine inscriptions world, he had gone to look for Fang Chen. Facts had proven that he was right. If it wasn't for Fang Chen, the 4 of them would have died in the divine inscriptions abyss. Yeah, too much has changed in 10 years, Huang Xian said. Huang Xian said. Huang Xian's beautiful eyes stared at Fang Chen as a complicated feeling flashed through her heart. Let's go, Fang Chen said softly. At this moment, the entire divine inscriptions world shook. Rumble. After a deafening sound, an illusory door appeared in the void. Fang Chen and the other 4 walked out of the illusory door together. In the outside world, in the divine inscriptions city, countless eyes were focused on the illusory door because today was the opening of the divine inscriptions world. It was also a mystery as to how many people managed to walk out alive. The Sword Master and the others stared at the illusory door with burning eyes. Amidst the clouds, the 3 sect masters were happily discussing the matters of the divine inscriptions world. Dong. Under everyone's gaze, the first to walk out was Huang Xian. She's a disciple of my divine phoenix sect. Love go little sake. Old man Huang Tian saw Huang Xian and waved his hand, inviting her to come to his side. Not bad, your strength has increased a lot. Seems like you have gained a lot in the divine inscriptions world in the past 10 years. Old man Huang Tian smiled and said, "Oh right, where are the others?" Huang Xian was about to speak when Huang Xian walked out. Huang Xian. When old man Huang Tian saw Huang Xian, he became even more excited. Among the 10 disciples of the Divine Phoenix sect, Huang Xian had the greatest potential. As long as she was fine, everything would be fine. Greetings, Elder Huang Tian. Huang Xian bowed slightly. How is it? Old man Huang Tian's eyes were blazing as he asked. Huang Xian shook her head. There was a helpless expression on her face. Then, she said, Elder Huang Tian, I was useless. I was unable to protect my juniors. Old man Huang Tian's expression changed when he heard Huang Xian's words. He said solemnly, You mean? Other than the 2 of you, all of them died in the divine inscriptions world? Huang Xian nodded. Huang Tian fell silent. For a moment, he was unable to accept this fact, even though he already knew that the divine inscriptions world was extremely dangerous. Even if they went in, they might not necessarily come out. He didn't have the extravagant hope that the 10 disciples could come out. But now, out of the 10 disciples, 8 had fallen. This was a huge blow to him. In the clouds above, the Divine Phoenix sect master shook his head helplessly. It seems that the competition in the world of divine inscriptions is very fierce, said the Divine Phoenix sect leader. But Huang Xian has come out. Look, someone else has come out, Jian Wuji suddenly said. Jian Wuji suddenly said. He had noticed Fang Qin and Wen Kong. It's good that you are fine. Jian Wuji heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Fang Qin. Below, the appearance of the 2 of them caused another commotion. Other than the 2 of you, everyone else has fallen? At first, the sword master had some expectations, but now, his face was gloomy. Sword master, Wen Kong said apologetically. The sword master waved his hand and stopped Wen Kong from speaking. It's not your fault. Huff, huff, huff. Small Knife God had also come out. However, his severed arm was extremely shocking. What? Small Knife God's arm has been severed? Gosh, who is it? Who has such ability? It must be the other 2 sects who secretly attacked Small Knife God. In the Divine Inscriptions City, countless martial artists were discussing softly. Dao Wudi's face was extremely gloomy. He was already unhappy when he saw Small Knife God's severed arm. However, what made him even angrier was that after Small Knife God came out, the Void Gate disappeared. What did this mean? The 10 disciples representing the Divine Sword sect had all perished except for Small Sword God, who had lost an arm. What is going on? Dao Wudi rushed in front of Small Knife God and asked in a deep voice. Where are the others? Was it done by the Wuji Sword sect? Dao Wudi's body emitted a vast power that swept across the entire land. He stared at Fang Qin and Wen Kong with his scarlet eyes. No, Small Knife God said softly. Then what is going on? With your strength, no one in the entire divine inscriptions world is your mat. Dao Wudi was still unwilling to give up. Small Knife God shook his head and said, We encountered the remnants of Tian Qing's clan in the divine inscriptions world. They launched a large-scale massacre on us. We fought desperately until the end. If it wasn't for Fang Qin of the Wuji Sword sect who intervened at the critical moment, I'm afraid we wouldn't be standing here. Hearing this, Dao Wudi's face was filled with shock. You mean? Your arm was cut off by Tian Qing's clan? And he was the one who saved you? Dao Wudi couldn't believe Small Knife God's words. His voice was filled with disdain for Fang Qin. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How can he be so strong? Dao Wudi shook his head and denied it. However, that was the truth. I can prove that if Brother Fang hadn't arrived at the critical moment, we would all be dead, Huang Xian of the Divine Phoenix sect said. That's right. It's all thanks to Brother Fong that we can come out alive, Huang Xian said. Even when Kong of the Wuji Sword Sect said, Junior Brother Fong had a fortuitous encounter in the Divine Inscriptions world and his strength soared. With his own strength, he annihilated the 3 strongest members of the Tianqing clan, which gave us a chance to breathe. Dao Wudi didn't believe Small Knife God's words alone. But now, the 4 people who came out were supporting Fong Chen. It would be unreasonable if he didn't believe it. Dao Wudi's eyes widened as he looked at Fong Chen in disbelief. He couldn't imagine how such a weak warrior could surpass Small Knife God's combat strength. Old man Huang Tian and the Sword Master were shocked as they looked at Fong Chen seriously. They guessed that Fong Chen must have had a great harvest in the Divine Inscriptions world. On behalf of the Divine Phoenix sect, I thank little brother Fong for taking action, Old man Huang Tian said with a smile. This is what I should do, Fong Chen said humbly. The Sword Master's face was filled with joy and excitement. At this moment, the 3 sect masters in the clouds already knew that Fong Chen was the lucky one who had obtained the innate order Divine Inscriptions. Crash! The 3 sect masters appeared at the same time, causing a commotion in the entire Divine Inscription city. Sect Master. Dao Wudi hurriedly cupped his fists and said, The Sword God Sect Master waved his hand and said, The appearance of Tianqing's clan caught us off guard. The loss this time is not your responsibility. Old man Huang Tian also greeted the Divine Phoenix Sect Master. Only Jian Wuji looked at Fong Chen with a smile. He couldn't think of anyone else who could stand with the Sword God Sect Master and the Divine Phoenix Sect Master other than the Wuji Sect Master. He's actually the Wuji Sword Sect Master? Fong Chen was shocked. When this old man took Fong Shi away, he guessed that this person was a high-level expert of the sword sect. But he definitely didn't expect that he was the sect master. You're the sect master? Fong Chen suddenly asked. Jian Wuji chuckled. Why? Are you surprised? The other 2 sect masters and the disciples who had come out of the Divine Inscription world had a short exchange before their gazes fell on Fong Chen. Fong Chen's expression was a little unnatural as he was stared at by the 3 sect masters. He's indeed extraordinary. Suddenly, the Divine Phoenix Sect Master said such a brainless sentence. The Sword God Sect Master nodded and said, To be able to absorb the innate order Divine Inscription, he's definitely a peerless genius. It's really a great blessing for the Wuji Sword Sect to have such a genius. The words of the 2 made Jian Wuji very happy. This kind of thing can't be envied, Jian Wuji said calmly, as if he was asking for a beating. However, the casual words of the 3 sect masters once again caused a commotion in Divine Inscription City. Everyone stared at Fong Chen with their mouths agape, including the Sword Master, Old Man Huang Tian, Dao Wudi, and Small Sword God. He absorbed the innate order Divine Inscription? Chapter 2196. Genius 1 second. Remember love go/little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Small Knife God and the other 3 were even more shocked when they heard this. They had seen with their own eyes that the innate order Divine runes were destroyed by the remnants of the Tianqing clan in the cliff space. How could Fong Chen still absorb them? Could it be that there was more than one innate order Divine rune in the Divine Pattern world? Fong Chen did not explain when he felt the burning gazes of the 4 people. He let them think so. The entire Divine Pattern city was in an uproar. Countless warriors stared at Fong Chen with their eyes wide open. Oh my God, this guy actually obtained the innate order Divine runes? Many people were screaming in their hearts. Even the Sword Master and the others were trembling slightly. It was obvious that the Divine Phoenix Sect Master and the Divine Blade Sect Master were envious. The more they were envious, the more cocky Jian Wuji became. This caused the 2 sect leaders to be speechless. They directly brought their people and left the Divine Inscription City. Old Monster Sword, remember what we discussed. The Divine Blade Sect Master turned and left. Dao Wuji followed closely behind. When Small Knife God turned around, his dark eyes looked at Fang Chen with a burning gaze. His lips twitched. No one understood what he meant, but Fang Chen understood. Small Knife God was telling him that one day, he would surpass him and take back the honor that belonged to him. Fang Chen did not care about this at all. Old monster sword, I'm going back too. The Divine Phoenix Sect Master cupped his fists and said, the Tianqing clan has revived. We need to pay attention to them. When we have time, we will discuss countermeasures together. Huang Xian and Huang Xian nodded gently at Fang Chen and followed Old Man Huang Tian and the Divine Phoenix Sect Master out of Divine Pattern City. In the end, only the people from the Wuji Sword Sect were left in Divine Pattern City. Kid, you really gave me a big surprise. The Sword Master walked to Fang Chen's side and laughed heartily. Even with the Sword Master's composure, he could not help but laugh. However, Fang Chen's thoughts weren't on the divine inscriptions of order. He looked at Jian Wuji and asked, Sect Master, I wonder. Before Fang Chen could ask, Jian Wuji waved his hand and said, Don't worry, your daughter is fine. You should take care of yourself first. It wouldn't be long before the news of the Eternal Order Divine Runes spread throughout Dongxian Heaven. At that time, all the factions would take notice. Needless to say, many martial artists of the same realm would come to challenge Fang Chen. Of course, Jian Wuji wasn't worried about this. Since he dared to publicize it, he had the strength to protect Fang Chen. However, he was worried about the remnants of Tianqing's clan hidden in the dark. Let's go. Let's go back first, Jian Wuji said. The members of the Limitless Sword Sect returned to the Limitless Sword Sect. He left behind a series of gasps of shock. After that day, the news of the birth of the innate order divine rune quickly spread throughout Dongxian Heaven like a kite. Many people's first reaction when they heard the news was disbelief. But soon, the news was confirmed. How could it be false when the three sect masters said it themselves? For a time, many geniuses of the same realm as Fang Chen were filled with envy and jealousy. As for the factions that had grudges with the Limitless Sword Sect, they were restless. This news even caused a commotion in the inner sects of the three sects. Limitless Sword Mountain. How is it? Jian Wuji asked after everyone else left, leaving only Jian Wuji and the Sword Master behind. Fang Chen knew that Jian Wuji was asking about the innate order divine rune. Whoosh! With a thought, Fang Chen released the innate order divine rune. Suddenly, the power of the divine inscriptions, which had reached the peak of its power, spread out. So strong. Even the Sword Master and Jian Wuji couldn't help but exclaim, Is this the innate order divine rune? After the two recovered from their shock, they steadied themselves and carefully sized up the ordinary-looking innate order divine rune. The power contained within is too strong. Just this innate order divine rune is enough to kill all other innate order divine runes, the Sword Master said. Jian Wuji retracted his gaze and nodded in satisfaction. I didn't expect the Limitless Sword Sect to have the strongest innate divine rune in the chaotic void. Now, in the entire chaotic void, only Fang Chen had the innate order divine rune. His strength was without a doubt the strongest innate divine rune in the chaotic void. This made Jian Wuji very happy. Moreover, being able to absorb the innate order divine rune would make him stronger in the future. With your current strength, you can enter the inner sect, the Sword Master said. Yes, the outer sect is no longer of any use to you, Jian Wuji said. Fang Chen shook his head and said, Can you give me some time? Before entering the inner sect, he wanted to settle down in the Star River province. Of course, go ahead and do your things, Jian Wuji said. If you need anything, just look for the Sword Master. With that, Jian Wuji's figure flashed and disappeared. In a hidden place where darkness and coldness coexisted. This place was shrouded in the aura of death all year round. Outsiders couldn't find this place at all. To be able to find such a hidden place under the noses of the three major sect of Dongxian Heaven was enough to show the methods of Tianqing's descendants. There was a small palace here and there were tents nearby. It could be considered the main contact point of Tianqing's descendants in Dongxian Heaven. The atmosphere in the small palace was very solemn. The person in charge sat on a black throne, his body shrouded in black mist. It looked like an illusion, but it also gave people a very shocking feeling. There were a few experts of Tianqing's descendants standing below. Are the rumors outside true? The person in charge's cold voice entered everyone's ears. Lord Mo, this matter is true. The leaders of the three major sect personally admitted it, an elder said. So, the 9 innate divine rune experts we sent are all dead? Mo continued to ask. It's all because of that kid from the Limitless Sword sect. He obtained the innate order divine rune and caused us to suffer heavy losses, another elder said ruthlessly. Bang! The person in charge, Mo, punched the throne and said sternly, Humph, why don't you say that the 9 innate divine rune experts we sent were too weak? A bunch of trash. They planned for so long. We paid such a huge price to send the 9 of them into the divine rune world, but in the end they ended up like this. The person in charge, Mo, was very angry. If it was just a simple mission failure, it would be fine, but he didn't expect that the other party would successfully absorb the innate order divine rune. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel angry. You all know the threat of the innate order divine rune. I don't care what method you use, you must eliminate this kid. Otherwise, he will become an obstacle to the revival of Tianqing's descendants in the future, Mo said in a deep voice. Several elders looked at each other and then said, Lord Mo, we suspect what? The innate order divine rune is very important to the human race. They definitely won't publicize such an important matter. We suspect that the 3 sect leaders deliberately publicized this matter to lure us out so that they can catch us all in one fell swoop. Humph, catch us all in one fell swoop. Mo stood up. The black fog emitted a murderous aura that made people tremble. So what? Fang Chen must die. When necessary, we can use any means necessary. Mo said. I don't believe that those human experts can protect Fang Chen all the time. Hearing this, the elders didn't say anything else. The threat of the innate order divine rune was too great. Even if they had to lose a few Unity Realm experts, they had to kill Fang Chen. This was Mo's order. After a long time, several elders said in unison, Lord Mo, please rest assured. We will definitely eliminate Fang Chen. At this moment, Fang Chen, who was in the Limitless Sword sect, naturally didn't know that he had been targeted by Tianqing's descendants. After bidding farewell to the Swordmaster, he returned to the Star River Prefecture. Star and Moon were still in closed-door cultivation. Fang Chen briefly talked to the God Emperor of Destruction and then prepared to leave the Limitless Sword sect. Fang Chen, where are you going? The God Emperor of Destruction asked. To kill. Fang Chen's eyes flashed with cold killing intent. He took a step forward and disappeared. In his heart, he still remembered how Huang Yu had tried to kill him. Now that he had the strength to challenge Huang Yu, it was time for him to take revenge. Not just for him, but for the entire Ling clan. Chapter 2197. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Zakai Town. Ever since they were heavily injured by the Huangyu, the entire Ling family had entered a state of recuperation. After hearing the message from the Jade Pendant, Huang Yu's eyes burned with desire to kill. The patriarch of the Ling family even gave the order to lock down the entire mansion to prevent another attack from the Huangyu. Huang Yu might not be the strongest amongst the Unity Realm experts, but he was much stronger than the Ling clan patriarch. The Ling family patriarch alone was unable to stop Huang Yu's wanton destruction. When Fang Chen arrived at Zakai Town and saw the lifeless Ling family mansion, a cold glint flashed across his eyes. When Fang Chen arrived at Zakai Town and saw the lifeless Ling family mansion, a cold glint flashed across his eyes. The reason why the Ling family had become like this was entirely because the Ling family head had protected him. Huang Yu was to blame for all of this. The patriarch of the Ling family even gave the order to lock down the entire mansion to prevent another attack from the Huang Yu. With a single step, Fang Chen arrived in front of the Ling family mansion. Although the Ling family mansion had been sealed off, it was still too easy for Fang Chen to sneak in silently. He spat out a mouthful of turbid air, and his aura instantly soared. Using the 6th level of the space-time collapse technique, he entered the Ling family mansion in the blink of an eye. "Do you remember what I said? If you dare reopen your mansion, I, Huang Yu, will not show mercy unless you hand over Fang Chen," Huang Yu threatened. The Ling family mansion, which was originally bustling with noise and excitement, became deathly silent. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen sighed in his heart. Ling family head. Fang Chen sent a voice transmission to the Ling family head. He discovered that the latter was in seclusion to recuperate. The head of the Ling family sucked with his palm, and Fang Chen's figure appeared in the sky. Voila! The head of the Ling family thought that he had misheard, and his eyes widened. When Fang Chen's second voice was heard, the Ling family head was finally certain. With a swoosh, he came out of the secret chamber. When he saw Fang Chen, he was stunned for a moment. Then, he asked, "Why are you here?" "That Huang Yu has been searching for you. If he finds you, you're dead." Fang Chen gently shook his head. He walked to the Ling family head and asked, "Are you all right? Huang Yu is strong, but it's impossible for him to kill me. It's just a pity that the Ling clan has been turned upside down by the Huang Yu. It'll be difficult for them to recover in a short period of time." The Ling clan patriarch sighed. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded softly and said, "From today onwards, the Ling clan no longer needs to lock down their residence." The head of the Ling family was very confused. However, what Fang Chen did next completely shocked him. Scram! Voila! With a thought, Fang Chen's berserk aura instantly burst out. With him as the center, it engulfed the entire Ling family mansion, causing the Ling family head's body to involuntarily retreat. "Your strength?" The Ling family head grinned. He was right. Fang Chen's potential was shocking. After the Ling clan head steadied himself, he was greatly astonished. He stared at Fang Chen with wide eyes. Seeing the Ling family head's shocked expression, Fang Chen went straight to the point. "Whatever Huang Yu did to the Ling family mansion, I will make him pay double. I came to Zakai Town this time for revenge." Fang Chen let out a low growl and suddenly punched the walking stick. At the same time, Fang Chen bowed deeply to the Ling family head as a sign of apology. Soon, a piece of news spread throughout Zakai Town. The Ling family, once the #1 family in Zakai Town, reappeared and opened their residence. Many people guessed that the Ling family head had a breakthrough. Why would he open his residence? They vaguely remembered that Huang Yu had gone berserk and stirred up a storm in the Ling family mansion. Inside the Ling family mansion, Fang Chen and the Ling family head were sitting in the meeting hall. "Is there any problem?" the Ling family head asked worriedly. He felt uneasy. After all, the other party was Huang Yu, a famous Unity Realm existence. In the entire Zakai Town territory, no one was Huang Yu's match. This old man hated Fang Chen to the bone. Knowing that the Ling family had reopened their residence, he would definitely come back. Immediately, all the warriors knew that Huang Yu had come to attack the Ling family again. Even though Fang Chen had shown great strength, he had not stepped into the Unity Realm. The Ling family head felt a little guilty. "Your strength, Huang Yu." Huang Yu was furious. He swept the walking stick in his hand in a circle. "Ling family head, don't worry. I've already set up a transcending heaven-grade array around the Ling family mansion. Even if Huang Yu attacked with his full strength, he would need some time to break through," Fang Chen said. "Besides, I'm afraid that Huang Yu won't dare to come. If he does, I'll make sure he doesn't return." Seeing Fang Chen so confident, the Ling family head did not say anything else. Time flowed by day after day. On a desolate mountain peak outside Zakai town, Huang Yu had been recuperating. He spat out a mouthful of turbid air, and the aura on his body rose sharply. Soon after, he opened his eyes. He was full of energy. "Swordmaster is too strong. I almost died at his hands through the void." Huang Yu vaguely remembered Swordmaster's stunning sword. At the same time, his hatred for Fang Chen had reached its peak. But just as Huang Yu was thinking, his communication jade pendant suddenly rang. "Old Dogling, was the lesson from last time not deep enough?" After hearing the news from the communication jade pendant, Huang Yu's eyes blazed. Killing intent surged from his body. The Ling family is reopening their residence? How audacious! Huang Yu did not say anything else. He stood up and flew towards Sakai town. Seeing Fang Chen so confident, the Ling family head did not say anything else. A few days later, Huang Yu appeared on the streets of Zakai town. With one step, he appeared above the Ling family residence. "Old Dogling, was the lesson from last time not deep enough?" Die. The Ling family, once the #1 family in Zakai town, had reopened their residence. Huang Yu's voice was imbued with powerful origin energy, shaking the entire Zakai town. Instantly, all the warriors knew that Huang Yu had come to attack the Ling family again. "Is everything all right?" the Ling family head asked worriedly. He was worried. Huang Yu. After hearing the news from the communication jade pendant, Huang Yu's eyes blazed. Killing intent surged from his body. The head of the Ling family appeared in the sky, glaring at Huang Yu. "Do you remember what I said? If you dare reopen your mansion, I, Huang Yu, won't show any mercy unless you hand over Fang Chen," Huang Yu threatened. The Ling family head sucked with his palm, and Fang Chen's figure appeared in the sky. "He's right here. Come and get him if you dare," the Ling family head said coldly. Huang Yu narrowed his eyes and stared at Fang Chen. "Interesting. Did you set this up to lure me here?" Huang Yu asked. Fang Chen nodded and said, "It's time for you to leave your life here." However, Fang Chen's next move shocked him. Huang Yu laughed loudly. His face was full of mockery as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. With him as the center, the laughter swept through the entire Ling family residence. The Ling family head could not help but take a step back. Huang Yu was also pondering the situation. "Are you sure you can kill me?" Huang Yu asked coldly. "Why don't you try and find out?" Fang Chen said calmly. The Ling family head did not understand. Huang Yu's killing intent surged. "I'll let you know how foolish your actions are. Today, not only will you die, but the Ling family will also cease to exist." Fang Chen turned and signaled for the Ling family head to step back. He then looked at Huang Yu. "I have no enmity with you, yet you've tried to kill me time and time again. If I swallow this insult, how can I reach the peak of martial arts in the future? Today you must die." "Pung! You're courting death," Huang Yu growled. The walking stick in his hand suddenly expanded. With a tap of his foot, the walking stick rushed towards Fang Chen. After all, the other party was Huang Yu, a famous Unity Realm existence. Amen! Scram! Fang Chen let out a low growl and suddenly punched the walking stick. Gotcha! The power of Fang Chen's punch left a faint mark on the walking stick. Pung! Soon, a piece of news spread throughout Sakai town. The walking stick returned to Huang Yu's hand. The latter stared at Fang Chen. "With this brute force?" "With that," Huang Yu sneered. With a stomp of his foot, his figure flickered. The walking stick in his hand spun continuously, and a terrifying aura filled the air. At the same time, Fang Chen activated the myriad sword body. Terrifying power gathered on his fist as he punched Huang Yu again and again. The 6th level of the time collapse technique allowed him to enter the Ling family residence in the blink of an eye. After hearing the news from the communication jade pendant, Huang Yu's eyes blazed. Killing intent surged from his body. Dong dong dong. Fang Chen's fist lights were all blocked by Huang Yu. The latter sneered and grinned. You're too weak. With that, Huang Yu displayed a powerful absolute art. His walking stick, surrounded by a thick layer of death aura, suddenly struck towards Fang Chen. Die. Huang Yu sneered. The walking stick in his hand was infinitely close to Fang Chen. However, just as he thought that he would definitely succeed, Fang Chen's figure actually disappeared. His killing intent towards Fang Chen grew even stronger. Huang Yu looked around. All he could see was the crumbling void, but he could not find any trace of Fang Chen. Damn it! Without another word, Huang Yu stood up and dashed towards Zakai Town. Huang Yu was furious. He held his walking stick horizontally and swept it in a circle. I told you to hide! Huang Yu roared in anger. His walking stick exploded with a shocking amount of power. Everywhere it passed, the void was shattered to the extreme. However, he still could not find any trace of Fang Chen. This frustrated Huang Yu, but there was nothing he could do about Fang Chen. At this moment, the Ling family patriarch, who was in the Ling family residence, heaved a sigh of relief. Fang Chen turned around and motioned for the Ling family patriarch to step back. This guy. The Ling family patriarch grinned. He was right. Fang Chen's potential was astonishing. In just over 10 years, he had grown to the point where he could fight against Huang Yu. If he had more time, he would have no problem surpassing Huang Yu. This kid's potential is too great. I can't let him live. Huang Yu was also pondering the situation. His killing intent towards Fang Chen grew even stronger. It had only been 10 years, and Fang Chen was already able to fight against him. Chapter 2198. Genius 1 second. Remember love go/little? I'll provide you with a wonderful novel to read. Thinking of this, Huang Yu grew anxious. His walking stick exploded with a terrifying killing power, each strike fatal. But Fang Chen was not to be trifled with. Since he dared to challenge him, he must be confident. Hong! A deafening sound reverberated through the sky. The Ling family head's pupils shrank as he watched the scene unfold. Wherever Huang Yu's walking stick passed, the void would shatter, and a terrifying power would spread out, throwing the entire Zakai town into a state of panic. Even though Huang Yu's attacks were getting stronger, Fang Chen was able to withstand them with ease. It's about time. Hong. After exchanging blows with Huang Yu for a long time, Fang Chen more or less grasped the latter's true strength. It was about time for the battle to end. Fang Chen muttered to himself as he took out the star-concealing sword. Fang Chen muttered to himself as he took out the star-concealing sword. Voila! The third move of the traceless sword technique was executed. A transparent golden light shot towards Huang Yu, carrying a power that could cause even Unity Realm experts to tremble. No! Huang Yu could feel the power of this transparent sword light. It was too strong, and he could not withstand it with his current strength. He tried his best to dodge and escape. You want to leave? Fang Chen sneered. The heavenly god's order rune floated above his head, and a suppressive aura swept over, wrapping around Huang Yu's body. Don't worry. Leave this to me. But I won't be returning to the Limitless Sword sect for the time being. I'll take Miss Ling Xuanger with me when I return to Zakai Town. Fang Chen was curious. He took out his communication jade pendant and listened. Puchi. At the same time, he was certain that someone was behind Huang Yu's attempt to kill him. Who could it be? Coincidentally, the transparent sword light pierced into Huang Yu's body. The heavenly god's order rune emitted a terrifying power that caused the Ling family head to tremble. That is... The Ling family head's pupils constricted as he stared at this scene with his eyes wide open. The head of the Ling family looked at Fang Chen apologetically, then turned and left. However, before the shock had even subsided, a corpse fell limply from the air onto the streets of Zakai Town. Everyone looked over and exclaimed in surprise. Within the Ling family mansion. You go ahead. Don't worry about me, Fong Chen said with a smile. The strongest master in Zakai town, Huang Yu, was dead. Heavens, just how strong is this guy? He actually killed Huang Yu? A familiar scene, a familiar aura, and a familiar smell. Is he a disciple of the Ling family? This person's strength completely overpowers Huang Yu's. With this person in the Ling clan, it won't be difficult for them to rise again. Many disciples were discussing in shock. In this regard, Fong Chen was very calm. To him, he only needed to know one thing. Even though Huang Yu was a Unity Realm expert, he was still lacking in strength. The third move of the traceless sword technique was strong by itself. It was also because Fong Chen was still at the deity inscriptions realm. If he stepped into the Unity Realm, he would be able to dominate the cosmos gods with his traceless sword technique. In addition, his level 4 myriad sword body gave him a powerful defense and innate deity inscriptions of order. It would be weird if Huang Yu didn't die. This, the Ling family head was extremely excited. He looked at Fong Chen and was speechless. 10 years ago, this person in front of him was still being chased by Huang Yu. If not for him acting, it would be impossible for him to escape from the palm of Huang Yu. But now, 10 years later, he personally killed Huang Yu. Too strong. The Ling family head felt his heart trembling. At the same time, he was secretly delighted. The stronger Fong Chen was, the more beneficial it would be for the Ling family. He could feel that those old fellows hiding in the dark were all looking at the Ling family mansion with fear. After this battle, no one dared to have any ideas about the Ling family in Zakai town. They all thought that Fong Chen was a member of the Ling family. Since he could even kill Huang Yu, who would dare to provoke him? Within the Ling family mansion. You can go and do what you need to do. Don't worry about me, Fong Chen said with a smile. Formidable. After a long time, the Ling family head woke up from his shock and gave Fong Chen a thumbs up. Fong Chen took out some Holy Spirit fish from his bosom and passed it to the Ling family head. That day when the Ling family was attacked by Huang Yu, it was all because of me. This is a small token of my appreciation. I hope it can make up for the loss of the Ling family. Fong Chen said sincerely. The Ling family head shook his head and rejected. You want to leave? You killed Huang Yu and took revenge for our Ling family. Furthermore, our Ling family invested in you. Now that you are in trouble, we will naturally protect you. The Ling family head said. It's about time. Too strong. However, Fong Chen's attitude was firm. He insisted that the Ling family head accept the Holy Spirit fish. These are Holy Spirit fish. They are very beneficial to divine inscriptions realm martial artists. Fong Chen explained. Holy Spirit fish? That's great. Mid-grade origin stones were considered a very luxurious currency in Dongxian heaven. For a family like the Ling family, Holy Spirit fish were the best thing that could help them develop quickly. With so many Holy Spirit fish, they could create a group of divine inscriptions realm martial artists in a short time. Ling family head, I've been staying here for a few days. I plan to leave, Fong Chen said with a smile. Family head, the Li family head is here. Wherever Huang Yu's walking stick passed, the fabric of space would shatter. A terrifying power would spread out, causing the entire town to fall into a state of panic. Family head, the Wang family head is here. Family head, the He family head is here. At this moment, a series of voices entered the Ling family head's ears. You can go ahead. Don't worry about me, Fong Chen said with a smile. The Ling family head looked at Fong Chen apologetically, then turned and left. After all, the Ling family's foundation was in Zakai town. If they wanted to develop, they couldn't do without the support of other small families. Thus, this was a good opportunity to win him over. He couldn't miss it. As for Fong Chen, he sat in the garden and rested. With a thought, a pitch-black ring appeared in his palm. This was Huang Yu's summer ring. When he killed Huang Yu, Fang Chen took his summer ring. Let's see what's inside. As expected of the Unity Realm, Fang Chen muttered to himself. He opened the summer ring and found a large number of origin stones. Mid-grade origin stones? Mid-grade origin stones were considered a very luxurious currency in Dongxian heaven. Under normal circumstances, they would only use low-grade origin stones in the outer sect of the Limitless Sword sect. Thus, this was a good opportunity to win him over. He couldn't miss it. Fang Chen took out some Holy Spirit fish and handed them to the Ling family head. As expected of the Unity Realm, Fang Chen sighed inwardly. After a careful inspection, there were about 10,000 mid-grade origin stones. According to the exchange rate of 10,000 mid-grade origin stones, they could be exchanged for 100 million low-grade origin stones. Amen? After putting the origin stones into his summer ring, Fang Chen continued inspecting. Suddenly, he found a communication jade pendant. He didn't care about it at first, but when he went around the communication jade pendant to check other things, he suddenly found that the communication jade pendant was flashing. Amen? Many disciples were discussing in shock. Fang Chen was curious. He picked up the communication jade pendant and listened. Coincidentally, the transparent sword light pierced into Huang Yu's body. Suddenly a voice sounded. How is it? Is Fang Chen dead? With a thought, a pitch-black ring appeared on his palm. This was Huang Yu's summer ring. This voice was familiar. Fang Chen frowned. Who could it be? After putting the origin stones into his summer ring, Fang Chen continued inspecting. The third move of the traceless sword technique was strong by itself. It was also because Fang Chen was still at the deity inscriptions realm. If he stepped into the Unity realm, he could dominate all cosmos gods with his traceless sword technique. At the same time, he was sure that Huang Yu had someone instructing him to kill him. So who could it be? Fang Chen coughed lightly. He used his origin energy to cover his voice, disguising it as Huang Yu's. There is nothing I can't accomplish. Everyone looked over and exclaimed in surprise. Hearing his voice, the other party laughed. After a long time, he said, It's good that he died. He dared to offend my black-white prefecture. Only death awaits him. Oh right, you've completed your mission. The agreement between us still stands. The number one expert of Zai Town, Huang Yu, had died. Fang Chen didn't listen to the rest of the conversation. To him, he only needed to know one thing. That was, the one who ordered Huang Yu to kill him was the black-white prefecture. Indeed, the latter was an outstanding disciple of the Limitless Sword sect. His stage was destined to not be the small Zai Town. Black-white prefecture. A series of deafening noises echoed in the sky. Fang Chen clenched his fists. Killing intent surged. In order to intimidate the other superpowers of Zai Town, Fang Chen deliberately stayed at the Ling clan residence for a few more days. The Ling clan residence was completely open to the public. The leaders of all the superpowers of Zai Town came to congratulate him. They had already treated the Ling clan as one of the top superpowers of Zai Town. The Ling clan head was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. After seeing Fang Chen, he became even more excited. He was now rejoicing that he had chosen to support Fang Chen. Ling clan head, I've been staying here for a few days. I'm planning to leave, Fang Chen said with a smile. This is a Holy Spirit fish. It's quite beneficial to a Rune Realm martial artist, Fang Chen explained. Leave. Hearing this, the head of the Ling family nodded. Indeed, Huang Yu was an outstanding disciple of the Limitless Sword sect. His stage was destined to not be the small Zai Town. I will never forget the kindness that the Ling clan has shown me. If you need anything in the future, just let me know, Fang Chen promised. You are a disciple of the Limitless Sword sect. Your future is limitless. I don't have any requests. I just hope that you can bring Shuang to the Limitless Sword sect to cultivate, the Ling clan head said. Fang Chen agreed without hesitation. The strongest person in Zhe Kai Town, Huang Yu, was dead. Don't worry. Leave this to me. However, I won't be going to the Limitless Sword sect for the time being. When I return to Zhe Kai Town, I will bring Miss Ling Shuang-er with me. Thank you. The Ling clan head thanked him emotionally. A series of deafening cheers resounded through the sky. Once Ling Shuang-er joined the Limitless Sword sect, the Ling clan would have a backer in the future. Whoosh! After chatting with the Ling clan head for a while, Fang Chen left Zhe Kai Town through the teleportation array. His destination this time was the Demon's Island. It was also the place where he accidentally fell when he was teleported from the Milky Way. Whoosh! With a flash of white light, Fang Chen appeared in the floating sky palace. The familiar scene, the familiar aura, and the familiar smell. However, the feeling was completely different from before. I'm back. Fang Chen grinned and said. After all, the Ling clan's foundation was in Zhe Kai Town. If they wanted to develop, they could not do without the support of other small clans. You are a disciple of the Limitless Sword sect. Your future is limitless. I don't have any requests. I just hope that you can bring Shuang-er to the Limitless Sword sect to cultivate, the Ling clan had said.